The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 46, The Reception. Oh ho, you saw through the trick. Impressive as always, Asley. Flattery won't get you anywhere, Mr. Honorable President Warren. Ha 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 ha, no, that wasn't meant to be flattering at all. If not for that dry laugh, you might have convinced me. Well, excuse me. It's an old habit of mine. It's because you're like this, Jean tends to stay out of the council office, I say. I fail to see how that has anything with keeping her away. She dislikes you, why else? I'm sure the move you pulled today helped worsen matters even more. I fail to see why she would dislike me so. Because you let people struggle even though you've seen through all their moves. Oh ho, now that's quite a discovery. Yeah, that, and how tiresome he's to interact with. After the award ceremony was over, I had left the sausage-addicted Pochi in Lena's care, and headed straight to the student council office with Warren, to prepare ourselves for the heaps of work that would surely catch up to us after the friendly match event was over. Thanks to me being stuck working with Warren in all his fussy glory, over the past few months, I had gotten quite used to talking while keeping my hands working. I'll admit, he has talent when it comes to employing people. Well, in or out of the office, Vice President Jean does do her job well. She has quite a lot of practical business skills and is a popular public face. Yes, she'd help me out from time to time. In fact, she'd gotten an offer for a position in the Magic Guardians thanks to her display during this year's friendly match, so she's well on her career path. While we're on this topic, President, is there anywhere you want to be in particular? When you talked with Sir Gaston way back during the quest, it seemed like you'd just met him for the first time, so. Do you want to be with the Magic Guardians as well? The Duodecad guest spectators change every year, you see. Which reminds me. I presume Sir Gaston was a guest this year because he strongly insisted on coming. As Warren said that, he pushed up his glasses and turned to look at me. As if telling me, he was here to keep an eye on you. Considering that he actually was there, that may very well be the case. Well, I'm just gonna disregard that. Besides, I haven't heard Warren's answer yet. Alright, I'll tell you. Where I want to be, has to be the upper tiers of the nation. And to achieve that, you'll become one of the 6 archmages. No, I'm striving for a higher flag. So you want to be the Black Faction representative? Oh ho, you are aware of it? Well, yes. But are you sure you want to discuss this further? You could have declined to answer that, right? Hearing my question, Warren folded his hands and leaned against the back of his chair. However, just as I thought he was caving in, he promptly straightened his posture. Right. I'll refuse to give you the answer to that, then. Here comes another one of his creepy laughs. You can be too much of a troll sometimes. Your nerve to speak of me so bluntly, especially with me right here, is worthy of some praise, Asley. I'm getting déjà vu flashbacks from that statement. From Miss Irene, I assume. Ah, probably her, yes. By the way, Asley, do you remember the Ballad Dragon's remains you said you found? Cuts of equal size, suspected to be done by a skillful hunter. Why this talk all of a sudden? But yes, that was it. I finally understood what that was about just today, you see. It was Sir Charlie, who had visited today's event as one of the Duodecad guests. Aha, the 1000 morphing blade. But how did you even get him to admit that? A little earlier, I've discussed a few things with him, and then he just went on about his martial exploits by himself. Looks like the Warrior University headmaster is quite an energetic character. I'd only seen him from afar, but he's definitely got the look of a super monster. So much that he made someone as bear-like as Dragon look small. And Gaston, who stood next to him, looked like a child in comparison. I suppose that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for the 6 Braves. The location was close enough to Beilanea, and from the look of that old man's face, he definitely was the kind to pull it off. I see. If you don't mind, I'd like to tell Lena about this sometime later. Do feel free. Well then, I've cleared up all of my work for now, so I'll excuse myself. As usual, please return the key to the teacher's office once you're done. Yes, of course. After saying all he needed to, Warren got up and left the student council office, his shoes tapping the floor with a nice clack as he walked. I concentrated on finishing up my work, and by the time the sun set, the day of the friendly match ended in peace. I went back to the dormitory and snuck out with Pochi. Bruce had been waiting for us at the end of our usual Magic University escape route. He was there because we had agreed to meet up at the same place and the same time. That, and in today's case, I needed to inform him of my plans for the rest of the day. Hey, Asley. You sure did great out there today. Thank you. And sorry for just bringing this up, Bruce, but something's come up, so. If you don't have other plans, would you mind coming along? Please come with us, sir. Now wait a sec, is it really that important? Well, it's a sudden appointment with Sir Gaston. Sir Gaston? Why would you want me to go meet someone that important? I've planned to ask Sir Gaston for some advice regarding our project, you see. Please come with us, sir. Looks like you're feeling particularly lonely tonight, my friend Pochi. So that's why Pochi wants me to go that much, huh? That man's eyes are scary, that's why. I'll need as many layers of wall as I can get. Hey, you can't just call someone a wall like that. It was a figure of speech. Well, you gotta establish that figure first. My master is so noisy, so please come with me, Bruce. How did you even come up with that reason? All right. I'll go meet him, that great mage of flame, so let's get moving. Yoch dash. There came another one of Bruce's slaps on my rear. By no means had my buttocks been fitted with special functions, but the slap of his palms had a mysterious effect on the vibe of the air. Or was that just the work of Bruce's instincts? Ooh, so that's what you do to get my master to shut up. I'll try it next time. With my nails. That's bloody scary. That's gonna hurt. Come on, Asley, let's hurry. Wouldn't want to make him angry. Exactly. We must arrive as soon as possible. Prodded on by Pochi's shining nails, we made our way to Shinra Banzho. Once there, we were welcomed by the usual reception man. And as usual, the paper lantern and watch fires illuminated our way inside. Bruce seemed to have gotten used to it, perhaps due to him having gone to the red light district before. In the front of our reserved room, the man slid open the door, revealing Gaston, sitting with his arms and legs crossed. NGH, aren't you one of the silver? Before answering him, Bruce and I knelt down beside his seat. It's been a while since we last met, Sir Gaston. I'm Bruce of the Silver. Sir Gaston, I reckon I'll need Bruce for today's discussion as well, so I've brought him along. Oh ho. I understand. Have a seat. And now that we finally got ourselves seated, Pochi proceeded to sit behind me, as per the usual. So, 2 layers of wall for you today, Pochi. First, Asley, let me congratulate you for your friendly match performance today. Here, have a drink. Surely you've drunk at least somewhat, considering your age. Well, yes. Pardon our interruption. Your ordered items have arrived. While Gaston was pouring us liquor, a voice came from the other side of the door reporting that his food was being served. Gaston permitted the server entrance, and some appetizer-like vegetable dishes were arranged on the table. They were decorated with thin cuts of fresh meat, making them look quite appetizing. And I think I just heard some loud sound from behind me. My familiar stomach, perhaps. Are you hungry, little girl? I'm feeling peckish, but I'll be fine, sir. Do you want something to eat? Well, if you insist, then I'll have no choice but to partake in this meal. Right, I almost forgot that I was the host this time around. We sure kept him waiting, huh? Heh heh heh, always an amusing girl. Here, give this a try. I put some vegetables on a small plate, and then Gaston took and placed it on the floor beside him. Pochi, wagging her tails happily, went up to Gaston's side and sat down. Yeah, those walls of her were pretty thin. Afterwards, as the soup, fish, and meat dishes were served, Gaston made sure that Pochi got a taste of them as well. All the while, everyone chuckled at how Pochi looked so wild, with her mouth smeared with red sauce. Does it look good on her? That particular joke I cracked made Gaston laugh so hard that he had a coughing fit. I never quite expected him to be such a good-humored old man once I got to know him better. It seemed that quite a massive barrier had been erected between us at first, courtesy of his social status. I couldn't tell whether Gaston was truly entertained, but seeing him open up and smile more made me figure that he must be satisfied in one way or another. You've gotten good at this, haven't you, young man? Good for you, man. Thank you, sir. Now, to the main topic. You said you had something to discuss with me. Gaston took a sip of tea and straightened his face up. That very moment was when the old man changed back to being one of the 6 archmages. And Pochi, presumably sensing a tone shift for once, stepped back to settle herself down behind me. First, Sir Gaston, we have a request to make. That is, for a place that offers employment. At least you got your asking tone right. Still, employment. The only place I can offer is the Magic Guardians. I can't possibly let all those girls from the district in. In this case, I'm requesting posts only for the particularly excellent ones among them. Not for mages nor warriors, mind you. Gaston's eyebrows twitched. And in turn, Pochi looked as if a chill had run down her spine. All the more reason we can't take them. The Magic Guardians employ those who aren't mages nor warriors. Even if I permit it, the nation certainly won't. I see. From what I'm observing, Gaston seems to have a positive attitude toward this matter. What are you on about, Asley? I'm sure there will be some who wants to be mages or warriors. But in that case, their specialties will be considered as well. After they reach the appropriate age, they can be enrolled in the Magic or Warrior University. The request I'd like to make is for specialists in other fields. I can guarantee that their physical strength will be above average, at the very least. Specialists for other fields, eh? I plan to train the girls to be office specialists, you see. Considering that their housework skills are a given, I'll be selecting those with additional aptitude for accounting, troop time management, and combat, and send them your way. I understand that it's a dangerous place, of course. They'll be from those who agree. I see. I'll admit that our forces are under pretty sloppy management. Having specialists among us would let us focus our energy on combat and expedition. It's worth considering. Thank you very much, sir. But in the end, that will cover for only a select few, right? What of the rest? And how would you keep providing for them? With the money you made off the old lady, you'll last no more than a year or worse. And surely you'll overwork yourself even sooner, won't you? Exactly, sir. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 47, The Start of a New Life. In the short term, Bruce and I will be working together to raise the necessary funds. We'll accept jobs separately, though our activities are limited. Blazer is probably whatever, but Betty is sure to be angry if she finds out. Not good at all, no matter how I think about it, that won't be enough. You'll need to pay for teaching materials and instructors, in the long term especially for the latter. At least 3 years, no, 5, even for skilled ones. Besides, do you have any collateral, young man? Once they're employed, we'll be taking a monthly royalty of 3% of their earnings. Dude, isn't that too steep? Bruce immediately questioned the deal, a perfectly reasonable reaction. It's just for operating expenses and a little commission. I reckon it'll take several years for us to start making a profit. No, what I meant was, what about the time before then? No help for 5 years, no, it'll probably be longer until we even think about income. We can't make it work with just hunting monsters, that's for sure. Bruce has a point there, young man. So you see, I've been thinking of getting our funds from you in the meantime, Sir Gaston. I clapped my hands once to take the canter of the conversation. This, in a way, had the same encouraging effect as Bruce's slap on my butt a while ago. Both Gaston and Bruce were taken aback by my tone shift. Funding from me? Young man, what do you think I am, a charity? Now that was quite a sharp and intense glare. That must have been enough to tear through your thin walls, Pochidoggo. From this point on, it'll be about a personal request. I plan to make the same request to Miss Irene and Sir Billy later on, too. I just can't get a read on this young man, eh? Yup, me neither, sir. Sir Gaston, would you be interested in buying my magecraft? Are you seriously selling your magecraft? Ones that were commonplace 500 years ago, yes. Frankly, this would be no skin off my nose at all. However, I have resolved to sell them only to those I trust. In which case, only 3 people fulfill all my criteria so far. Moreover, don't you find them fascinating? The magecraft I have studied and developed over the 5,000 years of my life as a mage. I've written up a list and their prices for this occasion. What do you say? Would you be fine with these numbers? I took a piece of parchment from my chest pocket and handed it over to Gaston. Gaston had the look of ceaseless scrutiny in his eyes, but once he was done scanning over the list of magecraft, the threatening air immediately disappeared. Heh, so you plan to make this much from me, Billy, and the old lady. Absolutely outrageous. I think these prices are reasonable enough, sir. They are, indeed, or rather, they might even feel like a bit of a bargain. This is the feel you were exactly aiming for with these numbers, isn't it? Do you think the others will be on board as well? Without a doubt, they will. But I think you're missing one thing, young man. Sir. You realize I haven't said that I'm on board yet, right? I beg your pardon. Your answer was written all over your face, so. Humph, you just had to say it, didn't you? But this is certainly an interesting proposal. Consider me on board. And that's the end of the business talk. I'd like some desserts, please. Did you actually discern the mood of the room, or did you not? Why do you always have to be like this, Pochi? Fwahaha. The little girl is right, we haven't ordered desserts yet. Yes sir. I couldn't keep up with that. At all. I do have plenty of things I'd like you to do, Bruce. If possible, I'd like you to be promoted to rank S soon. Oh, for the love of. You're saying one crazy thing after another. With that deal set, we climbed over the first barrier in our path. It didn't take long for me to finish up and leave the restaurant, heading back to the dormitory to prepare for more difficulties waiting up ahead. The next day, I discussed the same topic with Irene and Billy, and as Gaston had predicted, they were on board. With Irene planning to derive her funding from the nation, and Billy saying that he would use this occasion to mark his return to monster hunting, our project was finally set into motion. 20th day of the 12th month, 10 o'clock in the morning. 2 months after the friendly match, during the winter break, Pochi and I took the opportunity to end our dorm rent. I had discussed this move with Lena beforehand, and while she feared that she would feel lonely, she held out with the assurance that we would still meet at the university. Perhaps I could try inviting Lena to move over once things calmed down. And would she agree if I did? While pondering all that over, Pochi and I packed our things in my soon-to-be old room. Master, now that I got a good look around, this room barely had anything. Well, yeah, because we crammed all the important stuff into the storeroom. Still surprising that we could fit the rest into just one bag. Turning over a slave trading scene. It's a dangerous bridge to cross, sir. There's no other good way for us now, is there? We're buying them out for the higher price than that they had been sold for initially. But no matter how you spin the words, anyone's still gonna consider it slave trading. Right. Well then, shall we? Yeah. Pochi and I met up with Bruce at the school gate, and together we made our way north, to the Asley agency. No matter how one looked at it, the name had undoubtedly been decided by Pochi. The place was a vacant house located in Beilanea's northern district, slightly apart from the Grand Market, which we had bought with gold from Irene's down payment and some additional funds that Gaston had given us as a prepayment of a sort. It had cost us quite a lot, considering that the building had to be large enough to house all the girls we'll be taking in, as well as boys, if we were to keep our channels open. Using 20 of its rooms, the house probably could fit as many as 120 children. It wasn't much, so we would have to work to increase that number. But what would we do, if we went over the limit? Well, I suppose we'll just think about it when the time comes. With Bruce leading the deal, we had paid off Haruhana, Onatsu, and Ofuyu, and now we were left with approximately 700,000 gold. Basically, it was possible to buy the women and girls off the colorful food district simply by negotiating with their respective establishments. The more beautiful or healthy they were, the higher was their price. But the financial cost was not an issue. If the girls were to refuse our helping hand, then I wouldn't be able to do anything with their situation. In front of the agency, Blazer was decorating the vertical, wooden signboard. The interior had been cleaned up relatively quickly with magic and magecraft, and the basic furniture requirements had already been met. Considering that this was a brickwork building, we had decided to use it as both our base of operations and long-term living quarters. Additionally, the other members of the Silver had agreed to provide us with assistance. Hey, Blazer. Thanks a million for your help. You're finally back. How does it look? Pretty good, huh? It does look very good, indeed. I'll be done with this soon. Betty and Haruhana are inside, cooking lunch, so feel free to stay for the meal, at least. Of course. The first thing inside past the entrance was a small counter-height table. The guest side was set with 1 chair, and the host side set with 2. From what we'd heard, most of the girls couldn't afford to leave the colorful food district's employment on their own. Even if they escaped, they wouldn't be able to feed themselves. Strict preventive measures, I'm certain. Pochi, Bruce, and I were particularly worried by this one aspect, so we had turned to the boss of Kashufujutsu, where Haruhana used to work at, for assistance. The girls of the district would then contact the boss if they needed help, and then the boss would pass the information to us. The system had been planned in a way that it wouldn't have any issue no matter where the boss was. News of our operations would be spread by word of mouth. Our goal for this stage was to slowly seep into the structure of the colorful food district. While all that went on, Betty had started to suspect our activities, and at long last, had shown up to investigate. Brother, don't stand there. You're in the way. Oh. Sorry. As the 3 of us stepped into the dining room, the first room to the right after the entrance, Betty promptly told us to make way as she carried food to the table. Bruce normally wouldn't back down so easily, but lately, he was no match for Betty's authority. Betty had found out about the situation with the girls easily enough, and the first to hear her endless stream of complaints was none other than the guy nailing the signboard outside, Bowser. Bruce and I, practically cross-examined by those 2, had no choice but to confess everything. One thing worth mentioning was that she had found everything out thanks to Bruce's reckless level grinding. Bruce's movements had gotten so much sharper that Betty, who hadn't teamed up with him in a while, had become suspicious. And with that, Blazer and Betty joined up with us. But of course, if I were to be frank, there was not much in it for them when it came to rewards. Chances are, if someone who wished to be a warrior came to the agency, they could be recommended as a new member of the Silver. That, and they could use the place as their base of operations. However, those 2 had offered their assistance to us without any extra thought. That had been another instance that had made me admire how virtuous they were. Lunch is served. The one who called out as she ran up to us, carrying a basket of bread with her, was Onatsu. But now, everyone called her Natsu. She was quite an energetic girl, and the coverall apron she wore suited her perfectly. Coming through. The one who called out as she walked slowly, carrying a bowl of soup, was Ofuyu. Now called Fuyu by everyone, her well-ordered features made her look mature for her age. Excuse me. And last but not least, the one who came carrying a stack of plates was Haruhana. Once she had done away with the powdered face, she had turned out to be 16, just around Lena's age, as I had expected. Since her strong first impression on me had been due to her cosmetics, in truth she had quite a gentle air to her, and was quite charming with hints of her acting more in line with normal girls now. Now, it would be unfair to consider the colorful food district to be synonymous with red light districts, but such an association could never be fixed once the preconception stuck. That attitude made the girls, even ones who had left the district legitimately, more prone to being caught into the business again, or otherwise have difficulties living elsewhere. Take for example Haruhana. Even after becoming a free woman, she would have issues wandering around in town. If she were to be caught by the town security, she would have to go through a bothersome procedure that was quite difficult to be properly let go of. Given enough training, they surely would have the choice to live a normal life and work toward their goals and dreams. Haruhana hasn't decided on anything yet, but it seemed that Natsu wanted to be a mage. As for Fuyu, she was planning to become one of Gaston's specialized office workers. Natsu had pretty good magical aptitude, Fuyu had good memory, and both were quick to get work done. Betty had said that they were quite helpful to her. Given enough time, Haruhana would surely know what she wanted to do with her life. I was quite happy when she had said that until then, she would like to help us out as much as she could. Me, Pochi, Bruce, Blazer, Betty, Haruhana, Natsu, Fuyu, the founding members of the Pochesli agency. We all sat down around the dining table, offered a prayer of gratitude to God, and ate our lunch. This was, in a way, missionary work. Considering that the Devil King's fetal stage hasn't started yet, it wouldn't hurt to try restoring God's powers in the meantime. Which reminds me, I hadn't paid much attention to this before, but it seemed that the majority of the population did pray before meals, to War Demon Emperor Vaz. Although this was a small step forward, Pochi telling me that it was very like me to start things up this way, had made me smile with quite a few mixed feelings. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 48, Compatibility in Special Traits. Like I said, it's just a small target hunt. Regardless of scale, why would you even think to not bring me along? My maximum priority is your safety, sir. I mean, nothing. Pretend you didn't hear that. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything if you stay put for today. Betty, Blazer, and Bruce are all out today, so I need you to keep watch at the office. Then you can just stay inside, master. Wait, you aren't planning to abandon me, are you? Of course not. I wouldn't be able to live without you. My, how flattering. The same goes for me, master. Well, I'm off. Have fun, sir. Life was hard, or so I had thought it would be at first, but my days so far had been quite fulfilling. With Blazer and Betty joining up with us, things in the initial stage had proceeded according to plan. We had already paid off 10 odd girls, with Pochi and Haruhana currently in charge of caring for them. Most of this matter was still kept private, of course, and when it came to general education, we had been able to arrange some capable instructors thanks to Irene's connections. For teaching materials, I could try using the letter edit spell to save on books and paper, and I could teach basic mathematics myself. Additionally, when it came to managing the place, Pochi was more talented than me, as far as I could tell from the few times she had dabbled in it. I'd expected the news spreading within the colorful food district to cause problems at first, but it had worked out quite well, thanks to Duncan at the Adventurers Guild spreading rumors subtly. The content was simple: an A-ranked adventurer was starting up a new, slave trading business. The necessary paperwork had been processed with the Grand Markets Association, and we were already anticipating the need to bribe the town's security. No matter what kind of business it actually was, it would still be considered slave trading by most. So we had to take the appropriate measures to keep it floating. Since we had gone through the proper channels up to now, the colorful food district hadn't had a chance to make their move. This was what I'd intended to do from the start, of course. However, Duncan's rumors had quite a terrific ability to deter their interference. In addition, the Silver's reputation had been on a sharp rise within the Beilanea Adventurers Guild these few months. The trio hadn't been very famous before, since they never had a long-term base of operations, but ever since they'd settled down here, their activities became quite well known even within the Magic University. And the fact that they were in this business helped as well. The townspeople had been disapproving of our undertaking at first, but once they were aware of its true nature, we started to receive anonymous voices of encouragement. We were thankful, of course, but encouragements alone don't put meals on the table. That was why everyone was doing their best and living their lives to the fullest. After the usual banter with Pochi, I went to the guild to search for jobs recommended for rank B. Although I had been promoted to rank A, constantly doing A-ranked requests would have been too taxing on both body and mind. So instead, I had opted for a consistent stream of income by dropping my job difficulty down a rank. Now then, let's see if there's any well-paying job today. As I checked out the bulletin boards, I heard quite a commotion stirring up from further corner of the guild. What was that, you shorty? Try saying it again, I dare you. Yeah, you have some nerve treating us like we're some idiotic nobodies. I certainly can't let that statement pass. I'll have you know that we're from the prestigious Magic University dash. You relying on the university's name is exactly why you're an idiot. Hand over that request to me if you don't want to die out there. Everyone, please calm down dash. The usual 4, and 1 total newcomer. What's going on, Lena? Sir Asley. What? Hornell and Mitters promptly glared at me. Aha, so that's it, they're spending the winter break to party up and go on hunts. Wait, these 4. Really? What are you doing here, Asley? I'm here to take some hunting jobs, Mitters. But that's not important. What's all this commotion about? Well. She's. Lena glanced to her side, pointing with her eyes at quite a self-assertive looking girl. The girl had blue eyes, and wore a unique-looking dark brown wizard hat, which covered most of her blonde hair. Her height was somewhere between Lena and Irene, and she looked androgynous in some respect. If not for the modest bump on her chest, I probably couldn't have told that she was a girl. Her hair wasn't that long, either. Also, the one-piece robe she wore was in the same color as her hat. This girl just came up and said that this hunt is beyond our level, you see. Of course that's gonna annoy us at least a bit. So that's it. Thanks, Idea. Idea hadn't been as hostile toward me lately. Fairly friendly, even. Perhaps Henry, Clarice, and Lena's positive energy were rubbing off on her. And what's wrong with telling the truth? Look, just hand that over to me. What is this odd feeling? This girl is giving off an impression different from other mages, like there's this pressuring air around her. Her voice felt weighty and profound. And her oozing pool of arcane energy. I'll agree that she was rude, but what is this hunt that she's trying to take? This doesn't concern you, Asley. Now, Hornell, I must say that it's not exactly admirable to whip out the Magic University's name like that. If you fail to perform a task in the university's name, wouldn't it look bad on the university's part? Hornell faltered when faced with my mini-lecture. The most he could do now was groan. The girl, on the other hand, whistled as she turned to look at me. Looks like there's actually a reasonable guy around here. I'm Asley. And you're not entirely in the clear, mind you. There's no cutting over the priority of the one who pulled the hunting request off the bulletin. Besides, they wouldn't have taken it if they've evaluated themselves to be unsuitable for the job. You realize that you're sending your school friends to their deaths, right? Are you sure about that? Again with the pressure. Just like when Gaston and Irene confronted me. Perhaps even worse. By the way, I think that one lady does know her own level well enough. She's probably not speaking against it because her teammates are being so pushy, though. Sorry, Lena, but would you mind telling me what it is? Well. Murder tigers, B-ranked. How many? 6 of them. So that's how it is, then. If they were taking a B-rank job, it would have to be Hornell's idea. I'd heard that he was finally promoted not too long ago. And in turn, he would have to be the main shaft for the rest of his team, who were still rank C. He probably thought that, in the worst-case scenario, they would be able to pull through by having Lena call Beilanea out. But the murder tigers, they were carnivorous monsters said to be incarnations of a sacred beast of legends, Heiko the Ashen Tiger. They were a terrible match for mages, and could be more easily taken on by warriors. That was why this girl was trying to stop Lena and her teammates. In which case, I'm sure it'll be fine. What the, are you insane? Sorry for the interruption, Hornell. Go on, and please be careful. Humph. Everyone, let's go. Hornell and Mitters went away, taking the request paper to Duncan, but not before shooting one last glance at me. Idea groaned up her nose and went along, and Lena followed despite having conflicted thoughts, seeming to have gained some determination from my statement. Are you planning to sneak along and rescue them or something? They are not fit to handle the murder tigers, no matter how I try to think otherwise. Even A-ranked mages steer clear of them, you know. Hey, are you even listening to me? Oh, no worries. Those 4 won't even make it to their destination, I assure you. What do you mean? Beilanea's got a scary gatekeeper for the likes of them, you see. Right when I turned to the girl to tell her that, an exclamation came from the group, before Lena even reached them. What do you mean, it's rejected? I already got promoted to rank B the other day dash. Oh, no. What made you think you can take on these scary tigers right after you were promoted, boy? My decisions are absolute, round here come back after you're up to rank S if you want to take this job, alright? Murder tigers are dangerous even for rank A if they're in packs, you know. Duncan, the scary gatekeeper in question, made it loud and clear. With a throaty voice absent of his usual femininity. And then, the adventurers in the guild promptly burst out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's a monster for warriors, after all. How about we go with you instead, Lena? Oohoo, and us ladies going with you boys, Did the university not teach you about monster-type matches or what? Jaya ha ha ha. Hornell's face turned beet red, like water boiling instantaneously, and in a similar manner, Mitters cringed. Lena's expression brightened as she turned around to me. As if she was saying, surely this is also part of my training. Idea, seeing Lena like that, also turned to look at me. As if she was saying, what a troll you are. That reminded me of what I had said to Warren earlier, and it did hurt quite a bit when I connected the dots. Oh ho, looks like the guild staff here know what they're doing. I didn't even need to do anything big. Duncan usually doesn't go that far, mind you. I'm sure he was saying that to teach them to study up on monsters' special traits beforehand. I'm thankful for him for helping out my school friends and student. Student? They're not just your school friends. I used to be an instructor of sorts for that Lena girl, you see. Figures. Oh, sorry, haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Melchi. Feel free to call me just Mel, yeah. Melchi, this girl, with a mysterious air around her, felt as if she possessed some kind of power to change something within me. Especially the arcane energy felt in her captivating blue eyes, made me swallow a lump in my throat. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 49, The Enigmatic Melchi. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Asley. I'll call you Ash, then. Pleasure's mine. Ash? Really? A nickname right off the bat. I don't think she's older than I, and by that, I meant my acknowledged age instead of my true one, of course. Come to think of it, this person. So, looks like those guys bolted out. Calling it a day because they've been humiliated enough. That would be for the best for them. And where are you going? I'm not all that eager to, but I'm going to hunt the murder tigers. Sounds fun. Mind if I tag along? You're welcome to, of course. As I said that, Melchi patted her wizard hat and straightened it up. We went over to Duncan, and then I pointed at Hornell's request paper in his hand, asking to take it instead. May I take that? You will. Pochi isn't here today, is she? Maybe you should wait for one of the silver to come along. I'll be fine. Melchi here has offered to help, and I've already planned some ways to escape if things go south. Alright, I'll leave it to you too, then we don't have an estimate of their numbers in the area, so be extra careful. You probably don't have to worry much, though. Duncan applied the stamp of approval on the request paper and passed it to me. Once we were outside, Melchi leaned her head closer and sparked a conversation. Hey, Ash, why'd you not call me Mel? I said you could call me that, didn't I? I don't feel comfortable doing it, so I'll just call you by your full name for now. I think this kind of thing needs some time. Ma'am. You need time, eh? What the, did her eyes just shine for a second there? Or was it just my imagination? Well, whatever. Let's hurry and hunt those murder tigers, yeah. Yes, of course. According to the sighting reports, the murder tigers were in the forest to the northeast. And of course, we were sure to meet other monsters along the way. 200 meters ahead, 3 dill fighters, and 10 jamming killer bees behind them. Yes, fire. Rise, fire pillar. Ash, earth blast would have been more effective, you know. Ah, alright, then. The dill fighter was a harpoon-wielding crocodile-like creature, and the jamming killer bee was a variation of the killer bee that could disrupt circle drawing with their buzzing, making it a natural enemy of mages. What Melchi had pointed out was that, to deal with killer bees, it would be more effective to use Earth Blast, which attacks with shattered pieces of earth, than Fire Pillars, which only rises up from the ground. And when I considered their evasion rates against both methods, Melchi's suggestion was correct. But she'd been leaving all the fighting up to me so far, what could be going on in that head of hers? Moreover, she could detect monsters from an abnormally long distance. Her ability did mesh well with my tactics, so I won't complain, but it would surely cause coordination issues within normal parties. 170 meters ahead, looks like trouble. Fresh zombie detected. That was a B-ranked monster, a rare variation of the zombie that had turned from a newly dead corpse. It boasted particularly high speed. Normal zombies weren't able to move quickly due to the decay on their bodies, but fresh zombies' corpses were relatively unwounded, after all. Add with zombies already possessing above-average strength, the speed they could achieve was abnormal. It was reasonable for Melchi to consider it a trouble right off the bat. I readied my staff, but Melchi stood in front of me, warming up by spinning her arms. Then she grabbed her neck and moved head around, giving cracking sound as she went. An action totally unfitting for her stature, to the point that she looked a bit scary. You're fighting? Yup. Figured I'd take it down myself. After one last stretch, Melchi poised for action in a low stance. The fresh zombie drew 20 meters closer, and as it caught Melchi in its sight, leapt right to where she was in a single bound. But by then, Melchi had already disappeared from her original position, and as I saw where she was now, she had the fresh zombie's head in her hand. Melchi dropped the head onto the ground, letting it roll to my feet. Who. Nahaha, I'm feeling real flattered here, you know. Melchi, you're a warrior. From your clothes, I took you for a mage. Nuhuhu, you say some strange stuff, yeah, Ash? Whoever said adventurers need to classify as one or the other? Or is that just so, customary because the nation propagates it as fact? People who are battle mages or magic sword fighters are gonna insist otherwise, though. NGH. Well, I suppose that's reasonable. Now that I thought about it, didn't the mage or warrior classification work this way just because it has traditionally been this way? As seen with my appraisal magic, mage also served as a part of other titles. And there wasn't even a standalone warrior title. Although I had grown up in a lower class for 10-odd years, the customary assumption had definitely existed. Oh, I see, ruling over the way of thinking of the populace by manipulating customs, huh? In which case, would that mean anyone could be a battle mage if they wanted to, for instance? Well, not quite, I think. Did Melchi mean to say that the way people used the classification was incorrect in itself, but then again, what was Melchi's opinion regarding this matter, even? Oh ho, so you're not bound by the contract of the black and white chain after all, what with you showing acceptance toward what I said. For a Magic University student, you're quite an interesting fellow, Ash. Strange, there shouldn't have been any clause on the contract that concerned the subject Melchi and I had been conversing about. I wasn't bound by its terms, sure, but considering her reaction to my answer, did it mean that she knew what the extreme sections of the contract were? Seriously, this person, who in the world is she? I activated my appraisal glasses, and was utterly shocked by the information that appeared before my eyes. Wah. Name, Melchi. Titles. LV. HP. MP. EXP. Special skills. I couldn't read any of her statistics. Panicking, I tried using it again to look at my own page. Still works fine on yourself, right? I gulped down a lump in my throat. As Melchi had stated, I had been able to look at my own statistics just fine. However, I knew for certain that Melchi had noticed the invisibility coating of my appraisal glasses, and had even read the timing of its invocation. Or rather, it may be more correct to say that she had seen through it. Are you, Dash? Now, let's leave that talk for later, Ash. Priority on hunting the murder tigers, right? Don't worry, I won't bail on you. Right. She had me totally rounded up, or perhaps not, but either way, it was true that we ought to prioritize the murder tigers. I had a reason to hurry. Alina. Bring out Ballad. Why yes. That's right, because I had to rescue them. Rise, arise, arise. House. Hornell and Lena stuck together, battling their enemies from a distance, with Idea and Mitters holding the front line. There were 5 of the Ashen Murder Tigers. Their combat prowess were considered higher than rank A when they fight in packs. Is that, a ballad dragon? So that's it, the rich boy might have felt confident that they would win with her on their side. Well, no, I dare say Ballad is going to, dash. The image of Lena trying to command Ballad was reflected in our eyes as we ran up to her team. Wuxia, wait for me, wait for me. So uncivilized. The dragons chasing the enemy down all right, but just one of them. Who would have thought it's not old enough to read the flow of battle? Ballad's combat strength may be menacing, but she could only chase down one of the murder tigers due to their swiftness. It would be another story if there were walls to restrict their movement, but since she hasn't gotten used to fighting on the front line, just one was the best she could do now. 4 versus 4. A B ranker and 3 C rankers on one side and 4 murder tigers on the other side. And with the latter being difficult for mages to deal with, simple calculations indicate certain defeat of the former. Hype up. I'll make an opening. Fire. I'll take one down. Ha, what an amazing girl. Is she seriously following right behind the accelerated fire shot just like that? Perhaps the range was too great, as the murder tigers dodged the fire easily enough, letting it hit the ground instead. Reacting to the impact, Hornell turned around. Asley. And of course, Hornell saw only me. Right as the flame died out, Melchi delivered an intense kick from the sky to the crown of the head of the frontmost murder tiger, so swiftly that no one had seen her coming. The kick smashed the monster's head, the breaking sound calling everyone's attention to the girl who gently hopped down from the murder tiger's skull. All right, I've filled my quota. It's up to you now, yeah, Ash. Wait for me, dash, and that murder tiger is looking quite pitiable, in a way. Balad, the one so innocently chasing it around, was also a kind of monster, after all. Mitters, defense augment on yourself. What? Idea, quickening on Mitters. I know. Hornell, follow idea. Coup dash. Lena, support everyone accordingly. Yes, sir. I'd made the right choice to order Mitters first, as I had expected him to be the slowest to respond. He made his move after Idea's response to me. As for Hornell, I reckon he'd followed me so easily only because he'd been taken by surprise. This should do it. Guard up. We're counting on you, Mitters. Speed up. Idea, get down. Regeneration. And here. Mitters, regeneration. Good, Lena. Hornell, stall and make them focus on Mitters. Idea, quickening on Balad. Don't make light of me. Fire wall. Hornell's decision was quick and effective, as expected of him. Walls of fire instantly propped up on both of Mitters' sides. This will make attacks on Mitters more focused. Mitters, focus on only your front. Coup, ha. Da. Idea, don't let them over the fire walls. Speed up. You're such a slave driver, you know that. Idea, I'll take the left. Hornell, watch everyone's injuries dash. I know. Damn it. Alright, now everything is coming into shape. Putting Balad in Mitters' role would have been optimal, but... Wuxia dash. I caught it, Master Lena, looks like she still has much to learn. Alright, it's done. Enemy trap. Gravity stop. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 50, The Human Called Melchi. The Human Called Asley. With all the murder tigers within the range of my spell, having them group up before the fire walls, I unleashed Gravity Stop, the same spell that I had used against the Laughing Fox's bandits. Signaled by a brief sound cue, blue and red lights wrapped around us and the monsters, respectively. The very next instant, the murder tigers' bodies were pulled down by intensified gravity. What? That's amazing, Sir Asley. Heh, interesting spells you've got there. Which reminds me, I don't think I'd ever shown this to Lena. And from Melchi's reaction, I would assume this was new for her, too. Whoops, no time to mess around now. Now, wipe them out. Why yeah. You got it. Thunderbolt. Hornell chose his moves well, firing off a lightning spell right off the bat. It was apparent that he naturally possessed high leadership qualities. After that opening, it took no time at all to sweep the rest down. Mitters and Idea finished off the murder tigers that had been weakened by Hornell's thunderbolt. Balad twisted her murder tiger's neck as if wringing water off a dust cloth, then came back to us with a smile on her face. As expected, Lena pulled a wry smile in response to that. Bloody hell, that was scary. Heh, we did it. Gah. Really saved our hides there, Asley. You knew that we would be coming here ourselves anyway, right? I'd anticipated that you would pull something like this right when you'd been refused by Duncan, after all. Nah, just some random hunch, really. Thank you for saving us, Sir Asley. You're welcome. You showed some pretty good moves there, Lena. Master Asley, do you want this? No, I'd rather you not throw the monster's remains at me like it was some doll. Thanks, but I don't want it. Yes, sire. Now then, looks like their vigilance was quite slack. Although I wouldn't quite consider the clash back there to be enough to take 8 of a cat's 9 lives, I suppose they hadn't had many chances to go against such formidable foes. Are you just gonna keep quiet, Ash? No, that would be dangerous. Do you sense anything? 90 meters to the south. I sense some sort of disaster there. I see, best not to rush in, then. While Melchi and I talked, Hornell interrupted us, our exchange perhaps rubbing him the wrong way. What are you talking about, Asley? What's dangerous? Doesn't seem to be the case. I suppose it was more of a simple curiosity and a little vigilance. Ha ha ha, did you even accept the hunt with the intention to complete it? Shouldn't we count the number of murder tigers we've taken down? Yeah, what she said. So, the target number is 6, hope you remembered that. Wah, that's right. I completely forgot. Yeah, that's it, goes to show how y'all are still inexperienced. The fact that you're not fully vigilant when out of town is a problem in itself. Everyone frowned in response to what Melchi had pointed out. Although being rank B would put one among the higher-end adventurers, one's age and maturity were also important factors. Goes to show how important social studies can be. Then again, Hornell seemed to have high enough capacity for adaptation, so he'll soon be able to fight on the front lines, I guess. Asley. What is it, Hornell? Well, I've brought Lena along into a dangerous situation, so. Sorry. And thank you. What a surprise. He'd emotionally matured, more or less. It was only expected for him to apologize, what with me being Lena's guardian of sorts, but he made sure to express his thanks toward me personally as well. He did turn away immediately as he was done talking, though, I couldn't help but crack a smile. And Lena, observing us from a distance, was smiling quite delightfully. So unfair. Let's be on our way, then. But as I said that, a small silhouette approached us from high on the sky. Isn't that Hawk? Sent on an errand by Irene, perhaps. Oh, there you are, maggots. I've got a message from Big Sis. Listen up. The sparrow's throaty voice rang in my head, sending harsh berating words at the party of 4 behind me. You 4 are in for a week of detention, damned fools. Oh, she didn't say, damned fools, by the way. Think of it as me spicing it up. There, one message down. And next, you. What is it? There's trouble at the colorful food district. Be extra careful next time you're looking to buy off a girl. Damned fool. Trouble. All right, please tell her I got the message. You got it. Later, maggots. As always, such a noisy sparrow, this one. Now then, trouble in the colorful food district, what's that supposed to mean? Did Irene catch wind of some shady stuff? I'll have to look into that later. I first sent Hornell's group on their way back to the town and then went with Melchi to finish the last murder tiger of our quota. Remembering Duncan's tip that the number of the murder tigers was uncertain, we searched the area for a while longer, but we didn't come across any more of them. On our way back, I bothered Melchi with the same question that I had asked a while ago. Melchi. Who are you, really? Right, guess we can talk now, with the others already gone and all. But in exchange, I'll also have you answer my questions, yeah? We have a deal, Ash. As much as I can, yes. Nuhu, it's fine now, let's start with my identity. I'm an infiltrator of sorts, sent by a faction not affiliated with the nation, that's right, a spy. Looks too open for a spy to me, though. Well, I'm not necessarily hostile, you know my main task is to investigate the object space transference magic that had recently been developed in Beilanea. I'm technically still in training like that rich boy and his pals, but got sent here by my mentor's order, you see. It's hard to imagine a mentor of someone this strong. I mean, Melchi here might even be on the level of the 6 archmages, I dare say. And so, since it's close to the royal capital, I went to Beilanea to catch myself some skilled individuals at the guild, and that's when you got roped into my business. Went there because I heard the spell's creator frequents the place, you know, the Irene lady. But looks like I ended up hitting the right target. The right target? Looks like you're the subject I'm supposed to investigate, Ash. That being a hermit candidate with eternal life, you know. That sent chills running down my spine. Melchi's blue eyes flared up, wriggling and flickering as she stared at me, as if looking to squeeze my heart out. Seeming to have understood something from my title, Melchi shot me quite an innocent-looking grin. Her gaze was neither weighty nor aggressive, but those eyes saw through everything, revealing to her all my true properties. Could it be? The evil eyes. Correct, but to be precise, artificial evil eyes. Got them transplanted after my eyes got taken off. Boy, my mentor sure was pissed at me back then. I can't even imagine how sophisticated her nervous system is. Those appraisal glasses of yours are good and all, but they got nothing on activating the evil eyes with information disclosure magecraft. Oh, and the statistics sheet you saw for me was made with a temporary information blockade magecraft, by the way. You can use magecraft, very ancient ones, at that, so you were with a dark elf? Yup, I'm human, but my mentor is a dark elf. My mentor's super awesome, you know. Called Philosopher of the Far East, and all that, now in hiding for some reason or other, though. A philosopher. Which means you're. Nuhu, that's right, I'm a philosopher's pupil. Ahem. Melchi openly boasted about what she was proud of, as appropriate for her apparent age, but this girl had presented me an outrageous piece of information. Philosopher of the Far East. I've heard of that name before. But not recently, not this time period, for that matter. They were random rumors from around 4,000 years ago, long before I had even met Pochi. Of an individual who had transcended everything. All right, got all the pieces together now. Then that's enough talking for me. Gotta honor your end of the deal, yeah, Ash? You're the one who created the fixed position type teleportation spell, right? I really don't think someone like Irene can make it that far, you see. But a hermit candidate might just pull it off, right? Hee hee. Looks like there's no use in hiding it. Nuhu, just take that as me wanting to confirm my suspicion. Oh, but if I'm wrong, make sure to point it out, all right? So you, who lived for such a long time, now want to investigate something that concerns the structure of this world, in other words, the nation, right? Good, that's the expression I'm looking for. Your face is doing all the answering quite well. Which reminds me, you seem to be the talk of the town lately. Dawned on me when I heard that talk about the colorful food district. You've got good intentions, but it's a bit disappointing. You realize that the seams will start to show up no time, right? What do you mean? Don't underestimate humans, that's what I mean, this is getting creepy. I should hurry and head back. Now then, seeing that you're in such a hurry, I'll ask you one last question. I'm genuinely curious about this. Not a suspicion or anything like that, I assure you. Ash, why did you enroll in the Magic University? Even if went to the royal capital, you would still have had many other ways to gather information, right? So why? I don't know. That's one easy way to answer it. That, or you could have claimed it was for Lena's sake. You could have excused yourself after getting Lena in, but you didn't. That's it, it was because you wanted to get in. I wanted to get in. You wanted to put your power to the test. To reassure yourself of your position by comparing it with others. To be treated nicely by Lena and serve her as a reliable figure to lean on. And no. Oh, but yes. It's all deducted objectively and analyzed from your personality. Would you deny any of those? You wouldn't, right? What do you even know about me? Ha ha ha, I don't need to know anything about you, Ash. It's always the results that give out the answers. Just think, what are the things that have occurred around you as results of your actions? That rich boy, Hornell, was he? What do you think is the reason he's so jealous of you? It's because he feels he's being compared to you. The boy's self-importance did that to him, of course. But the issue doesn't lie in the process. Like I said before, you are formed by the results around you. All I did was derive my answers from them. What are you even trying to tell me? Nothing. It just seemed like you were suffering, so I just took it upon myself to speak for you. Speak for me. Ash, you once thought of yourself as not human. Not for long, but the feeling was real, and strong. True. Back at Faltown, I had felt that I was devoid of emotion. Right, that was it. But don't worry. There are many people like that, it's in human nature. All that stuff I said earlier were results that can only be formed into humans, too. That was what I'd always wanted. That's right, no matter how long you live, you'll always be human. It's an undeniable truth, a fact established right when you were born into the world. For someone to tell me that I'm human. Yeah. Well, would you look at that, you do shed tears, after all. Yeah. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 51, The Suspect. Pochi. Listen and be amazed. They're finally out. Bah, again with that, master. They'll be out every morning if you fix your eating habits and exercise more, sir. It's because I'm human that I'm annoyed at Pochi's nose-blocking gesture, I'm sure. Not that. They're finally back out. My tears. They come naturally when you yawn, sir. And me wanting to punish Pochi for not understanding why I'm so emotional, it's a human impulse to fulfill one's emotional desires, I'm sure. Damn you, damn you, damn you, dash. What dash? What's this all of a, aha, aha ha 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 ha. Stop, master. Humans tend to feel irritated when they can't properly convey their emotions, there. Ha, ha, ha. Did something happen, master? Ha. Nothing, really. You're looking quite refreshed for having nothing happen to you, though. Ha 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 ha, it's been piling up on me for so long, that's why. Ha. Oh, did you get the message from Miss Irene, sir? Yup, that's why I hurried back. And looks like everyone's already here, so go call them to the dining room. Understood. Sending Pochi out of the room first, I then took my staff and stood up. Rise, arise, arise, arise dash. Pochiously Agency Dining Room. Nighttime, 17:30. Haruhana, Natsu, and Fuyu had already started cooking dinner in the kitchen. As per the request I had Pochi passed to them, the silver trio gathered in the dining room. Sorry for calling this late. I assume you've already heard from Pochi about Miss Irene's message. How does it look, everyone? Nothing out of the ordinary for me, but looks like Blazer saw something happen. Is that true, Blazer? Yeah. I stopped by the district on my way back, and saw that security was excessively tight. Especially around Kancho Fujetsu, no less. Didn't see anything strange with the shopkeeper and the girls, but from the mood of the place, I think we ought to stay away for a while. What do you mean, the mood? Betty asked, and Blazer continued in quite a heavy tone. The shopkeeper made eye contact with me, and if I'm interpreting that look right, it was suggesting that I'd run away. Run away, in what sense? From that physical location, or not, from this place. That's quite worrying. Haruhana, Natsu, and Fuyu wouldn't just run away and leave the other girls back there. Gotta figure out what's the deal with all this. Betty. What's up? It's still unclear why any of this is happening, but we ought to not forget about the Kancho Fujetsu boss. I propose that we take some steps back for the time being. Please leave a portion of our business funds and move away from here. The plan is to put you in charge of the rest, so to speak. Got it. We'll look into hiding ourselves in one of inns in the town. But what about Haruhana and the girls, man? If the security really is taking action, we wouldn't be able to move around in large groups, right? Haruhana, we need to borrow you for a bit. I called for Haruhana, and she promptly rushed to us, her dress fluttering about. She must have realized immediately that this was an urgent matter. What is it? This is important, so listen carefully to what I'll be telling you, all right? Yes, I understand. All right, then. Here you are, Bruce. I passed a roll of parchment to Bruce. Gotcha. And what are you gonna do, Asley? Pochi and I will be waiting to see how things go. We're technically the owners of this place, after all. Yes, I am. You do remember that I couldn't sign the registration documents with a familiar's name, right, Pochi? Didn't change the fact that Pochi had done various things around the agency, of course. That was precisely why, after quite an extensive dispute, the agency's name had been finalized as such. Got it, man. Don't push yourselves too hard. Be careful, all right? Now, it's about time we went on our way. Take care. After seeing the silver trio and the girls off, Pochi and I sat ourselves down in the chairs of the first floor counter. The clock will soon strike 19. It's already dark outside, and the direction of the clouds suggests that it'll be raining. Thinking about it now, today had been quite hectic. Mediating the argument Lena's group got into, then helping her out together with Melchi, and then being given a helping hand by a philosopher's pupil that I had just met. I gently petted Pochi's head while I pondered things over, up until the moment I heard thunder in the distance. This very moment a knock came through the door, though the business for the day was already closed. This is Strug, security officer. Open up. Pochi. Right away, sir. Pochi got up and headed for the door. She skillfully unbolted the door and turned the knob. The door was swung open with so much force that it seemed like trying to knock Pochi away. Several guards rushed in immediately. They closed off all the exits of the building, and 3 of them surrounded me. Moreover, they pointed their spears at both me and Pochi. What are you doing? I've got no business with a familiar. You're Asley, right? Yes, what is it? Human trafficker Asley. We're arresting you on charges of using counterfeit currency in multiple human transactions. Come along now, so that's how it goes. Establishments of the colorful food district, having run out of claims to deter our operations, have banded together to try and destroy me. Not an honorable method by any means, but certainly a method those of the legally vague businesses would employ. My master did no such thing. The most he would do is draw a labyrinth map with his saliva. That later detail was unnecessary. Behave yourselves, for your own safety, yes. This stern man called Strug, notable for his hefty full beard that went all the way to his sideburns, raised his chin as a gesture to his subordinates, and they poked the base of Pochi's neck with their spears. Pochi ruined the moment, in more ways than one, with her suggestive whine upon contact with the spear's tips, perhaps since they were cold to the touch. And this man. I must have bribed him some time ago. Despite that, he still came to arrest me, which would mean the bunch at the district must have paid him an even higher amount. Goes to show how much difference financial muscles can make, I suppose. Ah, that's not fun at all. Pochi, looks like we'll be better off not resisting and go along. So what will happen to her? Nothing. Our only order was to arrest you. Hey, take him away. My staff taken from me, I was then pushed outside while surrounded by several guards, right as the rain started pouring down. The townspeople, in quite an uproar, gathered around outside. Among them was Irene, and I could see Bruce and Blazer in the distance, too. "Oh, come on, Irene. No need to look at me with so much worry, yeah. I'm leaving Pochi in your hands, ma'am." "Ah, now she's making a face of disagreement." "Master." I heard my familiar's call from behind me as I was taken away. As the crowd's outcry flooded over me, I grew more and more irritated at the guards' overbearing grips on my arms. And so I was brought to the garrison. Every town's security forces, no matter where, had been dispatched directly from the nation. That sounded like it would work well enough in theory, but I wouldn't consider it feasible in practice. The security officers here carried out criminal acts with a straight face, a fact that the townspeople had long caught on to. Some decent ones could be found among them, of course, but I had heard quite often that it was not the case for the great majority. My likely hypothesis was that those who had taken up employment as town security were those who had failed to move up the hierarchy of the nation. Not stronger than the average soldier, yet possessing worse character than the average bandit. Quite a troubling notion indeed, but since things were done in accordance with orders from the higher-ups, it seemed that the nation did know what it was doing, at least to some extent. Limiting the scope to just Beilanea, there were still the magic and warrior universities here, along with at least some of the 6 archmages. Most guards wouldn't want to be involved in any big incident, so not many of them would carry out criminal acts in the open, too. Moreover, the adventurers here were quite reliable. Afterwards, they cuffed my hands and transferred me to an imprisonment camp in Beilanea's eastern district. The place had been allocated for especially powerful criminals. The perimeter walls were quite bulky and tall. And as I considered my chances of forcing my way through, I discovered that the cell bars were composed of special alloy. I don't think even S-ranked warriors can bust through those. But of course, mages weren't without possible methods of escape. Magic could be used to transmute the alloys or dig holes in the earth, and I could even make keys from the soil if I wanted to. Which was all the more reason for them to put these handcuffs on me. They were a type of artifacts that applied special spell circles to the arms they restrained. They suppressed the flow of arcane energy, making it quite inconvenient for me to invoke spells. Get in there. The room had a rocky structure and was cold as all hell. They probably knew that I was A-ranked, so this was lighter security than I had expected, but at the same time, they totally knew that I was a mage. Chances are, considering my physical strength, they thought I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Containing not even a chair, the room only had a crude bed and a blanket. No windows either, so the only source of light around was the fire at the end of the corridor, at which I could sense constant human presence. Things probably would still be fine even if the jailer loafed around while on duty. But the first and foremost issue I had was... Excuse me. What? When is food served? You thought you're getting any? Wait, so he'd been paid to kill me off as well. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 52, A Night in Beilanea. Beilanea Magic University, Headmaster's Office. The time of the day was now approaching 21 o'clock. Irene, with Trace following right behind her, paid a visit to Tangelin's office. She had a perfectly calm expression on her face, the kind one would have when they were far beyond raging. It appeared that Trace was not stopping her either. What's the meaning of this? Why'd Asley have to be arrested? Really, fake money. Do you have any evidence of that? As one would expect, she was absolutely furious. The evidence can be prepared as needed. The issue is that there was an affected party, and that affected party has built a case against Asley. Who even is this affected party you're referring to? The transactions were done through the head of Kashufujutsu, so there can't possibly be any damage. It is always possible that this affected party is a fabrication. Should you not realize that much, Irene? The security would do anything, given they are paid enough. Moreover, you do not have the financial means to help Asley. What do you, mean by me? Shouldn't he be released easily enough with the Magic University's cooperation? Irene approached Tangolin, striking heavily on the headmaster's desk. However, even the pressure from her authority as one of the 6 archmages was staved off by Tangolin as he returned the threat with a cold stare. I know you are one of the 6 archmages, but do you realize who you are acting up against, Irene? The Magic University has no intention to defend Asley. We cannot afford Beilanea's authority to be disturbed here. If you wish to help him, then you are on your own. Asley is an excellent student. Isn't the Magic University supposed to get someone like him released? Otherwise, it'll be a loss of valuable personnel for the nation. If you had such foresight, then how did you not see this incident coming? Why you dash? Miss Irene, please refrain from taking excessive action. Trace interjected, pulling Irene away by the back of her shirt. Irene promptly stopped as she was warned, but her face still suggested that she would totally chew Tangolin down at the first opportunity presented. Tangolin kept his cold stare all the way through and proceeded to end the conversation. Depending on the decision on his charges, Asley may be subject to expulsion from the Magic University. I am a busy man, so I will have to excuse myself here. Saying just that to Irene while turning away, Tangolin left his office without uttering another word. Irene now cast her eyes down, albeit keeping the same sharp glare as she had before. Her shoulders started to tremble little by little, her back weighed down by justified yet unresolvable resentment. The next moment, Trace was startled by an impact so powerful that it quashed her intended words of concern to Irene. The shock had prompted Trace to shut one eye, with her other reflecting the image of a fist slamming violently on Tangolin's desk like a mass of pure indignation. Miss Irene. Ha ha ha. Beilanea Adventurers Guild. They're right there. No, they're not. Meanwhile, Duncan stood in his usual spot behind the guild's counter, and was currently in an argument with Strug, who stood opposite of him. Again, they're right there. Those girls had been paid off with counterfeit currency. Therefore, they must be returned to where they originally were. Strug yelled while he pointed at a frightened group of girls within the guild. However, so as to protect the girls, Haruhana, Natsu, and Fuyu stood between them with no intention to budge from their place. And standing around as if to completely encircle them were the guild's adventurers, including Blazer, Bruce, and Betty. What are you talking about? You know that those girls just completed their registration as rank F adventurers, right? Girls from the colorful food district wouldn't even think to come here, you know. Now you're just being arbitrary, ngh-. Even though it was just for a brief moment, Strug had definitely felt bloodthirst directed at him. On top of that, it was from none other than the lady in front of him, the bearded one who had been casually arguing with him. Moreover, he was feeling quite heavily pressured by the surrounding people, all of them, not just Blazer's crew. Dwarfed down in an instant, Strug could not bring himself to say anything as Duncan proceeded to threaten him. Lay your hands on one of our adventurers, and you have at it with all of us. Are you sure? Duncan leaned forward and stooped down, reaching to slap Strug's shoulders and whisper into his ear. Clean your act and come again, boy. The statement, filled with murderous intent, prompted Strug to immediately rush out of the guild. As Strug cursed at his subordinates on standby outside, the guild's interior flared up with a magnificent wave of laughter. Ha ha ha. We better not see you again, numbskull. Keep yourself away from the guild from now on, bird brain. Ha, would you look at that? Even your insults are similar, goes to show how close you two are as siblings. In response to Blazer's comment, Bruce and Betty turned to look at each other. Both blushed faintly as their eyes met, prompting them to turn away from each other out of embarrassment. Observing those two, Haruhana chuckled, and then Natsu and Fuyu hold their stomachs as they burst out in laughter. Ah, so scary. Ahahaha. Hoo, that was quite a nerve-wracking experience. Yes, I never thought I would ever get to become an adventurer. The three heaved a sigh of relief and sat down in the seats nearest to them. Seeing that, Duncan smiled, and the group of frightened girls behind him rushed to Haruhana's side. "You were so cool, big sis Hana. Is everything all right now?" Their little hands patted Haruhana's back and shook her hands. Unfamiliar to such sensations, Haruhana was bewildered, but Bruce patted her shoulder and smiled for her. "You did great." With that one statement, Haruhana stopped shivering and looked at all the girls. "Yes, everything is all right." The girls' expressions brightened up, and the surrounding adventurers showered Haruhana, or rather, everyone, with praise. "Ha ha ha, you sure showed him, girl. That Strug guy's face is gonna be our laughingstock for a while." "Jaya haha. That's no good, Duncan. Chances are these kids were more scared of you, yeah. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, it's only normal for a lady to deal with things calmly, right? Ha 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 ha." Perhaps seeing that all was fine now, Bruce only told Blazer and Betty that he was going out, and promptly left the guild building. In one hand, he held the roll of parchment that Asley had left in his care. Beilanea Magic University, Women's Dormitory. Lena, having been informed of the incident by Irene, sat in her room with quite a worried expression on her face, her hands folded together as if in prayer. The precipitation intensified by the minute, the raindrops striking the window with increasingly greater force. Then she heard something coming from a distance. Lena slowly approached the window, focusing her ears on the sound from beyond the ceaseless downpour. Visibility was limited, but she was sure that she had heard some sort of howling. This voice. Pochi. Lena battled the wind to force the window open, and was then able to discern the direction of Pochi's voice as she approached the Magic University. She looked in that direction, into the dark and hazy landscape, and made out a silhouette riding on the back of the gigantified Pochi. Sir Asley. Or so she thought, before the figure was revealed to be someone else not even a moment later. "Isn't that Bruce?" Pochi, soaked in rain, leapt onto the top of the Magic University's wall in a single bound, followed by a jump down from there to Lena's window. On the way down, Bruce passed the roll of parchment in his possession to Lena, only telling her that, "It's from Asley." Ah! Pochi landed on the lawn of the women's dormitory, and Bruce looked up at Lena for a short moment, and then they jumped away, disappearing into the dark night. Lena looked in that direction as if to send them off, then proceeded to unwrap the slightly damp roll of parchment. However. It's blank. Without an idea of its significance nor intention, Lena was at a loss for what to do next and could only grasp it tightly, feeling the lingering temperature of its previous holder, as she gazed up the eastern Beilanean sky. Sir Asley. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 53, with a firm decision in mind. At any rate, this has turned out to be quite troublesome. I thought I could take my time to figure things out, but with me not getting any food that was not the case. I know I can't do anything about them now, but those bastards at the district. I'm gonna make them pay. I've got no water of any kind, either. All the place gave me was a hole of a toilet. I'd never known that prisoners were receiving such an awful treatment. Me being more or less human, I can't live with this. No, I'm human. I'll have to do whatever I can to get myself out of here. Sure, I could have escaped my capture in the first place, but doing would have spread the damage to the people around me. That was the one thing I'd resolved to absolutely avoid. Without my staff, and with the power of these cuffs, it was impossible for me to draw circles. I couldn't even draw them on the floor, what with it being so rocky. In which case. HNG-. A bit too classic for my tastes, but let's draw it with my blood. I slipped my boots off and used my teeth to tear off the nail of my thumb toe, then proceeded to draw a craft circle. Pain ran up my leg with each stroke of my toe on the ground, but for adventurers, such pains were not much more than scratches. Regardless, they do hurt, so I'll have to heal up later. In fact, I'll prioritize that over petting Pochi's head. Yeah. And of course, this craft circle was not designed to invoke its magecraft by itself. Be it magic or magecraft, their circles required an input of arcane energy to activate. Besides, if circles could do that, any prisoner with an understanding of magic would have been able to bust their way out. That's why. Ow, alright, absorb arcane energy. The alchemy implies that one could transfer arcane energy into an object, thereby turning it into an artifact. On the other hand, the fundamental rule of magic states that all magic contains arcane energy. Then, by using these iron cuffs as an arcane energy catalyst, I could invoke the magecraft, and the latter, in turn, would absorb arcane energy from the cuffs. And with that, all that was left, was a normal pair of iron handcuffs. Now that I could draw circles on the air with my fingers, I was left with just two more things to work on here. First, to work with the craft circle that I'd drawn with my blood, and then, use the storeroom. Cautiously agency, Asley's room. Phew, escape successful. First things first, I lit up the room with a light source spell. Then I sat myself down on the bed and started healing up my poor, still bleeding thumb-toe. I've been waiting for you, master. Why do you look like that, sir? Dash. Oh, sorry. Didn't think you'd be here. Why are you naked? Hurry and get dressed this instant, sir. All right, fine. I think it's in here. Rise, storeroom. Yeah, should still have it, dash. I took out a certain set of clothes from the storeroom, and got changed right in front of Pochi as she closed her eyes with her paws. Here, how does it look? Wow, now that's the vestment I'm most used to seeing. Wait, you still haven't gotten rid of it, sir. Hey, the more spares I have, the better. It's been fixed up so many times that I don't even remember its original design anymore, but it's still impressive that you've kept it around for more than 500 years, sir. Ha, I know, right? I had always worn it back when we were living in that cleared dungeon, and also when we left and ended up at Faltown, where we met Ryan, Reed, Mana, Tifa, Reyna, Lena, and so many others. During the 2 years I had spent with them, I had always worn this vestment, and now, I just brought it back out of the closet. That felt somewhat emotionally moving, but reality dictated that I had no time to dwell on it. Oh ho, managed to get yourself out, eh? Who's there? Having kept vigilant, Pochi shifted her attention to the room's door as soon as she heard the unfamiliar voice, but there was no one there. Melchi, stop trolling around. Could you please keep this short and just come out? No, sorry, I wanted to see more of this lil girl's personality, that's all. Melchi said as she revealed herself in a movement that seemed as if she was slipping out of a shadow. ISAS, that transparent form magic. Even my master hasn't completed its implementation yet. She sure has a lot of faith in you, Ash. Melchi grinned as she cracked a teasing-like joke, and Pochi, embarrassed, shouted back at her. That's not true. It's just a bit. That. What's that? And no, this isn't transparent form, it's a spell that forces a merging of my physical form with shadows. Can't be used unless it's night or in super dark places, though. I believe this is our first time meeting, Pochi. I'm Melchi, a pleasure to meet you. Yes. The pleasure is all mine. So how'd you escape, anyway? You couldn't have just busted those cuffs straight off, right, Ash? So you see Dash. I explained everything up until now to Melchi, starting from when I had been arrested and how I used absorb arcane energy, and she seemed so surprised that her jaw figuratively dropped to the ground. That does make it quite simple to unlock, yeah. Nice idea you got there. And how did you get back here, master? With teleportation. I had one set up in here beforehand. Distance isn't an issue since the teleportation here can be invoked from all the way there, too. Wait, Ash, wouldn't that leave traces of the spell in the cell for them to detect? I've included a formula to make that spell circle disappear after a certain amount of time. Getting them to work together is pretty hard, but definitely doable. By now, you won't be able to come and go through the circles. Oh, I should erase this one, too. I see, another formula, eh. Boy, that's interesting. A different breed of interesting from my mentor, no less. Melchi said as I had my back to Melchi, keeping myself busy dismantling the teleportation spell circle in the room. Which reminds me, how old is she? Her manner of speaking sometimes sounded very old, and sometimes very young, so I couldn't really tell. Still, wouldn't it be dangerous to stay here, what with them noticing that you're no longer there, Master? No, I'm already dead. Ah. Master, you're fading away. That's not what I mean, you idiot. Some of her jokes were unexpectedly funny, not gonna lie. So, what did you mean, you're already dead? I've used a calcium formula to craft a skeleton exactly my size and left it there. Ah, so that's why you were naked. Wah, naked. In an unexpected turn of events, Melchi immediately turned red. Now that's amazing, she's like a boiled octopus. Maybe I'll have her help me with my research on blood circulation next time. Ah, yes, naked, such a romantic word of power. Bare naked. Bare, naked. Her imagination is running wild. So she's weak against this kind of stuff, huh? Gotta remember that for future reference. Anyway, Master. Don't you think a skeleton would be even more suspicious? Yeah, it would, so after I got the cuffs off, I reworked the Absorb Arcane Energies craft circle into an acidic attack spell circle. Deliberately made it look like a mistake. And then what, sir? Pochi asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's quite a mysterious phenomenon, her actually listening when I'm talking about something serious. Well, I would have preferred that she acted appropriately for every situation, though. Master? So it would seem like I was trying to melt the iron cuffs but messed the casting up, resulting in a spontaneous discharge. And without the means to evade the spell, the guy called Asley died. It's a reasonable conclusion that mages would arrive at when they go to investigate my death. The cuffs were left with the skeleton, and I've restored the cuffs' original power, too, it'll be fine. But if you were cuffed, then how would you explain how you cast the acid magic? Oh, crap. I can't say that it's magecraft either. What should I do, Pochi? Oh, for the love of. Why do you always have to overlook some small but crucial detail, sir? I don't want to hear that especially from you, but we'll just end up with non-stop back and forth if I talk back, so I'll keep quiet for now. How about we ask Sir Billy for help? Oh, yeah. Him doing the autopsy wouldn't raise any suspicion, and he'd have no problem getting to do it himself if he offered to. He's gonna give me sweets, too. That's got nothing to do with this. People who give out sweets can't possibly be evil, well, most of them. Sir Gaston and Miss Irene are good people, too. I see. That's a pretty fun way to keep your statistics. Maybe I'll do a research about that sometime later. Bare, naked. And looks like Melchi's finally come back to life. So, Ash, what did you mean, you're already dead? Come on, don't make me talk through all that again. Alright, the request went through to Sir Billy. And so, what will you do from now on, sir? It'll be hard to stay hidden in this town, and I'm quite intrigued by what Melchi said earlier. Nuhuhu, so how about you come over to my mentor's place, Ash? You might find help there, and I can train myself up some more, too, not to mention it'll be easier for us if we have our investigation subject close by. Going to meet the philosopher of the Far East, huh? That sounded quite interesting, sure, but I also have some things I would like to investigate myself, and most importantly. Lena, sir. Yeah. The colorful food district, 2-. Hey, no need to worry about that, Asley. The familiar voice came from the darkness beyond the light source spell's reach, as if to cut in between my words of worry. Bruce. Sorry, didn't know you were there. Ever since we'd ended up living all together, I'd eventually gotten used to talking with the Silver informally. And of course, the one among them I had gotten used to the fastest was Bruce. It's because of my crazy request back then that made all this happen, anyway. Betty and Blazer are still in on this, so you don't need to worry about things over here. I wouldn't worry about maintaining the operation, but the management of everyone's training is dash. I've got some ideas to deal with that, so we'll pull through. No, we'll get it done. Don't worry. Bruce's tone was resolute, giving me no room to pose an objection. However heavy-handed that may have been, I knew it was Bruce's way of being considerate, and that made me feel all the more conflicted. And so I'm leaving, huh? After Melchi had helped me with her hurtful, yet delicate words, I had been pondering over various things. About Lena, the Magic University, the Adventurers Guild, and finally, the colorful food district. Everything left unfinished. Or not, I suppose Lena had successfully graduated from my guidance. Still, that didn't change that fact that I was concerned for her. I still wanted to see how Lena would improve herself from now on, but if I stayed around her all the time, I would end up becoming an obstruction to her growth, in a way. As for me, I had been acknowledged by the Magic University, and even scouted to be one of the Magic Guardians by Gaston himself. Even though, according to Billy, the decision had been passed down to drop me out of school, Gaston would still be willing to take me in. I may be uncertain whether I would join the Magic Guardians, but I'd never been happier to know that I had somewhere to go to. Now, I wonder how Lena will react to this. As long as my magecraft is active, I'll be able to contact her anytime, and as long as she has that roll of parchment, there won't be much need to fear for her safety. With the Silver's kind efforts, their operations in the colorful food district will probably be fine. They might need some more time to pay off the girls now, but it had always been a time-consuming process regardless. As for the Adventurers Guild, the one in Beilanea is never the only one. The world is a large place, and within it, countless guilds exists. So that's why. So that's exactly why, just as Ryan had told me back then. I have my own goals in life, and I'm meant to make my agenda and knowledge be known to the world. I just can't avoid putting that into action, can I? It would be another story if I had been told to do it, but I think it's just my hubris making me think that to be the case. And, yeah, I guess it might have been better if I did more. It might have been better if I had made magecraft public knowledge. No, if the divine messenger hadn't appeared before me, I probably would have done that. Because of his revelation, I had found myself closer to the true form of the nation and had felt the obligation to do something about it. However, I'm still far from powerful enough to do anything. In which case? Looks like you've made up your mind. My master is very understanding when it counts, sir. Nuhu, and of course, I'll be right behind you. Yes, I'm leaving this town. I'm moving away from Beilanea. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 54, Then and Now. Beilanea North Gate, 1:32 in the morning. I never thought we'd be running away together less than a day after we first met, Melchi. Time isn't a factor in the bonds between people's hearts, my friend. Well, some emotional wounds do take time to heal, though. Why didn't you pack any sweets, master? No, I know you have some. Where are they? I've tied some to your tail. What? And so my familiar started chasing her own tail. Now she's looking very much like a puff of cotton candy, but isn't doing that supposed to make her dizzy? I'm not seeing anything. That's because there's nothing there. Lying is a sin, sir. I know you've actually tied it there, right? And so my familiar started spinning again, now in the opposite direction. Melchi had understood so much about the relationship between Pochi and I just from seeing so little. Perhaps the information available to her was too little, sure, but she'd based her opinion on what she had, declaring that ours was an interesting relationship. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen many familiars during the past year I'd spent here. Perhaps there was a reason for that. It didn't seem to be caused just by the recent popularity of familiar summoning spells. So, that Lena lady, will she actually show up? It's a close race against time, after all. So I'm not sure myself. 5 more minutes. I had used the telepathic call magecraft to contact Lena. I'd contemplated showing up at the dormitory, but considering that we'd soon part ways, I couldn't bring myself to. Some things just couldn't be properly conveyed through magecraft alone, too. I could no longer stay in Beilanea for long. With my call being so sudden, Lena had immediately replied and cut the communication off. "Master, she's here." Pochi's nose twitched, presumably detecting Lena's familiar smell. "There's another person with her. Isn't that Dash?" "Wait, another person?" I was briefly puzzled, but from Pochi's questionable expression, I soon had an idea of who that might be. Irene. As soon as Pochi muttered that name to confirm my guess, Melchi responded to her. "Humph, it'll get noisy if I meet her now. I'll go wait outside." So, judging from how Melchi spoke, she's acquainted with Irene. Which remind me she did say someone like Irene earlier, so I probably should have seen this coming. As I saw off Melchi while she walked out the north gate, Pochi reacted once again, this time with a twitch of her ears. And here they are. 2 girls in the distance, well, technically 1 girl and 1 woman, but anyone would have trouble telling them apart. On one side was Lena, out of breath. On the other was Irene, looking quite sour. The scene had quite a strong contrast to it, and it felt so welcoming. "Hey, Lena." "Ha ha, ha. Sir Asley." I was reminded of that one time when I had depleted Irene's arcane energy, after which Lena had come rushing back to me at the classroom, arriving out of breath. Hard to believe that it's almost been a whole year since then. It's been packed so densely with activity compared to so many years I'd spent by myself. Ironically, I'm feeling nostalgic for the things that had happened most recently. I've been worried as all hell, you know. "Thank you very much, ma'am." "Ugh, always have a corny reply ready, I see." "No, I haven't had corn recently." "Oh, for the love of, anyway, are you sure you're really going? If you just lay low for a while, your false charges can be dealt with eventually." "Yes, I'm sure. Things have gotten quite noisy lately, but I see this as a good chance to broaden my range of information intake for a bit." "I see." It was as if a shadow was cast over her face. It looked like she was genuinely concerned for me. Also, it was quite rare to see this side of Irene's emotional sensitivity. I mean, no one would have expected this from of the 6 archmages. She used to chase me around my staff back when I took the entrance examination, I think. Now I'm feeling nostalgic for that, too. Thinking about how Lena should have caught her breath by now, I turned to her. As I'd expected, she looked sad, too. She clenched her fists in front of her chest and kept her lips tightly shut. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she kept them from flowing off, which went to show how much she'd grown. Well, maybe not, considering that I hadn't been able to shed my tears for so long, that could be considered a degeneration instead. As I pondered over Lena's actions and how I was feeling personally, a smile slowly appeared on my face. "Sir Asley, why are you smiling?" Lena held her tears and tilted her head in apparent confusion as she asked me, making me unsure whether she actually was asking or if she'd actually gotten a read of my feelings. Good question, but who knows? That's so unfair. Evasion is also a valid strategy, Lena. That felt more like a counterattack than an evasion, Sir Asley. Yours was a counterattack, too, Lena. For real, Lena has never ceased to impress me with how far she's come. She had talent for magic, sure, but she'd grown so fast as a social human that I was surprised. I look forward to whatever achievements she'd have made by the next time we meet. Ah, you're smiling again. Perhaps because things were back to the usual tone, Lena puffed her cheeks up in annoyance, not even aware when her tears had dried up. And as I'd expected, I wanted to poke those cheeks with my fingers again, what with how satisfying they had sounded last time. Can I poke your cheeks? Those same words I'd said once before. No, were met with what Lena hadn't said last time. NGH, why not? Save it for next time, so that's where she's coming from. Just as I realized how Irene might be feeling left out, what with her staring at us so blankly, Irene seemed to have realized it herself as well, so she promptly puffed her cheeks up when I turned to her. Ha ha ha, I do want to poke your cheeks as well, Miss Irene. Bah, way to make a fool of yourself again, master. Pochi seized that chance to mock me as she heaved a deep sigh. Wait, what? Was I not supposed to say that? Irene was equally as exasperated as Pochi was. Wah, ha. And Lena seemed to be angry. Anyway, please take good care of yourselves out there. I'll do my best back here, too. Humph, so the time's come for us to part ways. No matter how foolish you may be, you ought to appreciate how Lena helped you out just now, Asley. Seriously, my master's foolishness knows no bounds. An eternal fool, if you will, well now, that does sound the most fitting description for Asley here, doesn't it? Ah, dash. As I hurriedly made a stopping gesture with my index finger over my lips, Irene's eyes opened wide to show her confusion. Then she swiftly turned to look at Lena. Doesn't Lena know about this? I bet that's what she thought. The one in question, Lena, only stared blankly and tilted her head. Yes, she does not. I communicated that to Irene through eye contact, and she grew even more exasperated. All right, it's about time we get going. I ended the topic before it could be pursued further, then straightened my old vestment and turned away from them. Lena, Miss Irene, I'll contact you all when things calm down. Yes, sir. When I find out anything, I'll contact you, too. I nodded to her while I reached down to pet Pochi's head. That being a sign to take off, Pochi went on ahead, walking toward Beilanea's north gate. I followed right after her, and once we got outside, I glanced at Melchi, who waited there with her back leaning against the wall, signaling her that we were ready to go. Sir Asley. As the two called my name one last time while I walked away, I raised my hand and waved in response to them. Pochi gigantified, and I hopped on her back. Melchi followed right behind Pochi, keeping up simply by jogging behind her. We'll see you later, Lena. Grassland north of Beilanea. Well, what a big catch. We sure got a lot, Pochi. All because you ran ahead recklessly, sir. Now we have 7 murder tigers and 3 ogres on us. What do you plan to do now? Oh, calm down. Think of it as an opportunity to work up an exquisite combination for us. Commence Operation Pochi from beyond the grave. Nay. Aha, I have a better idea. Let us commence Operation Living Dead Asley Boi instead. What a dreadful thing to come up with. I kinda want to see that cute Living Dead form, though. Nay. Well, for now, just buy me some time. Oh, you just had to have me do it, don't you? Ha ha ha, so that's how you guys always are. I haven't said anything since I thought you actually had some ideas, but, you're in real trouble here, right? Well, yes, we are. Please take our right side, Melchi. Melchi's ears seemed to twitch in response to my request. For whatever reason, she then proceeded to glare at me. MEL. Call me that and I'll help. We're gonna be the traveling partners, so might as well do it, yeah. Melchi demanded so, pulling me toward her by my collars as she talked. The face of this almost androgynous-looking girl, who looked like a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, reddened up slightly as she kept quiet and stared at me. As if I was conforming with her, I started to feel quite awkward, too. I just couldn't refuse to do what she told me to, it seemed. All right, fine. Mel. Take our right side. Nuhuhu, leave it to me. Melchi beat her chest like a gorilla, and then walked off to our right in high and proud spirits. While that exchange was going on, Pochi was doing well enough to keep the monsters at bay. Master, I'm actually having trouble with these tigers, sir. I'll buy you baked sweets when we get to the next town. Just hold the line. Bring it on, kiddies. Don't ever expect to win against me. And nothing for me, Ash. Oh, for the love of. I'll teach you the teleportation spell's formula sometime later, then. Ha 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 ha. I am invincible. Hey, she just got a bargain for a 10 million gold magic. But no amount of money could replace a life. And as they had claimed, those two were truly invincible while driven by a greedy goal. Thanks to them, I had plenty of time to draw my spell circle. Rise, rise, rise. You two, get back. Meteor lance coming right up. Gwa. Spears of molten rock rained down from the sky, precisely piercing the ogres and murder tigers as if they had been locked on. Two of the murder tigers had narrowly dodged the attack, but were picked off by Pochi and Melchi on standby. At the same time, the level up fanfare rang up within my head. A level up in quite a while, well, maybe not, since I felt like I'd been leveling up like crazy these past few months. Name, Asley. Titles, The Eternal Fool, The Polarizing, Hermit Candidate, Advanced Mage, Alchemist, Staff Master, 6 Archmages, Tentative, Good Teacher, Rank A, Top Student, No Guts, SS Slayer, Guardian Mage, Tentative. LV, 72. HP, 1354. MP, 20,035. EXP, 1,109,445. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Skilled. Recovery Magic, Advanced. Purification, Advanced, O. My first title just got updated with a prefix that hadn't been there this morning. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 55, Each to Their Own Ways. 8 hours had passed by since Asley, Pochi, and Melchi departed from Beilanea. At the Magic University, in the classroom of the freshmen, Trace informed the students of Asley's dropping out of school and his reason for doing so. Amid the commotion, Lena, being the only one aware of the whole incident and the truth behind it, kept a firm heart as she sat down in her seat. But her close friends, Henri and Clarice, did not fail to notice that she was red and swollen around her eyes, perhaps from all the crying she had done earlier this morning. Hey, Lena. Lena. I'm all right. The two offered their kind words, but Lena did not act spoiled in receiving them, which raised some flags for Hornell and Mitters. The classmates who knew of the relationship between Lena and Asley, mostly consisting of white faction members, also seemed quite surprised. Really, how could he make our adorable Lena cry like that? I swear, that Asley guy is the worst. The one who said that was Idea, who was now leaning her rear against Lena's table. Although Idea did criticize Asley, Lena replied with a wry smile, understanding that it had been said to help her cheer up. And then another announcement came all too soon. During her lecture in the Maginasium, Irene informed the students of Asley's death. All the class, particularly worried for Lena, were instantly petrified. However, upon hearing that Billy had carried out the autopsy, and that the cause of death had been recorded as suicide, Hornell's expression changed, for he knew Asley well enough to realize otherwise. Irene, seeing that, produced a subtle grin. And with Irene's suspicious gesture, Mitters and Idea finally realized it. The fact that Asley was still alive. Hornell chuckled, but not many considered the gesture imprudent. Particularly since Clarice and Henri also did, having already caught on. It was now that Lena realized once again how impactful Asley's contributions to the class had been. Having greatly affected the majority of the class, Asley's magic of turning news of his death into laughter gave Lena more than enough strength to cheer up. Professor! Lena shouted as she stood up. What is it, Lena? The whole class immediately had their attention on how Irene, in a formal setting, addressed someone other than Asley in an informal manner. During today's lecture, there's something I'd like to do, no matter what. So do I, Professor Irene. Hornell shouted as he stood up. Hornell, try explaining what it is you're trying to do. Yes, ma'am. I'd like to experiment with arcane energy limiter tools, methods to escape from rooms without exits, and spells to turn oneself into a skeleton. I'd like to make that request as well. Me, too. And then Mitters and Idea also stood up. It was then that the rest of the class, which hadn't understood the reason for all the laughing, finally caught on. Ah, shucks. Geez, so that's what's happening. As she heard all that, Irene grinned and proceeded to draw a spell circle on the floor. It was a fixed position type circle that no one here had ever seen before. Before long, the completed spell circle shed a pale light, showing that it certainly was active. Everyone present stood up and looked closely at its every step of activation, and then Irene took a single, short breath. This is the teleportation magic that I announced to the public a while ago. Everyone was taken aback. Although it may be made public, it had been a mere announcement presented by some of the nation's institutions. For those who practiced themselves in the arcane, encountering new magic was always an impactful experience. And that applied all the more to a freshman of the Magic University. This instance generated a myriad of reactions, including those who openly expressed their admiration, and those who were agape in awe, failing to hide their emotions. This is. Lena was the very first one to realize what was up, for she had seen this spell circle once before. It was back when the semester had just started, when she had visited the laboratory to show Asley her makeup. 2 copies of this exact spell circle had certainly been set up under his friendly dog Wolf. Lena, thinking back about it, immediately understood that this spell had been invented by Asley. I knew it. That's my teacher. Sir Asley is so amazing. You all would be surprised to hear the name of its inventor. Wah, you weren't the one who invented it, Professor? Irene nodded in response to Hornell's blunt question. I've purchased the rights to it. Legally, mind you. And you'll never guess this, what did the inventor do with that money? Various thoughts circulated around the crowd, but Lena, face down on her table, was the only one to arrive at the answer. Guardianship of the girls, from the colorful food district. With Lena's words, all thoughts converged onto one conclusion. Irene had reasons to withhold the name of the teleportation spell's inventor. It was all too specific. And above all, it was to protect the dignity of the one who should have been named the achiever, but had made the conscious choice to let it go. That bastard. Mitters was indignant, his shoulders quivering, on the other side of the spectrum, and Lena, with tears dripping down one after another, on the other. No one dared to mention the name of the one in question. They understood Irene's, and by extension, that guy's intentions, all too well. Does anyone here remember the first clause of the black and white chain contract? The first party. In this case, us, shall endeavor to train their mind and body, and to bear an attitude befitting of a warrior and or mage, was it? Clarice muttered, reciting it word for word, and Henry nodded. Now, look at him, then at the school's headmaster who dropped him out. Which of them is the one who acted with an attitude in accordance with the contract's first clause? It was a problematic thing to say, even for one of the 6 archmages. But Irene said it without hesitation, in an opposition to Headmaster Tangelin, the Magic University's symbol, no less. Quite a few gulped down lumps in their throats, having realized how serious a topic they were delving into. Yet they found themselves unable to avert their ears from Irene's speech. Yes, the makings of a mage, I've just come to realize that, too. It's not something one can become with magical talent alone. This fact hasn't been published by anyone in any book. However, you all hold the future in your very hands, and it is not right for you to limit yourselves with such things. So, with or without the contract, you ought to engrave this principle into your hearts. Temper your mind and body, and forge it to bear an attitude befitting of a mage. The Maginasium shook. The replies she received were crystal clear, devoid of hesitation. The voices flowed like a lightning through the bloodstream and left quite an impact on Irene, resounding powerfully within everyone's hearts. Now, let's get started with an explanation of arcane energy limiter tools. Idea. Yes, ma'am. Arcane energy limiter tools restrict the power of those who possess arcane energy, working by means of dash. That night, the silver member Bruce was at the Adventurers Guild, sitting down at a round table, accompanying Betty and Haruhana. Since Blazer was now keeping himself constantly busy, scraping up all available information on the colorful food district's dark side, all the siblings could do was sit around at the guild, so as to take care of all the children who took refuge there. As long as we don't release the Pachusli agency from the security, Natsu and Fuyu and the kids aren't gonna have a nice place to sleep. It's fine, thanks to Asley's cover-up, they won't be able to cause any more trouble. We'll get it released in a few days to a week. Sir Asley. Is he safe? It's a waste of effort to just sit around and worry, Haruhana. You know what he said to me the last time I saw him? Haruhana lightly shook her head and waited for Bruce's explanation, but then Betty proceeded to say it instead. All the exciting stuff of the world outside is waiting for me. Yeah, that's what he said. Wait, how'd you know that? He did contact me, you know, by magic. I think, his voice transmitted right into my head, really spooked me there. Damn that guy. Looks like he's still keeping some secrets from us. Such an appropriate course of action for Sir Asley, indeed. For real, he's full of ridiculous surprises. Next time we meet, I swear I'm gonna dash. As Bruce began to rant on, Duncan came by and stood in front of him, holding out a roll of paper. Bruce reflexively held his breath for a second, affected by the intimidating air in his own toned-down brashness. What's up, Duncan? Sorry to interrupt at a time like this, Bruce, but there's an official notice sent for you. Get ready for what's coming next as soon as you can. Wait, what official notice? Sir Dallas is waiting outside, too. Just go see him first. Duncan passed the paper to Bruce, and then pushed him out by his back. The sheer force blasted Bruce all the way to the guild's front door, but he was able to land safely. Curious yet dubious, he proceeded to roll the paper open. Let's see here. Adventurers Guild. Rank up evaluation, to rank S. Wait, for real. Commotion immediately broke out within the guild. Betty dropped her cup from her hands. Duncan, seeming to have known of the notice's particulars beforehand, was not at all distracted while he caught the cup in midair and set it back on the table. Brother, did you already raise your level that much? Well, it's 85, but, that's fast enough, right? Unbelievable. That's 6 levels higher than Blazer now. You're rushing ahead the rest of us way too much. Geez. That's still the minimum qualifying level for rank S, but you've blasted past the number of completed requests, so there's no problem. Besides, this is the least I can do for you. But you know. Betty slammed her fist on the table, frustrated at her brother's indecisiveness. The shaking caused her cup to fall off the table, and once again, Duncan easily caught it. Haruhana applauded the display, and Duncan accepted the praise with a wink. Anyway, just get your ass out there, and you better pass. Things will be easier for us if you get promoted, after all. You know what, you better not come back here until you pass. Betty. I'll hold the fort over here. You just go, and be careful out there. Bruce smiled, showing his appreciation to Betty first. He then raised his hand, telling Betty and Haruhana, and then Duncan that we would be off right away, and so he went out the guild's front door. Sir Bruce looked so happy. Humph, that musclehead's gotta have a redeeming feature, too. But this is actually big, you know. Imagine having the makings of an S-ranker at that one age, and his diligence is already worthy of praise, don't you think? Upon being asked that by Duncan, Betty grumbled, saying that she already knew that, then snatched her cup that Duncan had caught and downed the rest of the ale in it. Haruhana and Duncan turned to look at each other and laughed. They were then poked fun at by the other adventurers, who had been observing the whole banter, and the ensuing furniture storm, courtesy of Betty's finishing strike, practically shortened the building's lifespan. Once the brawl died down, coincidentally as the greatly entertained Haruhana started feeling drowsy, the guild's door swung open. Short stature with an exceedingly young face, silver hair illuminated in the color of fire, trademark characteristics of Irene the Invincible Sprout. So, Betty, you're having trouble finding a place to stay? Well, yes, but... Though I don't think it's that major of an issue, at least not enough for you to be concerned, Miss Irene. Not for you, sure, but it's going to be hard for the children. She was right. Betty knew that all too well, and so she didn't argue against it. As Betty was having trouble continuing the conversation, Irene folded her arms and proceeded to ask a question in a whisper. So. How many of them are there? Come again. Having not expected such a question, Betty asked back for clarification. I am asking how many children are under your guardianship. Well, 17. I see, so even if the silver is included as well, you'll just total at 20 heads, right? Betty, without even reading the intention behind Irene's statement first, glanced away to express her doubts to Duncan. This will be hard for you all until your building is released, right? So feel free to use my household's estate in the meantime. For a brief moment, even Duncan couldn't process the meaning of the proposal from this particular one of the 6 archmages. The rest of the muscle-headed adventurers in the vicinity were all the more dumbfounded. The proposal was one that Irene never would have thought up in normal circumstances. There was a long period of silence, which Irene seemed unable to put up with, as she opened one eye for a peek at how things were going. Yet the answer still wouldn't come. Hey, don't just stand there. Will you come? Or will you not? Make a choice. Courtesy of Irene's shout snapping her out, Betty now comprehended the situation, and so she replied. Why, you really mean it? Listen, Irene the Invincible Sprout of the 6 archmages, do not go back on my word. Then, yes, please. Betty smoothly bowed her head down, and Haruhana followed suit. Hoo, I'll go bring the rest of the kids out. While Betty expressed her thanks again and again, Duncan went into the back room and brought Natsu and Fuyu out. Haruhana explained to Natsu about the offer for a place in Irene's residence, delighting everyone with the fact that they had found a home once again. Even Irene's thunderous shout could not silence the commotion within the guild, for their joy was simply too great to be subsided. Humph, seriously, you kids. All right, fine, I'll teach you all the etiquette you need, right from the basics. Ahahaha, let's get along, Lil Irene. One particular word in Natsu's sentence froze the whole Adventurers Guild all the way down to absolute zero. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 56, The Fool and the Philosopher. How many months and days had it been since my departure from Beilanea? Right, I've been counting, exactly 700 days. Almost 2 years now. Royal Capital Regalia had eluded me, for I had instead followed Melchi east, to where the one called the Philosopher of the Far East resided. And so we met him. Ah, yes, the Philosopher of the Far East. Ora! 10,000 squats to go. What the hell? Squats ain't gonna do jack to my magic. The almost ogre-like bodybuilder bastard, who was sitting on a rock in the middle of the wasteland and issuing me endless orders to do squats, was the great and powerful dark elf Philosopher. All he wore was a white loincloth. A stern, middle-aged man with black hair, an impressive beard and ghastly pale skin, somewhat similar to Charlie of the Six Braves. The information on his kind was not wrong in that the dark elf's ears were long and sharp, but this old bodybuilder's ears were not sharp at all, seeming to have been mutilated. The first time we'd met, I'd mistaken him for an ogre and fired a spell at him, and so did Pochi with her zenith breath attack. So I'm sure anyone else would understand how we'd felt. Oh. Thinkin' about some cheeky nonsense, ain'tcha? Now you gotta do 10,000 more squats. Why you're kidding, right? Yeah, 'cause I'ma add 'nother rack. Now you've got 30,000. Gahahaha. Damn you. Philosopher of the Far East, more like bomber head of the Far East. Today was another day for Tus the high-order muscle to act as my demon instructor. All the manual labor I had to do here made me wish I'd gone to the Magic Guardians instead. From cooking and laundry to weeding and working the fields, and on top of those, keeping tabs on monster nests, then after all those labor with questionable usefulness, I had to trudge through a warrior training regimen straight from hell. Now I know how Melchi got so abnormally strong. Ha! In the first year, we'd started off with a bomber course on magic and magecraft. Of course, the program had included ones that I'd already been familiar with, too. I needed quite a lot of time to learn new magic and magecraft, so this muscle bomber had given me a light speed-paced course, as if to fully soak up a dry sponge gourd in one go. That's right, those were the times when the hierarchical relationship between this musclehead and I had been established. It's over. Hoo, ho, oof. I think I'm gonna puke. Gahahaha. And you wanna go against the Devil King? Very funny. Can't even get on the Holy Warriors level in your dreams. Shut up, old man. Why'd the Divine Messenger even come to me, anyway? He should have gone to you instead. I don't believe in anyone but myself, that's why. I mean, he might have come, but I got my mems erased, 'cause I didn't believe. And so the wheels of fate turned round and dumped the bad luck on ya, Asley. What did you mean, bad luck? And I mean, you believe in the Devil King's resurrection now, right? At least you can help. No. Then give me a reason why. What's the Devil King's goal? Start by explaining that. His goal. Huh. Yeah, what's the Devil King's goal? And there you go, damned fool. What did the Devil King do in the past of our history? And then look at why the Holy Warriors opposed him. Well, that's, to prevent him from ruling the world, right? That's right, the Devil King aims to rule. Same thing as humans. Whoever becomes king ain't got no effect on me. Now, if T's gonna physically destroy the world, then maybe I'll move. And what about God? He's protected the humans for so long, and now he might be gone for good. That's why I said I don't believe in anyone but myself, yeah. If the Devil King's conquering the world just to destroy it, then he'll be killing himself, and there are easier ways to do that. What he's gonna want is control, which means he's gonna either destroy or enslave the humans. If he wants to kill himself, he can just spend lots of arcane energy and shoot into the ground, and poof, the planet's gone. But none of the Devil Kings ever did that. So you think I'll help when I can just chill here in the wasteland? Bloody hell no. It's like a mole not having to care about whatever goes up on the surface, you half-boiled eggplant. NGH. I mean, he's right. I had spoken with the logic of a civilized individual, who wished for intelligence and prosperity. I suppose this philosopher wouldn't understand, what with him having always lived the lifestyle of monsters. Still, even moles come above ground once in a while. Bah, this is why I don't like dealing with old-timers. Oh. What, you want to get in the muscle training theater of love? What the, if I do that again, my legs dash. To our honored guest Asley, we introduced the 20k push-ups special course. Don't worry, your legs will be fine. Ha! What the hell, bring it on. Dear Lena. Although the sand and the old man's stink of sweat have been awful to me throughout the seasons, I suppose I am doing well enough. I have heard rumors of Bruce and Blazer's promotions to rank S. I'm sure Betty is doing her best, too, so that she doesn't get left behind for long. And word has it that they had an addition to the Silver's ranks. A beautiful black-haired lady, I have heard, so if I had to guess, I would say it was Haruhana. Above all else, it is nice to hear that Natsu and Fuyu were growing up nicely, and that thanks to Miss Irene, the children of the colorful food district were under good care. Also, I have heard that you just became the student council president. Congratulations. I hope you do not get an infamous nickname like a certain black emperor. Pochi. She is the same as ever. I do not feel like she has grown up at all. Me. I also am the same as ever. I do not feel like I have grown at all. Well, aside from the feeling that we have become more or less stronger, that is. Though I still need to work on how to act like a human, I suppose. I do think it was childish of me to put hot sauce in Pochi's snacks. As for Pochi, I think it was childish of her that she was snacking when she was not supposed to, and that it was mature of her that she has forgiven my prank. Yes, so mature indeed. I suppose it also is in her nature as a beast that she forgets her grievances easily. How are you faring in the university? Are you still on good terms with Hornell, Mitters, and Idea? Which reminds me, both Henri and Clarice are affiliated to the Black faction, are they not? I think Miss Irene has also lamented how weak the White faction was during the friendly match this past year. It would be nice if there are excellent mages in the making to be found, but if they do not exist, then they do not exist, so I think it would be perfectly fine to have a total domination from your side. I'm sure Balad has grown up big and strong, too. I would assume no one would intend to steal her away now. By the way, has her pronunciation been completely fixed now? Hornell has become a student council public morals enforcer, if I remember correctly. I wonder who the vice president is. Since the president is affiliated to the Black faction, the vice president would be selected among the White faction for the sake of balance. I think that is how it goes, anyway. From where you stand now, I am sure you will be looked at with envy from some underclassmen, so please keep your wits about you. If the vice president makes light of you, please feel free to crush them. I have been able to do over 10,000 push-ups in a row during 3 separate occasions now. My diet is well balanced. However, having to do so many iterations of physical training, I was worried that I will become too muscular, so I have attempted to imitate Miss Irene's magic. I have attained quite a physically fit look now, but further physical change has been suppressed with a prototype that I have come up with. I think it is about time I pay a visit to you and the people back there, too. My arcane power has grown quite strong, and I have attained an unbelievable level of physical strength, so I assure you that there is no need for you to worry. Lena, I look forward to seeing how much you have improved yourself. P.S. Up to 10,159 times now. It's over, hoo, ho, goof, gonna puke, it's, BFF dash. Good job today, master. GEH dash. A gigantified Pochi jumped on my belly, causing the lunch I had eaten earlier today to spew out of my mouth. What are you doing? How can you be this helpless, sir? Why you've become so violent lately, you know that. Sertus told me that him sitting on you makes your push-ups more effective, though. Even if we're going over the top, there's a limit for everything. I swear, he's like a Muscle King and Ogre King hybrid, speaking of which, where'd he go? He's with Melchi right now. Oh, knows. He's not even supervising me. I think not, sir. Pochi stopped being on my tracks, pulling my tattered vestment that had been reduced to not much more than a skirt. What now? He's left a message for you, sir. What message? Gahahaha. 20,000 push-ups. Was what he said. Oh, thou must awaken, my push-up power. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 57, The Time of Departure. It's over. Looks like the invention of a spell to restore physical fatigue is still far off. So what should I do? I could increase the intensity of the clockback spell's time reverse formula, no, that would turn back the physical progress gained through training, too. Then maybe I could convert my physical strength into numerical statistics with a spell and then apply a restoration and/or energy supplement spell. I pondered that stuff over as I walked, and before I realized it, I found that I already reached where Melchi and Tus were, right when they were finishing up, too. Tus folded his arms and stood in an imposing stance, and Melchi was flat on the floor, the usual scene. Really, how powerful is that sapient creature? He boasted of his own strength like a self-styled holy warrior, but does anyone even know how powerful the holy warriors were? And it took all three holy warriors working together to manage to beat the Devil King? It'd be impossible to search the world for two more of this musclehead. Well, thinking about it, it's probably for the better good that there's only one of him. Gahahaha. You won't be able to stop Gaspard at this rate, Mel. Come on, stand. Guh. I still got this. Melchi's eyes and fists were souped up with an endless stream of arcane energy, and she threw blow after blow. And the one in opposition, swatting away the attacks with at least an equal level of arcane energy, was none other than our mentor, Tus the high-order muscle. And with no last-minute turnabout today, as with any other days, Melchi drove her arcane energy stock to the point of exhaustion once again. Hey, nice work. Here, giving magic. Thanks. Man, it's like the more I train, the bigger the gap between our levels become. Maybe my mentor trained at some secret place I don't know about or something. What do you think, Ash? Sometimes he'd just up and disappear, so I think that might be it. That, and he's got different ways at doing some things. Now that's perfect for a philosopher's secret formula. Ain't no foolish talk round these parts. Instead of wastin' around like a fool, learn to be efficient with time, and you might actually get swole like us. Come on, shift stance. Giving magic. Tus suddenly reappeared, and as if to overwrite my giving magic magecraft, he activated one of his own. Hey, you figured out the formula-less giving magic already. Oh, shut up, just tinkered with it a bit. Makes the effect time a bit longer. Damn it, always finding ways to one-up me. Forget it, besides, sure you wanna hang round here, Asley? Didn't you say you'll be back to Beilanea in a month? 'Bout time to wrap things up now, don't you think? I'm thinking maybe tomorrow or the day after dash. Then that's good timing. I was thinking about going to the royal capital, too. Maybe I'll leave the same time as you, Ash. Well, ought to do something 'bout your clothes first, Asley. Or rather, the lack thereof, what with me being naked above the waist. This old man is in the same get-up though, then again, he's a monster, so it would be rude to associate myself with his norms. Rude to humanity, that is. At first, Melchi had derived quite a bit of excitement looking at me, at times so much that she neglected training, but her antics on that front seemed to have settled down as of late. You do look good going round like this, you know, but I think it'd be even better to take off some more, yeah? What, am I supposed to let myself loose now? I swear, even if she's not on Dinya's level, Melchi's still a pretty messed up girl. Well, comparing her with Dinya doesn't sound quite right, though. Apparently, they call these kinds of girls, rotten girls at the royal capital. Perhaps Melchi's already gone too far to turn back now. Anand discussion over, Melchi, go make Asley's clothes. Get it done by tomorrow. Aye, sir. Melchi snapped into a salute pose, but I didn't pay much attention to that, as I was preoccupied with taking some animal fur out of the storeroom. No, Ash, wear that stuff, and they won't let you into regalia, you know, just leave everything to me. You're making something normal, right? Well, duh. By the way, where's Pochi? Gone to sleep already? She helped me out a lot today, you see. I'm sure she's gonna sleep well. Right, she did look quite tired back when she'd come to deliver the message to me. I suppose this is one of those few aspects where Tus and Melchi are alike. The next day, I put on the clothes that Melchi claimed to have spent all night making. I've never seen this style before, but it feels like a uniform of sorts. It's called a suit, plain and simple, pretty common stuff in the western regions. Well, it doesn't hinder movement or anything, but, shouldn't I be tucking in the white shirt? My stomach's feeling a bit chilly dash. No, 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 no. That's what's important, Ash. There, unbutton the bottommost button of your shirt. And now, jump. Like this? Good. Very good, Ash. Bare your midriff. The world's gonna need something refreshing after all that cleavage. This particular shirt is also exposing quite a bit of my chest, though. No, this feels humiliating to wear. Do you have anything else? Ah, shame you didn't like it. But I thought you might say that, so I've prepared other stuff, too. After that, she had me try on all sorts of outfits, including, and not limited to the kimono dress, an almost half-naked soldier-styled outfit, and even a bulky armored warrior mechanical doll. How in the world did she make all this stuff? And so. Oh come on, all that good stuff, and you choose this? Oh come on, if you've made an identical set of my original clothes as well, you should have told me right off the bat. The one before the last had the most character, though. What, the soldier style? Yeah, no way in hell. Me saying that seemed to have greatly displeased Melchi, as apparent from her mouth tapering to a sharp point. So, isn't it about time we went on our way? Isn't it too early? Shouldn't we wait until noon? Nuhuhu, I know you're a nice guy, Ash, so do me a favor and let me stay in the storeroom, till we're almost at regalia, yeah? This girl can come up with the most ridiculous things at times. Aha, so that's one thing she has common with most other girls. You realize that it's dangerous in there, right? That if I die, you'll be forever stuck inside. Same goes for outside, if monsters or bandits get you, then it's all over. Sickness and accidents, too. No matter where we are, death will always be hanging around us. Besides, I'm sleepy as all hell, so bring it out already, yeah. Melchi winked and made a cutesy smile, but regrettably, it was ruined by the bare bags under her eyes. So regrettable indeed. You better not hold me liable for anything, and there, storeroom. Booyah. And so Melchi jumped in, without a sliver of fear or hesitation. Yeah, I'd be better off leaving her to her whims for now. Master, let's hurry. I want snacks, want to meet everyone as soon as possible. Right, let's hurry and meet up with those snacks. Yes, sir. And this one, I'd be better off leaving her to her jokes for now. After paying my courteous regards to Tus and saving a message from him to deliver to Melchi later, I first headed west toward the royal capital of Regalia. We could contact each other at any time we wished, so there had been goodbyes to be said. From the far east wasteland, it would take around 2 days on Pochi's back to reach our destination. This would have taken much longer back when she had been a familiar, but ever since the familiar contract between me and her had been voided, she'd gained quite a lot of speed. The reason for voiding the contract was none other than to erase the Fool's Familiar title. By Tu's suggestion, I had come up with the contract modification magecraft, basing it on my previous experiences of tampering with the familiar contracts formula. With that, Pochi had been bound to a contract that only showed its effects in her special traits. Still, maybe it was too much of a hassle to change our 800-year relationship now, since Pochi stayed the same as ever. As for the familiar chalice, it only needed her to technically be a familiar, so she'd be able to participate just fine. At the end of the day, the contract that bound Pochi and I together was not limited to the familiar contracts formula alone. The next day, on Pochi's back, I caught sight of the gigantic royal castle. The central structure was particularly tall, with its countless spires extending up to pierce the heavens. It was as if the building was stretching to overlook everything down below. What a terrible design. Rise, storeroom, come on out, Melchi. Magic, do your thing. Ho. Ha. To. Ba-bam. Whoosh. Looks like you're having fun. Melchi pulled her stuck leg out and leapt off the storeroom, doing a few backflips in the air before landing and striking a stylish pose. Standing on one leg and obscuring one eye with a V sign, is that pose supposed to mean something? Nuhuhu, just when I thought you'd call. Say, Ash, are you sure you're not gonna visit Regalia? Yes, I'd like to hurry to be on our way dash. To the snacks. She could just stop to get some at Regalia, but even if I told her that, I don't think she's going to listen to me now. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 58, Since Then. Magic University, 15th day of the first month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. The distant sun shone its light onto the surface of the planet, yet the thick snow piling on Beilanea, courtesy of last night's snowstorm, did not budge. The time was 10 o'clock in the morning, the hour at which Lena performed her routine duties in the student council office. Perhaps since there was no one else in the room, after Lena wrapped up her paperwork, she held her writing brush with her mouth and pondered few things over. As the brush waved up and down, she was barely aware of the approaching footsteps from the outside of the office. It was Irene, who then slid student council office door open, and then looked on at Lena with an expression of suspicion. Whatever are you doing? Oh. You're looking pretty sloppy, holding the brush with your mouth and all. Lena, face flushed upon realizing that she hadn't fixed the habits she'd ought to have fixed ages ago, promptly corrected her conduct. Irene found a suitable chair and seated herself, and crossed her legs. As per the usual, her feet did not reach the floor. You've finally gotten a free day, so why didn't you take today off, at least? Or do you have to take care of something? Ah, well, you see. Something's come up for tonight, so I'm here today and will be taking tomorrow off instead. Oh, I see. If I remember correctly, isn't there supposed to be a student council assembly tomorrow, though? Is it a hunt you'll be going on tonight? Yes, a group of elemental reapers have been discovered in the region, so I'll be on the hunt in a supporting role. By elemental reapers, you mean the A-ranked gas form monsters. Who will you be going with? Lena smiled and looked at Irene, practically reading Irene's face, having a message stating that, depending on the members, she may go along with her, written on it. I'll be going with the silver team, and a guest. The silver, this target is a bad match for warriors, though. Who's this guest who'll be going with you? EGD. To Lena's troubled grumble of a reply, Irene reacted with a face of exasperation. Bah, you got yourself involved with that hype boy again. Dragon's got to be really fed up himself if he's sending the kid to the Adventurers Guild. Ahaha, to be fair, he's also being promoted to rank as soon. This time we're assigning him to hit and run, but he's on the level to be regularly on the front line. But this is the Elemental Reaper we're talking about, you know. You'd be better off having the warriors stall for you to wrap things up. Which reminds me, isn't this the first hunt you'll be on after being promoted to rank A? It is, yes. I feel like I'm finally catching up to Sir Asley's shadow. Well, no, maybe not. Lena enthusiastically referenced Asley's name, but Irene seemed unamused to hear it, as apparent from her mouth tapering to a point. Seriously, how nice of him to break all contact with us. I could only get connected on the first time, but then he just said some gibberish and cut off, something about having to fight the biceps brachii and triceps. Gah, so irritating. The communication got jammed every time I tried contacting him, too. It's because he made it so that we could only communicate with him through that sheet, I'm willing to bet. So arbitrary. Lena took the roll of parchment that was on the table and opened it up. It was the sheet with nothing written on it, which Asley had sent to her 2 years ago. Applied with a magical formula that makes letters disappear a few days after they appear. What a troll, as always. Ahahaha, this is called a look at it from another perspective, Professor Irene. Lena smiled as she said so, and Irene tilted her head to question what that meant. Which was why I've been secretly keeping in touch with Pochi instead. Lena proudly explained, showing clearly how much she had grown up in the span of 2 years. Her slim-fit robe caused her chest to jiggle subtly, prompting Irene's face to twitch upon seeing that. Still, she was impressed by Lena's idea and complimented it as such, and then she felt her own chest to ascertain its size, while also making sure that Lena would not notice. Then she pulled the collars of her shirt ahead and looked inside. The manner of her looking at her own chest prompted Lena to be the one to tilt her head this time. Professor Irene, what are you doing? Fadash. Ah, well, it's nothing. If you say so. Leaving the question hanging, and without even thinking of an answer, Irene stood up from her seat and left the student council office. Lena tilted her head in doubt one last time. She waited until she could no longer hear Irene's footsteps before leaning her back on the same chair that Warren had once sat in. Then she picked the parchment up and spread it, holding it against the light of the sky and heaving a sigh of annoyance at the letter that would not resurface. NGA, surface letters. But of course, the letters did not appear. That's not fair, Sir Asley. Beilanea Adventurers Guild. That night was yet another night of bustle and hustle in the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers held their cups and mugs of ale, drinking to celebrate and to cure the fatigue accumulated from their adventures. One among them was an adolescent girl sitting quietly by her lonesome. The girl had her long black hair tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, and had a face that anyone would consider to be beautiful. She seemed to be a warrior, but perhaps due to some peculiar parts of her clothing, she gave off a slightly different impression compared to other adventurers. She looked quite tired, gazing down into the cup of grapefruit juice in front of her. Oh, here alone, Haruhana. You're not with Betty today. Hello, Duncan. Everyone is on an A-ranked monster hunt. I am not yet powerful enough to join them, so I have gone on another hunt by myself and have just returned. Now that you reminded me, it's going to get lonely tonight, but I think those guys should be back soon. I'll send them your way if I see them. Duncan winked and spun the tray in his hand, now empty since all the ale had been served, and then turned back to the counter. Haruhana, not quite understanding what Duncan had meant, tilted her head in doubt just as Lena had done earlier today. Suddenly, Duncan's voice echoed through the guild, welcoming the return of a certain group of people. The answer to Haruhana's question lied in the ones being addressed, who had just come through the entrance. Sir Hornell. Hello there, Haruhana. Looks like you've some free time on your hands. Hornell, who had gotten an admirable and fearless countenance over these last 2 years, stood before Haruhana, resting the tip of his staff on the floor. Haruhana smiled, and also greeted the 2 others standing behind him, Mitters, who had grown quite brawny, and Idea, who hadn't changed much at all. Man, today wasn't our lucky day, after all. We were so close to catching that lizard general, too. And whose fault was that? Well, we did fulfill our quota of lizard knights, so I'd say it's all good, nonetheless. Mitter's mistake was also within my calculations, of course. Gah, sorry for messin' up all the time, man. Done talking for now, Mitter sat down in the seat opposite to Haruhana. Following him, Hornell sat down to the right of Haruhana, and Idea to the left. Considering the direction it went, that lizard general should be going all the way to the thirsty desert. True to its name, it'll quickly drain the water off your body if you stay there, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Right. Idea nodded, and at the same time Duncan came to serve the drinks that they had ordered at the entrance. Idea and Mitters had ale, and Hornell had the same grapefruit juice as Haruhana. They toasted, and then gulped all the contents of their respective mugs down. So, Haruhana, Lena and Sir Blazer's team are on that hunt tonight? Yes. She said it would be dangerous to let the targets approach the town any closer. I knew she'd say that. If she'd only invite us, we would have gone with her, too. But their numbers aren't that high this time, right? Just them should be enough. Yeah, with Sir Blazer and team, I'm sure they'd have no problem at all. I know, but I have a bad feeling about this particular run. Would be nice if it's just me being paranoid, though. Hornell seemed quite worried, in turn making Haruhana's face cloud up as well. Idea kicked Hornell's leg under the table, prompting him to take action. Ah, but EGD is going as well, right? A bit hot-headed, but he's actually pretty good. You can expect that from Sir Dragon's pupil, at least. Besides, Lena's gotten strong herself. And she's got Ballad with her, so I'm sure everything will go fine. Perhaps because of his rapid-fire speaking, Hornell was further assaulted by Idea and Mitter's cold stares. But then again, Haruhana smiled upon realizing that Hornell was trying to cheer her up. Hornell himself was relieved to see that, and Mitters promptly brought up another topic, so as to prevent things from going in an awkward direction. By the way, Haruhana, isn't it about time you're promoted to rank C? With your skill level now, you could enter Warrior University, too, but you're not going to. Yes, after much consideration, I decided that I would like to be with the silver. Right. Sir Blazer does have the power to naturally draw people to him. It was largely thanks to his influence that we have improved this much, too. So it's been 2 years, huh? A bit before Asley caused all that ruckus, if I'm remembering right. Haruhana chuckled at how nostalgic Idea seemed as she recalled that particular story. The gesture confused Idea, prompting her to ask whether something was wrong. Miss Idea, our conversations always seem to end up being about Sir Asley in some form, yes? Wah, and no. That's not what I mean. Humph, however large the gap between him and me initially, it must have shortened quite a bit over these past 2 years. Ha 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 ha, looks like we've got another one worried about Asley over here. Say whatever you want. Hornell stood up and headed toward the guild's entrance, prompting Idea and Mitters to ask whether he was going back home for the day. Sorry, I just can't shake this feeling off. I'm heading out for a bit. Hornell walked past Duncan to open the door and leave, then Idea and Mitters stood up quietly. Recover. Reddish tinges on the two of their faces started fading away as they were wrapped in a dim yellow light. That had been done to lessen the effects of overexertion on their bodies. Oh, boy, what a reliable leader. Kahaha, you can say that again. Be safe, everyone. Haruhana cast down her eyes. In response, Idea smiled, and Mitters answered with an energetic nod. When the two were out of the guild, the establishment's host, Duncan, narrowed his eyes and grumbled. Very brave of them to dine and dash so casually. Feeling her spine practically freezing, Haruhana hurriedly brought out her wallet. Duncan had looked as if he was going to murder someone, but upon seeing that, he immediately went back to his tender, caring self. Uhuhu, mind covering their bill for now, Haruhana? I will. Haruhana sprang up to her feet and answered, and with that, Duncan went back to work with a smile. Everyone, please be safe. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 59, that. Northwest of Beilanea. Slightly west off the highway leading to the royal capital was a rough, half-beaten path, on which lied 10 odd dead bodies. Lena and her team happened upon the gruesome scene, and saw that some among the corpses had their pieces scattered about, having recently been eaten by beasts and monsters. The freshly dead bodies reeked of decay. Blazer, upon hearing the howl of a beast from beyond the light source magic circumference, took a step forward. He wore a spirited face as he drew his sword, and then swung straight ahead, as effortlessly as waving a twig. A large dust cloud burst forth as the howling beasts whimpered and scattered away. "You're amazing as always, Sir Blazer. That invitation to the 6 Braves sure was not just for show, sir. No need to be excited at everything, EGD. What's important is that you never let your guard down." "Yes, sir." EGD, hands on the scabbard on his waist and always ready for battle, positioned himself directly in front of Lena. The red-haired boy, who had attained quite a gallant countenance and a robust body over the years, was close enough to Lena to perceive a change of her temperature, causing him to feel slightly feverish under his nose, while still maintaining his battle-ready state. "I'll protect you to the best of my abilities, Miss Lena." Thank you." "Ha ha ha. Bah, wouldn't have brought him along if not for Dragon's request." "Shoo, he can hear you, brother." Yeah. Bruce replied absent-mindedly to Betty's whisper of warning toward his idle complaint. Regardless, his mind was fully aware of his surroundings, as apparent from his eyes constantly moving left and right and his vigilant stance. "Blazer, how's it look? If you're not sensing anything, then I wouldn't expect to, either. If not for the Elemental Reaper's nocturnal nature, we would have had an easier time looking." Lena stood in the middle row, EGD in her front, and Betty stood behind her. Blazer took the very front, and the opposite of him, Bruce stood in the very back. Their overall formation was a simple, straight line, but they were able to make this effective because of their trust in Betty to intercept any attack from their flanks. "EGD, don't move around so much." "Yes, sir." Bruce's frown worsened upon receiving such a carefree reply, but then something prompted that expression of his to immediately grow vigilant. "Blazer." "Yeah, straight ahead, 50 meters. 40, a lot more than what the quest info said. Should be about 15 of them." "Ugh. Ahead, 30 meters, 4 centimeters, 7 millimeters, their advance is decelerating. They're staying vigilant, 2-. Heh, as fussy as your master, I see. Rise, arise, magic barrier." Lena invoked a spell, briefly materializing a layer of blue light in front of Blazer to signify its effect. Blazer detected several gaseous spheres shining in red, pea green, and bitter orange, pulsating as they lined up horizontally. In the midst of the spheres was a single deep crimson eyeball, its pupil trained on him, as it moved around. At least they know how to line up. 8, 10, 12, total of 16. This is bad. You can say that again. As both Bruce and Blazer grumbled, the horizontal line of elemental reapers suddenly moved forward, all at once. "That's the fastest I've ever observed from them. Hits in 4 seconds, Sir Blazer." The sideway line of monsters went against the straight line of Lena's team. In this situation, Blazer could only take on so many of them. Betty and EGD would have to pick up some of his slack. Having decided that would be the case, Bruce leapt forward over everyone in a single bound, landing beside Blazer. "Leave the right to me." "Yeah, and I'll take the center." "Betty, EGD." Blazer called their names to signify that he wanted them on the left, and while he said that, he was already swinging his sword. The attack cut the very front, pea-green elemental reaper right in half. However, it immediately reattached itself and proceeded to attack Blazer. Bruce found himself stuck in the same loop, forcing the both of them to cut their respective elemental reapers again and again until they finally stopped regenerating. Damn it, this is why I hate gas monsters. Try cutting multiple of them with one swing. They stop moving when they're split. Roger that, sir. Duh. I know we gotta hit them as many times as we can, but there's damn too many of them. Rise, arise, cross-wind. They're attacking the barrier from the left. And now the right, too. One elemental reaper had barely been stopped in its track by the invisible barrier, but that must have exposed its relatively low integrity, for several other elemental reapers immediately took to tackling the barrier from all sides. All while the giant eyeball trained its sight on Lena. Bruce and Blazer each destroyed 2, then Betty and EGD took 1 each, but by then, the barrier was already cracking. The remaining Elemental Reaper gave it one last tackle, as if to ridicule their speed. A high-pitched noise rang forth as the barrier collapsed, and the Elemental Reapers took this chance to rush down the 4 combatants. Da! Ku dash! Woohoo! EGD screamed as an Elemental Reaper pinned down his sword, causing him to fall over backwards. Everyone was worried about Lena's position, but all they could do now was fend off the enemies in front of them. A rise, quadra boundary. Stakes of light descended from Lena's craft circle, forming a square perimeter around the Elemental Reaper that had gone past EGD, and then pinning it in place. Bluish-white light crackled within the perimeter as it held down the Elemental Reaper, providing Lena with a chance to draw a spell circle for another barrier. But then... Magic barrier. What? The suddenly reappearing barrier took the 3 active combatants by surprise. The first to realize where it had originated was EGD, still flat on the ground. While he was getting up, he caught sight of Hornell, who approached from behind Lena. Hornell! EGD shouted out the name on the one in question, but the 3 other combatants did not turn around, and only spoke their reactions as they gave their undivided attention to the Elemental Reapers. By the time EGD was back into the action, Idea and Mitter supporting fire also rained down on the enemies. With Lena and Hornell alternating their magic barrier spells, the group gained a stable ground, and was able to consistently eliminate one Elemental Reaper after another. Big spell coming up. Shoot! The 4 on the front line took a deep breath and answered Lena's signal, and then Blazer, seeing it as good timing, issued his order. Now, cluster formation. The 4 retreated all the way to Lena's position and crouched, freeing up Lena's field of vision. Now with the whole picture before her eyes, Lena unleashed her attack from the spell circle. Sharp wind asteriscos and remote control. Countless wind blades made a clean sweep of the pursuing Elemental Reapers. The last of the Elemental Reapers, writhing in agony in the quadra boundary, was also finished off by Mitter's and Idea's spells. Seemingly relieved of a heavy mental burden, EGD crashed down on his backside and heaved a deep sigh. That was intense. Would have gotten dangerous if not for Hornell's team showing up. There's twice as much as what the guild's info stated, can't do much about that. You really saved us there, Hornell. Bruce said as he turned around. Following suit, Lena and Betty, and then Blazer offered them their thanks, and so did EGD, in more of a half-hearted tone. Bah, still a cheeky rascal, I see. That goes for us as well, doesn't it? Well, used to, maybe. Without a doubt. Ha 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 ha. Mitters and Idea looked back at their past selves and laughed. Seeming to have been grated on his nerves, EGD clicked his tongue, a gesture that would prompt Blazer to land a fist on his head. Ouch dash. What was that for, Sir Blazer? You ought to know the importance of words and the value of your life, EGD. If you can't do that, then there's no future for you. What? My master won't keep quiet about this, sir. Very funny. If the dainty tiger would step forward for such a petty thing, then by all means, let him. Blazer said without even exerting his voice, and knowing full well that he was right. EGD shut up, eyes cast down in shame. Then he realized the meaning of the words he had just spoken. His thoughtless act had brought his mentor, one of the 6 braves, into a public topic that he had no business in. Having observed the whole exchange, Lena stepped forward and patted EGD on his shoulders. As EGD turned to look at her hand, Lena proceeded to encourage him with a tender, yet powerful smile. EGD, remember that we improve and learn new things every day. You never know, your imperfections now may very well lead to a better you in the future. Miss Lena. Miss Lena dash. Gay. A tad too carried away by Lena's kindness, EGD was about to jump into her bosom when Hornell and Mitters grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. And then Idea stood herself in front of Lena, protecting her by keeping the two of them apart. Lena cracked a wry smile all through the scene. Then, suddenly, Betty's face tensed up. Lena tilted her head, confused by the tone shift. It's gotten too quiet around here. It was indeed a long, tense, and silent moment. Suddenly made aware of something concealed within the vicinity, Bruce and Blazer were prompted to ready their blades once again. The reason they were particularly concerned was the fact that Betty had been the first to notice the siege of eeriness upon them. They were familiar with this sensation. This intense bloodthirst. Brother, we've felt this before, haven't we? Yeah, too strong to forget, 2 years ago, at the Labyrinth of No Return. The Laughing Foxes. Mouse. Upon Blazer's utterance of that particular name, Lena and Hornell tensed up, and then immediately cast support magic effects onto everyone. Lena had heard the story from Asley, and in turn, Hornell had heard it from Lena. That the leader of the Laughing Foxes had survived. And how abnormally strong he was. They know we're here. Cast light. Torch. Mitters and Idea each cast their own light source spells, illuminating the vicinity with intense light. By the time the lights illuminated the area, the group was already surrounded by brutish men. They numbered 26 in total, and a majority of them was top naked. The man who stood furthest in the back with his arms folded was none other than the one who had cornered the 3 silvers, Asley, and Pochi years ago, the leader of the Laughing Foxes, Mouse. A rare encounter under this moonlit night. Blazer the Silver Lion and Bruce the Silver Wolf. Oh, and what have we here? Aren't you the student council president of the Magic University, the Silent Witch? I don't remember ever introducing myself to you, Mouse. Humph, has it never crossed your mind that you might have become a little famous, Bruce? Anyways, it's time to pay up, people. Heh, gonna too much for us to pay, I'm sure. Ha 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 ha, if there's one thing I can't match in you, it's how fast you talk back. At this time, Blazer and Betty were already moving to cover their group's mages. It was a warrior's job to stall for the mages to do their magic. As orthodox as that was, it was what formed the foundation for today's battle strategies. That was all the more reason for EGD to follow suit, albeit slightly delayed, creeping out from the middle row to the outside. Blazer proceeded to call out to EGD with a whisper. EGD, the enemies in the back, how many seconds do you need to break through them? Blazer asked, putting into consideration that EGD would likely be able to see the weak points in the enemy's line. 12 or 15, at most 18. Make it in 10. Yes, sir. We'll buy you 10 seconds. Run away with Lena and the others in that time. If drawn out, they could very well expect annihilation, so Blazer resorted to using the silver members as decoy. Aside from Lena being visibly disturbed in the moment of realizing so, no one had the time to question anything now. That did not mean Lena was not aware of their situation, however. Even Hornell was so mentally strained that the best he could do now was keep his eyes from turning away from the enemies in front of him. Everyone realized from the sweat trickling down Betty's face, and also Bruce's voice, while he conversed with Mouse that they had no room for error, for the enemy's combat strength surpassed theirs. You're done planning your moves yet, Blazer? Don't worry, we'll treat the girls nicely. Our new subordinates would want us to do that, too. The vicinity burst up with creepy laughter. Among the ruckus, there were noises of licking, causing Betty to shudder. Ha ha ha, congrats, Betty. Someone's actually into you. Damn it, brother, joking around now. You ought to know some manners. Humph, that's exactly why you're so unpopular. Shut up. Betty rebutted Mouse's cynical humor, but she didn't waste the moment, for at the same time, she flung 3 daggers at the 3 grunts to Mouse's sides. Coup dash. Ga. Gua dash. One among them successfully deflected the attack, but the 2 others were taken down. At this time, Betty was already making her next move, utilizing her agility to rush at the nearest enemy and stab him. Certain that Betty's move was the sign for him to go, EGD rushed forward, with Hornell, Idea, and Mitters taking after him. Yet. Rise, Earth Control and Remote Control. Lena acted differently. She erected a wall of dirt, separating the group consisting of her and the Silver from Hornell's group. Her act of deliberately leaving herself behind prompted Hornell to stop in his tracks and turn around. However, both his arms were grabbed up by Mitters and Idea as they caught up, leaving him no choice but to retreat. EGD, occupied by the presence of the enemies in front, was not aware of that happening. If he had known, he most likely would have acted the same as Hornell had attempted. Lena had taken that into consideration, meticulously timing her separation from Hornell's group. EGD stabbed one enemy, but as soon as he blinked once, 2 more already came rushing in from the sides, giving him a total of 3 more to deal with. First, he kicked the opponent he had just stabbed off his sword to gain some distance, then lowered his stance as he saw 2 more enemies appear, as if to wait for all of them to be in the right position. Pneumatic reverse, Shah. That moment, his sword, lined for a horizontal strike, emitted a flash of light. The 4 rushing enemies fell over in succession, their bodies pushed back by an invisible wall. Now on the ground like the man, who had been kicked down earlier, and lined up neatly due to the path of their fall, EGD jumped to their row's side. And then he leapt, rushing at the straight file of targets in front of him. Aerial Dancer. The unleashed attack boasted more than enough power to spell the death of those 5 men. With EGD's leap making way for them, Mitters and Idea, with Hornell in tow, ran on ahead. EGD, upon landing followed them, keeping himself in the back row to watch out for an ambush. First, to break out of the enclosure, and then, after neutralizing the threat, rescue Blazer's group. All 4 of them had the same plan in mind. However. Gosh. Intense pain ran through EGD's legs, forcing him to trip over forward. Unsightly as that was, he was able to quickly get his posture in order, but then he realized what had hit him. An arrow through his right thigh. Moreover, they were not dealing with just one arrow. Ow dash. NGH dash. Sharp arrows hit Mitters in his arm, and Idea in her calf, and grazed past Hornell's face. And then Idea, sweating profusely from her face, dropped right down onto the ground. That went to show how the damage had not been dealt at just where the arrows had landed. Bah, it's toxic. Hornell, recover. Ariko dash. However, Hornell's invocation of the swift magic was unsuccessful. Curses, this, toxin. EGD was the most physically fit one, and thus the last of the group to fall, so when he eventually did, 4 members of the Laughing Foxes came to round them up. They put away their bows and drew their blades from their backs or waists, and then showed the same creepy grins and laughs as the lowlifes from before. One of them kicked Idea so that she would turn over and face up, and then lowlife's laughter intensified as they put their blades to Mitters and Hornell's necks. And then. Around the same time, shortly after Lena let Hornell's group go on ahead, Betty slit the throat of one of the 14 remaining enemies, that count excluding Mouse. So as to decrease their numbers as soon as possible, Betty picked out the weakest ones among them first. At the same time, Blazer and Bruce spread out, each taking on multiple enemies at once, struggling to secure the other group's escape. Although quite concerned by a myriad of things, Lena kept on using swift magic from the back row, and used kicking attacks to support the other 3 as needed. Damn it, these guys are tough as nails. It's not much, but some of them did deflect Betty's daggers. Not to mention, they're pushing us back, dash. The ones in the back are small fries, but the ones over here are the real deal. What, let's just say that I had a few connections in my trade. Lena was particularly bothered by Mouse's last statement, but the surrounding chaos had almost all of her attention now, making that one detail slip by her. Bruce, Blazer, and Betty each were taking on 4 enemies, but one of the thieves attacking Lena judged that 3 would be enough to deal with her, so he broke away and rushed for Lena instead. Kaya dash. Lena had narrowly deflected the man's kick with her staff, but she was still knocked back by the impact. Lena. And when she landed, the first thing that entered her vision was Mouse Boot. Mouse grinned as he kicked Lena's staff away and lifted her up by the collar of her shirt. Ugh. Oh ho, I knew you were a nice girl. Maybe I'll sell you off when I'm done. Ha 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 ha. Ora. Guh. Mouse shouted, then took a dagger and stabbed Lena's thigh. For a second, Lena's expression warped in intense pain, further fueling Mouse humor. You little shit. Your corpse is not gonna look pretty. Hold it, brother, I'll kill him myself. Damned deviant. Ha 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 ha. Barking won't do you any good now that you can't even move around. But it sure is noisy around here, so how about I do this to shut you up? Mouse moved the dagger in his hand, resting it on the base of Lena's neck. The toxin on the blade already taking effect, Lena's expression turned pale. The 3 others held their breaths as they watched Mouse every move. Then it only took an instant of negligence for Betty to be knocked down. The man who had kicked Lena now circled around to Blazer, slashing him on his back. Ngh-. Even Bruce, the last one standing, had his movements disturbed by the sight of Lena's bleeding neck, and was ultimately pinned down. Humph, in the end, that's all you people can do. Well, I guess that sounds about right. Betty seemed to have also been hit with the toxin when she had been knocked down, as apparent from her sweating profusely from her face, and how she was immobilized despite not being pinned down. Bruce and Blazer desperately scrambled for an idea on how to get themselves out of this predicament, but the enemy's numbers alone rendered them unable to do anything but stare at the ground as blood dripped from their noses. Leave them around, and there'll be trouble for us later. Kill the men off. Yeah. There, here. What? Lena's whisper prompted Mouse to incline his head in doubt. The thief's subordinates also stopped what they were doing and strained their ears to listen. I can hear them. What? Ah, right, things over there should be wrapped up by now. Ha 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 ha. Mouse let out a hearty laugh in celebration of the laughing fox's presumed victory, but Lena continued talking as her face was left hanging down. No. I can hear them. The frail, yet reassured tone of her voice briefly confused Mouse, but then he disregarded it and issued the order to kill to his subordinates once again. It happened that very moment. The enormous dirt wall in front of Mouse was met with a heavy impact on the other side, causing it to crumble down and be swept away like sand in the wind. The destruction of the wall distracted everyone present, momentarily stopping all movement. On the other side was Hornell's group and 9 members of the Laughing Foxes, all flat on the ground. Amid this bizarre turn of events, Lena, and Lena alone, felt an abnormal gust of wind brush against her cheeks. The wind from the other side of her magically constructed wall, blowing past her in but an instant. Hey, you just ran past him. Well, it's not my fault, sir. Wasn't this your idea of showing off, master? I mean, I won't deny that, but everyone's in trouble, so I want to do that. Do what? Mouse turned around upon hearing those voices coming from behind him. Betty smiled, reveling in the nostalgia those voices induced. Blazer and Bruce, although still in trouble, celebrated the arrival of the 2 newcomers. And streams of tears burst forth from Lena's eyes. Watch out, y'all, we're gonna do the thing. Yeah, that thing. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 60, that. An unmarked day during the first month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. After sending some boorish voice messages to Melchi from Tus, Pochi and I continued on our way to Beilanea. Heading south from royal capital Regalia for 2 days, we had first arrived at Radiata, located midway between Regalia and Beilanea. We had rested in Radiata for 1 night, so we should have reached Beilanea by the night of the 15th, yes, should have. But as the night encroached, just when I thought we were only a few hours away from Beilanea, Pochi's nose detected an anomaly in the air. Master, it's Lena. You can smell her. Yes, and also, the stench of blood. Just from Lena. Bruce, too. Chances are, Betty and Blazer are also with him. Which means they must have sustained major injuries while out hunting. We've got to hurry. Go, Pochi. I choose you. Whoa. I hopped on Pochi's back and tried to contact Lena, but for whatever reason, I couldn't invoke the telepathic call magecraft. Huh. Why'd the tele not connect? Did you already forget, Master? You've put a magecraft effect on your sensory nerves to jam telepathic communication. Ah, now that she mentioned it. So that's why no one's been calling me lately. Did you actually forget that, sir? I might have forgotten that, yes. Ha, I feel so sorry for Lena now, sir. Did you say something? Just hurry and call her, sir. Don't just sit there like a damned fool. Bah, what in the world is she so angry about this time? Rise, arise, restriction cancel. Lena. Lena. Can you hear me? Master. How's it look, sir? Damn it, this is bad. I'm sure my voice reached her just fine, but for whatever reason, she can't answer. Pochi, activate booster. Wait, there's something like that equipped on me. Let's hurry and turn it on, sir. No. It's called placebo. You damned liar. Right as Pochi cursed at me, her running speed dropped drastically. Ha, the effects wore out already. Rise, arise, all up. Hurry, Pochi. Whoa. I applied one of Tu's original support magic spells onto Pochi. Now back to her wind-shredding speed, Pochi howled aggressively as she ran in the direction of Lena's scent. It didn't take long after that for Pochi to detect the scent of a few others, this time, of my dearly missed classmates. Hornell's here, too. Yes, Idea and Mitters are also with him. And another acquaintance of ours, I think, but I don't quite recognize the smell. Oh, no. What's wrong? Everyone's in trouble. Can you make it in time? Of course. Breaking my limits. I see them. We need to be there as soon as possible. I'm going all out. Having said that, Pochi gritted her teeth and held her breath as she almost instantaneously accelerated to the top speed. What entered my eyes were Hornell and his team, all collapsed on the ground. Surrounding them were bandits. Rise, arise, arise dash. But then Pochi decided to tackle the apparently magically constructed wall of dirt before us head-on. I clung to Pochi as the wall crumbled, and was bathed from head to toe by the dirt and sand in the wind. It's bitter as all hell. Oops, now's not the time. I've got to sweep up the guys around Hornell's group first. So I fired balls of condensed arcane energy at the four men, instantly depleting their MP. That was a spell that forced consumption of arcane energy, the magic drain. With this excellent spell, one could deal with warrior opponents quite well if they used it in appropriate timings. The four men, with their MP completely drained, lost their consciousnesses and crashed down where they stood. That was a special case symptom incurred by losing a great amount of MP at once, as opposed to slowly consuming it throughout the day. With that done, I would say there was one less thing to immediately worry about. Pochi didn't stop there, running on straight ahead, and passing through the crowd of countless enemies. Wait. Hey, you just ran past him. Well, it's not my fault, sir. Wasn't this your idea of showing off, Master? I mean, I won't deny it, but everyone's in trouble, so I wanna do that. Do what? Wasn't that Mouse? Oh, I see, so the laughing foxes are at it again. Betty, her face looking incredibly pale. That's got to be neurotoxin, and judging from the specific symptoms, it had been made from the toxicant of Easter frogs, a monster found in the eastern regions. Blazer and Bruce looked healthy enough. Their bloody snot bubble swelled up and burst, like that was supposed to be some kind of joke routine. And Lena was practically crying a waterfall. Her thigh was bleeding, and her face, also incredibly pale, like Betty. Curses, he dared to lay his hands on my excellent pupil. I'll never forgive him. Watch out, y'all, we're gonna do the thing. Yeah, that thing. Why you, from back then? Mouse, as I remember correctly. I see you haven't mended your ways. Have you no shame? You're even more pathetic than my master, I say. Oh, now I feel so sorry for him, master. Ah, Pochi, you know me so well. Shut up. Take another step, and your friends' heads will come right off their bodies. You're sounding cheap as hell, you know that. I know you're pretty strong, so try getting a decent vocabulary to go with it, too. I feel so sorry for you, thief. Ugh, looks like you'll never stop talking like that unless someone dies for real. Hey! Mouse ordered for Bruce to be executed, and the thief behind Bruce promptly brandished his blade. Now, master. Pochi grinned, signaling me to take action. What? The Laughing Fox's members, all at once, were taken aback. I haven't prepared it yet, though. You're kidding, right? Yeah, I'm kidding. Rise. Title lock. Code, Laughing Foxes. That very moment, Mouse dropped Lena onto the ground, then the other members, one after another, dropped their weapons and were frozen in place. Mouse's expression warped as he struggled harder to fight the petrification. Godash. W.H. Watts, this. I call it a binding barrier spell. I've confirmed far beforehand that you are all members of the Laughing Foxes, so I've made it so that the spell targets only those with the title. What the hell, that's ridiculous. And I've planned it so that Pochi can help out every one of us while I'm talking to you here. Yes, I am. Wait, I'm supposed to carry everyone. But you didn't do anything but clap your paws. Damn it. No, we'll be fine. Ooh, it's the bloody snot bubble duo. What the hell did you just call me? I called out Bloody Snot A and Bloody Snot B, prompting them to wipe their noses and regaining their respectable Blazer and Bruce images. Bruce didn't seem to be hurt, but Blazer seemed to have taken quite a hit. The nerve toxin, most likely. The damage wouldn't be major in the long run, but how did he counteract it so quickly? The antidote I hid in my cheek sure came in handy this time. Dude, you've prepared something like that, too. Being well prepared results in no worries, my friend. Blazer's as serious as ever, I see. I still could learn a thing or two from him, but concealing antidote within my own body is a bit too risky for my taste. I would end up being poisoned instead if I consumed it accidentally, after all. Oh, I've got to help Lena's crew. Let's see, the ones who were poisoned. Lena, Betty, Hornell, Idea, Mitters, wait, is that EGD? Okay, so a total of 6. Rise, recover count 6 and remote control. With all 5 of my right fingers and 1 left finger, I sent 6 spell circles flying off. Controlling their moves, I first sent 2 of them to Lena and Betty, stopping them on top of their heads. One of your weird spells again. It's called a split invocation. With this, I can invoke several different spells at once. And, rise. After sending the last circle to Hornell, who was located farthest from me, I supplied them with the necessary arcane energy for invocation. Everyone had their bodies enveloped in yellow light, which then quickly faded away. Bruce and Blazer proceeded to finish off the members of the Laughing Foxes, just as they had done at the Labyrinth of No Return. I'll never get used to seeing people's deaths, will I? Suddenly, 2 warm, gentle hands clung to my back. The sobbing voice from just below my shoulder height was the voice Pochi and I recognized the best. Sir Asley. Hey there, Lena. It's good to see you're safe. I heard your voice all along. Lena's voice turned hoarse as she clung to the mantle on my back, covering her face with it. She wasn't gripping me hard, but it felt as if a movement restriction far worse than tidal lock had been put on me. Seeking assistance, I glanced at Pochi, but all she did was wink back before running to Betty instead. Bruce and Blazer didn't seem to be in the mood to play along, either. Damn it, you guys just had to ignore me now of all times. For now, I could only heal Lena a little more with the recovery magic that had been activated at her feet. I didn't recognize you at first, you know. You've gotten quite beautiful, Lena. Yes. And I heard you've become the student council president. Congratulations. Yes. That's what I'd expect from the Silent Witch. Sir Gaston gave you that nickname, right? Yes. I think it's about time you let go, Lena. Now she's gripping my mantle even more tightly. Just when I thought she'd never let go for quite a while, a certain young man's shout suggested to me otherwise. Ayaha! Miss Lena is crying. Well, that might have been closer to a scream. Villain! What have you done to Guh? And there he goes, lifted away by Bruce and Blazer, that was EGD, without a doubt. He sure grew quite big over the year. At a glance, his statistics shouldn't be that far from Betty's level, too. Even from a distance, I saw that Hornell and Mitters have changed quite a bit, too. Looking quite bright, even in this dark outdoors. In one way or another, Idea looks nicer now. Yeah, everyone's grown up. And now, back to what's important, when will Lena let go of me, if ever? Precisely because of her not letting me go anywhere, I had to use Tidal Lock of Mouse and his crew again, several times. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 61, The Green-Haired Lala. So, you feel like talking now? Humph, what's there to talk about? How about you hurry and kill me off? Come on, Mr. Silver Wolf. Quit playing dumb. You're strong, but there's no way in hell you bossed around all these elites by yourself. I'll remind you that I'm with the Blazer, and he knows all too well how hard it is to gather talented individuals for a team effort. So let's start with having you explain those job connections you mentioned, just to make sure there aren't any more dangerous groups around town. Bruce interrogated Mouse, holding a sword to his neck. Mouse put on a facade of calmness as he glared back at Bruce. But then... Godash! Betty stabbed one of Mouse's arms. That also took all of us, bar none, by surprise. You've got a real scary look in your eyes, Betty. It's die now or die soon, thief, make your choice. I don't think that's going to work as a threat. 2 years ago, in a similar moment, a strange girl had appeared to the bandits' rescue, but I wasn't feeling any foreign presence this time around. Wait, no. I don't think I'd sensed anyone back then, either. I would assume that girl to be quite a tough customer, having been able to prevent Blazer and Bruce from executing Mouse at the perfect timing. I suppose there was no such thing as being too vigilant when it came to such situations. He's never gonna talk no matter how many times we ask, so it looks like we'll just have to kill him and be done with it. Your early celebration will be what robs you of your imminent victory. What? Seeing Mouse's creepy grin, Bruce looked as if he'd also been reminded of what had happened 2 years ago. Blazer steeled his nerves, but as one would expect, he detected no foreign presence. Still, Mouse did not wipe the grin off his face. He sure is good at bargaining his way out. As things stood now, Bruce wouldn't kill Mouse off. If there was someone hiding around who planned to save Mouse, then he wouldn't kill Mouse, so as to rat out that someone first. After all, depending on the situation, they may or may not be faced with an overwhelming force. Immediately following that thought, we were met with the same phenomenon as what had occurred 2 years ago. Countless knives flew toward everyone, landing around their feet. But of course, that didn't mean the outcome was the same. for the members of the Silver could dodge them all this time. Everyone had improved themselves over the past 2 years, after all. Bruce successfully evaded the knives while still keeping his blade on Mouse's neck, and I warded off the ones that flew toward me and Pochi. Lena had no problem dodging them either. Damn it, again. Took you long enough, Lala. What a drag. I'd expected her to appear, that girl with a face so devoid of life, referred to as Lala by the bandit. No emotion was felt from her voice and expression. Where did she even come from? Well, whatever. What's important now is to make sure no one gets away. Still, her speed is certainly far beyond normal, well, not quite on Melchi's level, but she'd likely pull off an escape if left unchecked. Hey, stop. I grabbed the arms of the green-haired girl, completely stopping all her movements for a brief moment. Her green eyes, so pure that I took them for emerald, showed a slight sign of surprise. Then, revealing sharp blades that she had concealed within her boots, she attempted to throw an uppercut kick. Hup. Ha-dash. Hup. As I'd expected, she was dexterous, the variation of warriors who utilized an abnormal advantage of speed. No matter how repetitive her barrage was, she stopped at nothing to try and get a hit in. Between me and her, she was, in a way, the stronger one. That's ridiculous. This mage can keep up with Lala. Damn, he's fast. That's gotta remind you of old Argent, Blazer. My grandpa's still faster. Oh ho, so the leader of the Silver General is that fast, huh? Which reminds me, Melchi once said that she'd met Argent before, too. I'd never expected him to be Blazer's grandfather, though. Ahem, that finally wiped the grin off your face, Mouse. Ugh, now the dog's joking at me. Further action infeasible. Abandoning Mouse rescue and commencing retreat. Ultimately, Lala managed to slip through my relatively straightforward grasp, hopping back to guarantee herself a path of escape. Lala. That's not how our deal goes. Get your ass over here and help me. Action infeasible. Wadash. Anna, is she a robot? She sure sounds like one. It took Lala only 2 cold words to instantly turn Mouse face pale. It seemed that she was the only guarantee for his safety, and now, that guarantee was gone. Not failing to notice an incoming fireball spell from Hornell, Lala swatted it down on the ground, then used the ensuing explosion and smoke to conceal her escape, instantly leaving the radius of our light source spells. Damn it, there she goes. But that would leave us with. Bruce looked in my direction, grinned as he seemed to have realized what I had aimed for, and then turned back to Mouse. Now then, feel like cooperating with us yet? And no. The sword, reflecting the radiance of the light source spells, gleamed in Mouse's eyes. He shivered, his face was sweating profusely as it cramped up with fear of imminent death. What was that talk about your job connections? I can't say anything about it. I just can't. Why not? If I say anything, I'll be killed. I'd thought Bruce's going back to the basics and outright threatening him would make him spill the beans, but that also proved to be difficult. Lena hasn't gotten very used to this kind of situation yet, but she kept a close watch on Bruce regardless. Pochi sharpened her nails, while standing behind Bruce, but since Mouse was being held in a position that faced him away from Bruce, the bandit couldn't see those nails she was so proud of. Ah, our eyes met. Yeah, nice nails you got there, doggo. Fine, let's just get it over with. Please, spare me. Bye. I got it. I'll talk. Now that was real murderous intent. Even Mouse would have no choice but to talk in face of that, I suppose. Bruce stopped the point of his sword at the tip of Mouse's nose, and the man, having completely lost his vitality, seemed to have aged up a decade in an instant as he let out a whimper of a scream. And then, while still staying vigilant of his surroundings, talked in a low, almost whisper-like voice. Ishtar, of the Black. The three members of the Silver did not react in any special way, but a look of horror was plastered on the faces of the university students. And then, it happened. Mouse briefly screamed before his head, like a fruit plucked off its branch, was blown right off his neck. Bruce, standing right in front of Mouse, had his face dyed in pure red with the bandit's blood. Kaya dash. Wa dash. Lena and Idea screamed. Hornell and EGD were very disturbed by the sudden occurrence, and even Blazer and Betty couldn't fully hide their surprise. It was a simple, classical magecraft that activated with the utterance of specific words, the curse word explosion. A powerful instance too, so the user must have possessed a great deal of arcane energy. Is it really Ishtar, after all? According to public information, only Gaston and War Demon Emperor Vaz were able to use magecraft, though. As it would turn out, amid the dead silence, the one who was most calm was none other than Bruce, despite having taken a direct hit from Mouse Blood Fountain. Gah, damn it. I was planning to have myself a tub of ale tonight, too. This is the last thing I wanted to be covered in. Oh, Bruce, I knew you'd prefer my stomach acid over anything. And what in blazes compelled you to try and advertise your acid? Pa. Oh, how wonderful. You've clued yourselves into quite a conspiracy, haven't you? Suddenly, I heard another nostalgic voice approaching from behind. It was none other than Irene, looking as stern as ever as she stood there with her arms folded. She glared at me, then turned away with an arrogant groan. Why is it that she's angry at something almost every time I see her? Professor Irene. I just came to keep my eye on things since it seemed dangerous, but this turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Mouse of the Laughing Fox was being backed by Ishtar of the Black. I suppose it wouldn't be inconceivable for the Black faction to do such a thing. What are you talking about? Mitters immediately asked, but before Irene could answer, the two were interrupted by Bruce. Hey, before you say anything, how about we get ourselves back to the guild first? I want to clean myself up real quick too. You don't want my acid anymore. How did you even end up at that topic again? After all was said and done, we buried the remains of the Laughing Fox members and headed back to Beilanea. I'd expected something bad to happen in case that my face was seen by Beilanea security, but Betty told me all I had to do was temporarily remove my glasses. Well, I believe I'd gotten quite swollen ever since I'd left, and some time had passed since then, so I guess I'd be fine after all. On our way to the Adventurers Guild, Bruce broke away from the group to take care of his business, and EGD only notified Lena before he left, citing that he needed to be back to his room before curfew. When we finally reached the guild, Red Duncan, as if his eyes were red with fury, immediately came to take Hornell, Mitters, and Idea away. What in the world did they do this time? The establishment was silent by this time of the night, with only a handful of other adventurers hanging around. Among them were a few faces I fondly recognized, and others were total strangers. And one was particularly familiar, a beautiful, black-haired young woman, sound asleep with the left side of her face on the round table. W8, is that Haruhana? To my whisper, Lena responded with a slight nod, and Betty with a grin. What, you don't remember what she looks like, Asley? While asking me that, she sat down at a table different from Haruhana's. No, that's not it, just surprised. What about Natsu and Fuyu? Natsu's at home. Fuyu, on the other hand, already left to study under Sir Gaston. Whoa, Blazer, is that true? Hey, you guys are gonna wake Haruhana up. Keep it down. I briefly panicked when Betty pointed that out, causing Lena to chuckle, and in turn causing some tears to leak from her eyes once again. And Pochi gave me quite a painfully condemning stare. Hey, don't look at me like that. Keep it up and there'll be no snacks for you. Now don't you give me that stray dog look. Sir Gaston happened to visit that house one time, you see. Fuyu's practical management skills really caught his eye, so he invited her along right then and there. But if he wanted a manager, wouldn't she still be too inexperienced to start immediately? Gaston's training her himself. Irene spoke up to reinforce the story. So that's how it went. For one of the 6 archmages to take notice immediately, for you must have been quite impressive. Moreover, being able to deal with the old man while still busy with her work already went to show that she was deserving of her recognition. That's wonderful. Thanks to that, it looks like he's been feeling so young and active lately, too. I've heard that he just took down an S-ranked monster by himself the other day. That's also wonderful. So, tell me, Asley. Where were you, and what have you been up to? I tried contacting you often, but never got a connection. That often? A red Irene has appeared. Not in her eyes, but rather, on her face. Did she just catch a cold? I've got to remember to boil some cat monkey livers for her later. That stuff works well for the common cold. Ahahaha, you're the same as ever, Sir Asley. Lena finally, fully laughed, although she's already an adult now, some childish innocence still lingered in her face. And really, she's become so beautiful. Asley? Your cheeks are looking a bit red, you know that. Huh, really? As Betty told me so, Lena's face also reddened up slightly. Looks like people are so prone to catching colds during this time of year in Beilanea. Is the cat monkey liver still in supply at the market? Anna, Asley's so dense I can't believe it, but now that I think about it, we're talking about a 5,000-year-old who's still a virgin and has no clue of what romance is, so I guess it's understandable. Sullivan, look. Dude has been focused on the arts of magic. Give him a break. Anyway, I'm also curious. What have you been doing these past 2 years? You've become surprisingly fit, so I thought you might have been training to be a warrior, but, surely you had to do more than just that. You can say that again. Oh, done already, Bruce? Yeah, I think I'm still stinking a bit, but our friends just come home, you know. Of course, I gotta hurry. Heh, true. Blazer nodded in agreement with Bruce's declaration. Man, that really tickled my heartstrings. Maybe I'll give them a nice scratch later with Pochi's prided nails. You really got your stance and balance in shape, man. Your walking seemed naturally stealthy on our way back, too. Besides, that magic you used. What magic? Irene, who hadn't been present to witness the thing in question, now had her curiosity piqued. Well, what's that called, again? I think Asley said something about it being a split invocation. Split invocation. Professor Irene, Sir Asley invoked 6 instances of the recover spell at the same time. Why, you're kidding, right? I've never heard of a way to cast the same spell multiple times while it's on cooldown. Ma'am, you just woke Haruhana up. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 62, The Elusive Jewel Apple Pie. Ah. Sir Asley. You have returned. Haruhana, drowsy from her sudden wake, rubbed her eyes as she spoke. Maybe it was my imagination, but her voice also seemed to have matured slightly. Yeah. I'll have to leave soon, but I wanted to pay a visit here first. Is that so? Dude, you just got here, and you're leaving again already. Once again, Lena's face clouded up slightly. I never thought that the idea Pochi had brought up on the way here would come in handy now. Sorry, but that's how it is. Oh, I'll set a spell circle here as a transfer point, so I'll still drop by this place while I'm working. Oh, that's fine then. Master. What is it, Pochi? You've kept Miss Irene hanging long enough, don't you think? Just look at how she's glaring at you. Right. Now, Sir Asley, please do explain the secret of your magic. Ah, yes, as eager to learn as I would expect from the one with a nickname as impressive as the Silent Witch. Surely she'd attained all the suitable knowledge over the past 2 years, but I could see that she was still quite eager to get ahead of the game. Not to mention that she'd also been working as the student council president. Surely her abilities were the real deal. Ahem. Well, split invocation isn't quite what its name implies. You see, it doesn't really involve casting multiple instances of the same spell simultaneously. How so? Split, you're saying there's a unique mechanism to it. Irene is looking at me with the analytical eyes of the 6 archmages. I hate it when she does that. Just as Miss Irene said, there is a cooldown time to use the same spell again, but this method modifies the equation so that it becomes recover spell that can be used 6 times instead. A 6-charge recover? That's impossible. If it's not a fixed position type, the spell circle won't have enough capacity to contain all the information needed. And in the first place, magic formulas don't work that way. Actually, it is entirely possible. I stood up and walked a little away from everyone's seats. This time I used Cure, a simpler spell compared to the previous, to demonstrate the same method. Cure count 6 and remote control. No way. As Irene grumbled so, 6 spell circles rose up in a wave before her eyes, then each flew toward her, Lena, Bruce, Blazer, Betty, and Haruhana. Light briefly wrapped around everyone's bodies, and once it faded away, Lena cast her eyes down and let herself be lost in serious thought. You got the gist of it, Lena? Lena did not answer, as she was probably occupied with replaying that scene again and again in her head. Irene also pondered things over while holding her chin with her hand. Its mechanisms were simple enough, so I thought they'd quickly figure it out. Come on, people. It's the movement of your fingers. They all moved differently. Yeah. Looked creepy, squiggling round like that. The ones who responded first were Betty, Blazer, and Bruce. Perhaps this had to do with the warriors possessing dynamic vision. Especially since it had taken me several months to realize how it worked. Upon hearing those reactions, Irene turned to glare at me, seeming as if she'd realized something so obvious. She then proceeded to draw some circles with her fingers. Hey, don't tell me she's already. HNGH, Cure and Remote Control. Damn, the talent of the 6 archmages is at work again. How vexing. This is quite difficult. But does this look right? Yes, it does. But wasn't that just 2 spells? Isn't it supposed to be 6? He meant I'm using the right method. I can't use that exact spell since I don't know its formula, but I was able to use 2 fingers to invoke 2 different spells. Get this, Asley used one hand to invoke the remote control, and the other for 6 cure spells, with the 5 fingers drawing 1 spell circle each. You're going to need some weird intensive training to pull that off, though. That's awesome. It's fair to say that Certus is the awesome one, not my master, yes. Oh, my former familiar, never missing the chance to instantly temper Lena's admiration toward my showcases. Tus. I might have heard that name from somewhere, well, whatever. Since the number of your spells didn't match with the number of fingers, you also used a spell to control the number of activations on one of those 5, right? Yes, I knew you'd notice. One of those 5 spells was still Cure, of course, but with the added effects of a spell that controls the number of its activations, a spell that stabilizes the arcane energy supply, a spell that controls the number of activations of the stabilizer, and lastly, the Absorb a Rain Energy Magecraft to forcibly pull my energy to supply all those spells. Why was there no spell to control the number of activations of that Magecraft, then? The Magecraft itself was embedded with a scope-defining magic formula beforehand. So that's what it is. I can see just from your body how hellish your training was, but it's still scary to think about how you practiced those crazy finger maneuvers. Bruce laughed in response to the statement. Did I say something strange? Irene asked back, right, did she really say something strange? Apologies, Miss Irene. I just thought how perfectly suitable that training was for Asley here. What do you mean? He's so crazy that he's able to go a few days without food while immersing himself in thinking and research, you see. With the person he's hell-bent on surpassing, staying constantly by his side, I'm sure he wouldn't care about the little things at all. Yes, I remember it so well. My master would scream all sorts of obscenities at Sir Tus, while he persisted through everything. Muscle brain. Poopy head, and stuff. Oohoo, even kids these days don't say that anymore, you know. Damn you, Pochi. And Betty, she'd been absolutely unaware of this before, but once she knew it, she spoke as if she'd remembered something she'd once known. Pochi, even if that was meant to quote Sir Asley, a girl mustn't speak like that. Ah, you're right. I must be more careful. So anyway, did you pick up any other tricks? No, it took everything I had just to get stronger, so all I actually learned were the split invocation, and then some new spells and magecraft. Still, that movement was incredible. You were almost as fast as Bruce at one point. Ha ha ha, I still have a long way to go. Even with that much training, it still wasn't enough to catch up to Bruce. And of course, the speed Blazer referred to was that of Bruce without any support magic effect. Although that hadn't been the full extent of my power either, I reckon it would still be difficult for me to go head-to-head against an S-ranked warrior. It was astounding, man. Never seen a mage move that fast before. You think you can take on SS-ranked monsters with that split invocation thing? Should be easy to shoot down with that speed, right? Well, I did try it once, but it took me everything to deal with just an S-ranked one. But if I'm paired with Pochi, we might just manage it, yeah. Ha ha ha. You already did that too. Must have been a wild ride, these past 2 years. Oh, you have no idea how much of a trouble that was. I held you on your neck with my mouth as we ran like hell from that SS-ranked Chaos Lizard. What? You were almost toast back there, so I bailed you out. Did you forget that? What? Before that happened, you tripped and fell, so I had to help you up. Did you forget that? Oh crap, I forgot that. Well, you two did go through many battles and endless training, right? And why are you roping me in with him? I'm still not done talking dash. Why? 1 jewel apple pie, coming right up. Ooh, so tasty. Duncan hasn't even put it on the table, doggo. Anyway, Professor Irene, we ought to get back to what you just talked about dash. What the dash? You three, what happened to your faces? Hornell, Idea, and Mitters suddenly appeared with their faces totally swollen up, confusing Irene so much that she didn't even know how to react. So this is what the Red Duncan is capable of, eh? Up close, briefly before he walked away, I could see that Duncan's eyelashes had notably grown quite thick over the years. Ugh, for the love of. You three better remember this and make sure to pay before leaving a restaurant next time, all right? Yes, ma'am. The three answered properly even though their mouths couldn't close all the way. No one knew the right reaction to that either, what with how surreal it looked and sounded. Pochi seemed scared, too, if that wasn't obvious enough from her instantly taking my wallet from my purse and going up to pay for my drink. All right, since everyone's here now. We ought to get into your topic, Miss Irene. I'm particularly curious of Mouse's last words, Ishtar of the Black. Is that a name we're supposed to be familiar with? Irene said nothing and merely nodded in response to Blazer's question. Irene proceeded to explain, lowering her voice out of concern of it being an unknown name due to the strict regulation of information. All three of the Silver leaned their ears in. And that's what it's about. I see, so Ishtar's of the Black refers to the black and white chain. Zemel, FYI, by this, they refer to Ishtar and Lloyd, the heads of chains. So, Miss Irene, what did you mean by it not being inconceivable for the Black faction to do such a thing? The Black faction's activities are looking suspicious as of late, you see. You know there's talk about Gaston taking down an S-ranked monster, right? Yes, I've heard. Irene nodded once, looking unusually mellow as she proceeded with the story. Apparently, that was an order from Ishtar. Yeah, ordered to do that at this busy time of the year, when the magic guardians would be too occupied to mobilize for side jobs. That's like telling him to go by himself. Chances are, Ishtar saw Gaston as a threat that is too powerful to dispose of directly. Oh no. Lena seemed quite worried for Gaston, as apparent from her gripping her fists tightly. Perhaps we've all gotten close to Gaston before any of us realized. Ever since the teleportation spell had seen more widespread use, it was much easier for him to come to and go from Beilanea, so that might have played into his popularity with the masses, and he turned out to actually be quite the kind-hearted old man, so pretty much anyone would be fond of him, Lena included. Well, thanks to him coming back alive from that, Gaston's gotten a ton more public recognition, so that ended in his favor. So, Miss Irene, how is all that connected to Mouse? I don't really know that much yet, but according to some of the university staff, the Black faction has gotten a sharp increase of new members. Chances are those bandits were included in that, too. Oh ho, does that mean Blazer is also a bandit? Ha 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 ha. You entered the Black faction, Blazer. Blazer shook his head in response to my question. Rather than factions, it was an invitation into the ranks of the Six Braves. Whoa, that's amazing. Wait, weren't the members of the Duodcad conference chosen from the university's alumni? ZMO, FYI, Duodcad Conference, a conference of the 12, is a collective name of 6 archmages and 6 braves. In this case, I had the same question as Pochi. No matter how able the one in question was, wouldn't the black and white chain more strongly adhere to their traditions and established routine? I went to the university a few days before and fulfilled the graduating qualifications in that period, then I got the invitation, that's pretty much it. Aha. Forging a new path to proceed the plan with, and then announcing the technical truth to the people. Totally what the nation would consider doing. But of course, I declined it. Wait, since you were invited into the 6 braces, wouldn't that mean a seat was recently freed up? One of the 6 braves, Jennifer the Bone Fist, was ousted due to her rising up in a rebellion. Hornell, now fully recovered from his wounds, answered me. Jennifer the Bone Fist. A martial artist who had entered the ranks of the 6 braves at a remarkably young age, if I remember correctly. Now, did that mean her contract with the black and white chain did not take effect? I wouldn't expect the organization itself to be betrayed so easily. Maybe she was colluding with someone on the outside. But then, who would that be? At any rate, nothing discussed here changed the fact that the nation had its hands full with everything. Melchi making her move around this time probably was the right course of action. Now, we'll discuss that topic in detail at a later time. I want to get the Asley welcome back party going already, is the food not served yet? Betty turned to look at Duncan, but instead, she saw Pochi sitting on the counter, God knows when she even got there, with an inflated stomach. Countless eaten-up plates and bowls piled up to her side, which Duncan was busy gathering up and sending back to the kitchen. Whoa, don't tell me, she just ate everything. Pochi, now realizing that everyone was staring at her, produced quite an awkward expression. Everything has already been paid for, I assure you all. Burp dash. Totally what Pochi would consider doing. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 63, Lala and Tzar. As brief and simple as it ended up being, everyone present with me at this time in the guild treated me to a meal to celebrate my return. From the beginning to the end, Hornell looked quite stern, and his speech was hard to make out, but I think at one point he said to me to tell him all about what I'd gone through at a later time. Pochi was running around wildly at first, but once her stomach was full, all she could do was stay put and lick away a plate of fruit juice. Haruhana seemed awfully sleepy, but she wanted to stay up for me on this occasion, so she rubbed her eyes and sat through to the end. Duncan also joined midway once he was free, and the party ended up lasting all the way to the next morning. After that was settled, we walked back to the Asley agency. I'd expected Lena to break off from the group on the way, but it turned out that she lived at the agency now. I'll see you guys later. I told that to everyone before excusing myself to go to work in my room. My room had been cleaned recently, so it was pristine. I held a great deal of gratitude for this kindness. In the corner of the room, I set up a fixed position spell circle for the teleportation spell. And then I went to Pochi, who had dived into the bed with an expression of utmost happiness, and stretched my hands forward to poke her inflated stomach. Now laughing and writhing in pain at the same time, Pochi slowly closed her eyes and eventually fell asleep. All right, hop. I jumped off the room's window, descending from the second floor to the lot beside the house, and was greeted by a certain someone, whom I should have expected, perhaps. Hey, you kept me waiting, Asley. Bruce. I knew you'd notice what was up. I never taught you to move in a line that straight, that's why. It's a dead giveaway that you're trying to escape. Obviously looks like you've got a goal too, you're trying to deal with that Lala girl. Oh, and Blazer sent his regards. So Blazer saw it through too. Of course he would. Ha 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 ha. Well, he's telling you to be careful, that's all. But without Pochi coming along, what are you going to do? I got some of Lala's hair during the fight. With this, I can use Master Chase and light up. Leaving that hair as is would make it hard to see, so I tacked a luminescence-inducing spell onto it. In theory, we would reach Lala if we followed its tracking path. Heh, pretty interesting trick you've got there. The single strand of green hair swayed gently as it slowly floated its way out of Beilanea. Bruce and I ran after it for almost 2 hours before arriving at a hideout of sorts in the northern region, wherein Lala presumably secluded herself. This part of the region was surrounded by rocky cliffs, but this particular plot of land was full of greenery. Happening upon such a sight, we stopped to take it all in. Well, rather, we ended up stopping. Hey, the hell is going on over there? Watery 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 water watery 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 water. Growin' up the ginger, growin' up the groundnuts growin' up the ginger, growin' up the groundnuts. Asley, the hell is that? A girl surrounded by seedlings of ginger and groundnuts. I have eyes, man. What I mean is, what's up with that veggie farm? Doesn't look like what a thief would make. Right, it's too out in the open. I think you're missing my point here. Watery 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 water watery 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 water. The green-haired girl, who was supposed to be devoid of life, turned out instead to be a nature-loving dancing watering can girl. Her radiant smile was the furthest from lifeless as it got. All we saw now was her acting like how someone her size and apparent age would act. We hid under the shade of the trees and kept on observing her, and eventually, we noticed something coiling around both her shoulders, rearing their heads up. Is that a snake? One on each shoulder. Wait, no, it's one body coiling around her waist, but it's got a head on both ends. I might have heard about it before. The double-sided serpent said to possess the blood of dragons, the Kagachi. Still an infant, but it'll grow up to be an S-ranked monster, meaning he's her familiar, maybe? Right when I said that, one of the serpent heads very subtly turned its eye in my direction. Oh, crap. I think our eyes just met. You there, who are you? Both heads spoke at once, their identical voices overlapping with each other. I see, so he's got only one consciousness in that body. Upon hearing the Kagachi's voice, Lala's expression instantly changed, back to the Lala devoid of life, just like what I'd been familiar with. Damn it, I forgot that snakes can detect body temperature. Hey, Asley. Support, man. Rise, arise, all up count 2 and remote control. I applied body-enhancing spell effects onto myself and Bruce. I've noticed that, as of late, I've been more reliant on the convenience of these spells previously incompatible with swift magic. Habit courtesy of the teachings of the philosopher of the Far East. Oh, oh dash. Ha ha ha. I'm really feeling it. Ha. Whoa, he's fast. Like, as fast as Melchi's base speed? Man, that shows how hard Bruce's training had been. Earth control and hole out. The spells that Lala activated as she retreated came out only a moment faster than Bruce's approach. Really, what's with that latter spell? A hole just up and opened in the ground, and gulped Lala down. That's it. So that's why no one ever detected you, not 2 years ago, and not yesterday. But now that I know how the trick works, I'ma dig ya up with old Dallas Gamma Thrash. Hold it. Wadash. Bruce, startled by the sudden, almost instantaneous approach of the Kagachi, let out an unintelligible grunt and fell over. Sir Instructor. The Kagachi separated himself from Lala's torso and slithered to Bruce's side, standing on the middle section of his long body. You need to calm down, Lala. And you too, you don't seem to be bandits, at least from what I can see, so why would you attack us? The hell are you blabbering about? Your side attacked us first way back then. Oh ho. The Kagachi turned to shoot a sharp glare at Lala. The Kagachi seemed to immediately take Bruce's claim at face value. I see, so the serpent doesn't necessarily know Lala's every move. Still, Lala's looking strange, even putting into consideration how she's being glared at by a serpent, her sweating was abnormally profuse. Both serpent heads kept still as they stared at Lala. Drop after drop of sweat dripped down from the girl's chin, soaking the ginger seedlings on the ground below at her feet. It only took one glance to see that she was quite agitated. Lala, do these people speak the truth? Asley, what's up with that guy? Well, if you want to know, we'd be better off to wait and see, I guess. Bah, it's never a quick wrap when I'm on the job with you, man. I dodged Bruce's idle complaints and kept on observing the interaction between Lala and the Kagachi. Kagachi persistently pressed the matter, asking the same questions over and over again, rendering Lala teary-eyed from the beginning to the end of it. Eventually, I found myself feeling sorry for her. And so your rash decisions resulted in my exposure to danger, that is what it is. Now that you have learnt the lesson the harder way, you ought to refuse such dangerous requests in the future. But, Sir Instructor, NGH. Is something the matter? Nothing. Nothing at all. Lala, now curling down to kneel on the ground, looked even smaller than she already was. It was exceptionally rare to see the dynamic between the master and the familiar be reversed, too. Back in the old days, such actions that went against the master's will were restricted as per the clauses of the contract, but perhaps such limitations had been removed in this new age? Wait, no, the case of the familiar being far too strong in relation to their master is also plausible. Finally wrapping up his interrogation and lecture, Kagachi's two heads swerved around back to us. Bruce reacted to that movement even more quickly than he had done the first time. This was far superior to him from 2 years ago, which showed how much he had improved. Now then, from where shall we start our explanation? The Kagachi proceeded to speak to us, his voice giving off the impression that things were quite complicated. The gist of it was that Kagachi was not only Lala's familiar, but also an instructor. As for what subject, agricultural studies, apparently. He introduced his name as Tzar. Usually, Lala worked as a courier, utilizing her swiftness to deliver items efficiently. From 2 years ago up to yesterday, she had simply been hired by Mouse as an insurance for the laughing foxes. It was not that she hadn't thought to inquire their background, however, she had usually accepted requests according to Tzar's advice, but for this particular one, she had taken it completely of her own accord. The reason was, simply enough, that it paid well. Still, the clients were bandits. If she had consulted Tzar beforehand, she would never have gotten on the job. And with Lala having gone ahead with those requests, she had ended up fighting against us. Makes sense, that would explain why she hadn't aimed to inflict significant injuries during both of our encounters. Bruce was taken aback by the Kagachi's explanation, and after he pondered things over for a short while, he shook his head. So that's it? No new info? Seems like it. You're giving up too fast, man, and what about these guys? No one got hurt, so wouldn't it be fine just leave them alone? That's fine and all, but you know. Upon seeing through Bruce's displeasure, Tzar came up with a proposal. Well then, we ought to take action to right our wrongs. Perhaps we can offer our assistance to you in some way. Sir Instructor. What about this farm? Now, that is a non-issue. Simply slathering the farmland with maintenance tree sap should do the trick. But dash. These are the seedlings you sowed yourself, we remind you. Is it not fair for you figure things out yourself as well? He had that ever-lingering, intimidating glint in his eyes, sort of reminds me of Gaston. Hey, it's not like I'm having trouble with anything here. And I don't even know what she's actually like, so I'm not just gonna let her follow us back. We have an idea. You there, Asley, was it? We shall leave Lala in your care. But I'm not. You seem more civilized than that man. We would like you to employ Lala as one of your own, and show her the expanse of this world and its people. By that man, you mean, me? Say that again to my face, you snake-ass head. You hick. You watch the tone you take with Sir Instructor. Within this limited vicinity, who do you think is the only other human man besides Asley? How could you be so clueless? I've heard enough. I'ma slice you up and serve you for breakfast. Try it. The instant you make your move, wait, no, don't do it. Humph, what a handful. Our body is indeed quite delicious, however, it is not for the likes of your tongue to appreciate the taste of. Yes, absolutely not. Oh, for sure, if not me, then I'ma put you on Pochi's tray instead. You mean that dog? She's stupid cute, that Pochi. Bruce and Tzar proceeded to glare intensely at each other, completely ignoring Lala's hooting-like statement of enthusiasm. Quite unbecoming of Bruce now, what with him being quite skillful at handling the Irene, but he'd started the dispute with disadvantage on his part here. His disputes with Irene were carried out as one between allies, but regrettably, this one against Tzar had been initiated with both sides recognizing the other as an enemy, after all. So in the end, you agreed to let her come along? Yes, after Bruce and Tzar settled their dispute, we brought the two of them all the way back to my room in Beilanea. Tzar had withdrawn into Lala's spell circle, saying it was his nap time, and once we were back, Bruce immediately tucked himself in bed out of spite. OHH, a thick, fluffy doggo. Hey, can I touch her? Not now. WI. Master, please fetch my comb, sir. You don't even use that thing regularly, doggo. Well now, someone's gone out of their way to ask to touch me, so I've got to properly present myself. Now, please go ahead. OHH. This feels stupid good, I tell ya. Hoo, how's that, master? That's the power of new Pochi. Wow www so IESO me. I stared blankly at Pochi, Pochi shrugged my stare off like it was nothing, and Lala clung tightly to Pochi, and then she suddenly stood up, seeming to have remembered something. Oh yeah, Asley. What is it? I saw that this house has got some garden space, can I plant stuff? No one's using it now, sure, should be fine. Thanks. Lala's eyes sparkled up in an instant, and the very next moment she was at the window, having hopped there in a single jump, and then the next second, she was downstairs. Hold it right there. You haven't tried touching my tail yet. Yes, new Pochi, on special bargain sale already. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 64, The Prophecy Monument. Morning, 17th day of the first month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. One whole day had passed after Lala had first arrived in this house. The snow, which had suddenly stopped for a time, has finally begun falling again. Lala's cheerful shouting echoed through the Asley agency as she waded through the snow on the courtyard. Still sleepy, I rubbed my eyes, while I peeked out the window, observing the activities in the courtyard from the second floor. It hath been done. At the side of the garden was Lena and Haruhana, watching over her, as she shouted out cheerfully, and following suit was Natsu, who has also grown up nicely over the years. She had always been energetic, but even more so now. Lala and Natsu were around the same age, so they had become fast friends, but now that I considered that age, Lala's combat prowesses were absolutely abnormal. She was precocious, almost like a natural-born genius. At this time, Bruce still hasn't agreed to everything that has been going on. He didn't hold any ill sentiments toward Lala, of course, but make no mistake, it was without doubt that he didn't trust Tzar fully. Blazer and Betty hadn't outright objected to anything, but on a fundamental level of all the things, they didn't seem to mesh well with them either. While I looked on at the four, Lena eventually looked back up at me and lightly waved her hands, having been the first to notice me. It might have just been in my head, but there seemed to be a wholeheartedly delighted emotion under her reserved smile. From now on, I wanted to take care of everyone and everything more thoroughly, but reality dictated that I couldn't do it all myself. We still had some time before the Devil King's resurrection that the Divine Messenger had told me about. The Devil King hasn't even entered his fetal stage yet, which meant that his actual resurrection was still a few years away. So during these few years, we must do anything we can to fortify our strength as much as possible. Again, our opponent is the Devil King. 2 years ago, we had faced an SS-ranked monster, the Ogre King. Monsters of that level were practically cannon fodder, grouping up around the Devil King to guard him. We'd had such a hard time dealing with just one of them, so as we were now, we'd have no chance against a group, not to mention the even stronger enemy in the center of them all. Indeed, we must tirelessly temper ourselves, day and night, but with just that, we would eventually be hit with an uncrossable wall. After all, even level 100 talents such as Gaston and Irene wouldn't win against SS-ranked monsters by themselves. It had taken us our strategies and improvisation to take down just one. The problem now was to figure out how to cross that wall. According to Tus, there existed an ancient secret solution somewhere within the nation. A solution hidden by the Dark Elves thousands of years ago. Judging from his implications, it was a large-scaled fixed-position spell circle, but the issue hit me when he'd said that he doesn't remember where it is, so I had to set out in search of it. Moreover, there was the thing about the prophecy monument. Well, Melchi's probably working on investigating it, so I'll have to wait for more information on that front. And today, I have arranged a gathering of many of my trustworthy allies I had made over the last 4 years. The place is right here in the Asley agency. In seating order, there are me, Pochi, Lena, Bruce, Blazer, Betty, Gaston, Billy, Irene, and Haruhana, a total of 10 attendees. It's still too early for Natsu to deal with this, and we're not yet on a fully trustworthy basis with Lala. I had figured that it would not hurt to discuss things with all these people early in the game. In particular, about the Devil King's resurrection. Humph, long time no see, young man. Bah, good old Gaston, still calling me a young man after all this time. This might also be just in my head, but doesn't he have a sharper look in his eyes now compared to 2 years ago? Good to see that you've returned safely, Asley, that's what truly important. Billy is the same as ever, addressing me but having his eyes trained of Pochi. It has been a long time indeed, Sir Gaston and Sir Billy, thank you for your cover-up back then. Ha ha ha, that disguise spell circle was quite a surprise, that's for sure. You can say that again, sir. I was spooked as all hell when my master turned up home buck naked. Thanks to Pochi's totally unnecessary commentary, Lena's face started reddening up slightly. Betty chuckled, and Irene had a stern, judgmental expression all the way through, but those were the usual gestures for those two. Haruhana was totally unfazed, and that's perhaps due to her former line of work. Goes to show how mentally mature she is. So what's this important thing you wanted to discuss? The new semester is right around the corner, so I don't exactly have free time, you know. Apologies, but this must be dealt with as quickly as possible. First off. Lena, Haruhana. I must explain this one thing to you too. Irene and the three of the silver had a prominent reaction to that statement. It seemed that they already knew what I must explain first. To us. What might that be? My nervousness had caused me to leave quite a long gap, but finally, I began explaining my circumstances to them. First, the fact that I was more than 5,000 years old. The two kept quiet as they listened through it. Haruhana seemed extremely surprised, but I didn't get that strong of an impression from Lena. It seemed that she had already been suspicious in one way or another. I suppose I should have expected this from one with an insight of a student council president. That, or it's the issue of our distance once again. Either way, the two of them didn't doubt me, accepting the truth without objection. Lena did look a little sad, though, perhaps she was disgruntled that I had kept the truth away from her. The drop of eternity, I see, and Pochi took it, too. I never would have known. Lena didn't pitch anything in. She cast her eyes down, seeming to be lost in thought. Betty, sitting to her side, patted her shoulders and whispered something into her ear. But then Lena shook her head and faced forward once again. To be more specific, facing me. So. Sir Asley, when you said you must explain this to us too, does that mean everyone else already knew this? Is this really necessary for the discussion that's coming up? Why yeah, it is. I think it's needed to make sense of the rest of the story. No more of that bull, Asley. We're comrades in arms, we'll believe anything you tell us. Thanks, Bruce. Pushed forward by words of encouragement from Bruce, who sat opposite of me, I proceeded to explain the coming Devil King's resurrection to everyone. Their reactions varied, from those who were just surprised to those who took it as an absolutely big deal, but everyone took this discussion seriously all the same. Listening especially seriously were Gaston, Billy, and Irene, who turned to look at each other with a grim expression on their faces. This scenario is somewhat believable, what do you think, Billy? The Devil King hasn't been resurrected for the last recorded 2,000 years. According to Asley, that last happened more than 5,000 years ago, meaning it's entirely possible that it's no fabrication. I can agree to the reason why holy warriors aren't born in this day and age too. Faith in God is, indeed, something that the general populace lacks. Did she say something that I overlooked just now? Everyone's more understanding of you than I expected, Master. That's what I thought as well. I had expected at least more questioning, or outright objection. Shouldn't that be obvious enough? The conference exists for that very reason after all. The conference, what does that mean, Sir Gaston? Lena asked, unsure of what that word referred to. The Duodcad Conference. Billy isn't part of it, but he also knows about it. It's an elite army of 12 organized in preparation for the Devil King's return. Who first? I've heard that, ma'am. The nation holds this one prophecy monument stating so, you see. A prophecy monument, that sounds shady, sir. I gave a good knock on Pochi's head for her loose lips, and then Gaston, surrounded with quite a gloomy ambience, started explaining his point. Denizens of the future, prepare thyself for the coming Devil King. Oh, the army of 12, thou shalt be the guiding lights o'er the world. Oh, the army of 12, thou shalt be the people's lights o'er the night. And that's all there is to it. Isn't it a bit too short? Yes, it is. No one would think this makes a full prophecy, wouldn't they, young man? This is only a third of it, with the monument itself being contained in the castle of royal capital Regalia. It's a part broken off from the larger whole. Right, makes sense, since I already knew that much about the prophecy. I'd heard the particulars from Tus, but I think he'd referred to the army of 12 as the chosen ones or something. So maybe that's what the Duodcad conference was established for. It is most likely that the more important parts of the prophecy were written on the missing parts, but we don't have any way of knowing that right now. We don't even know where or whom this prophecy had originated from, but the Duodecad conference being established in the first place might have given it some credibility. All things considered, the people in the royal capital couldn't have made up the monument themselves, not to mention faking a loss of its contents. Without any other remaining information available, the contents and whereabouts of the text were still up in the air. Still, quoting Tus, once information is out there, it stays out there somewhere. Such was also one of the reasons for Melchi's trip to the royal capital. Not the main one, of course. But if all that Asley said is true, then we've got to face an army of that one SS-ranked monster from 2 years ago. We won't have enough lives to even stand a chance. Exactly. Blazer clenched his fists strongly, an unusual gesture coming from him. It's the holy warriors who are abnormally strong, being able to take those monsters down so easily. Huh. Something about what Betty said must have sparked some idea in my head. What is it? I'd gotten that feeling from what Irene talked about too. If only the holy warriors appeared, we wouldn't even have to come to rack up our brains like this, sir. The holy warriors, that's right, the holy warriors. There are some things I'd like to ask. What is it, young man? The part of the legend where the holy warriors would make their return concurrently with the Devil King's resurrection still exists in this era, doesn't it? It does. Then how come they're focusing on the Duodecad to prepare for the Devil King's resurrection? That one question of mine caused everyone to hesitate to talk and ponder things over instead. I mean, isn't that suspicious? The prophecy stressing the existence of an army of 12 implied that the prophets had known that no holy warrior would appear in time for the Devil King's resurrection. Well, one would expect prophets to know that, of course, but if so, why did they not just state that the Duodecad will rise on the occasion of the Devil King resurrection? Why does the belief stand to this day that holy warriors will be born into this world? What if the prophecy is correct, but not entirely accurate? Lena, albeit still half unsure, was the first to offer her take on the topic, and I would have responded if not for another person reacting to it near instantly. The one in question was Irene. What if there's already an advance party for the Devil King? Not recently either, but for ages ago. Care to elaborate, old lady? Again, it's a what if, but if we consider that things were perfectly fine when the prophets, be it the holy warriors themselves of those involved, erected that monument, and then the advance party in question altered that information to misdirect the future generations. And that led to the Duodecad? The fact that information exists regarding the holy warriors implies that the advance party in question were spreading misinformation, doesn't it? Irene nodded in response to Bruce's suggestion. That's it. If the Duodecad was established following incorrect information, then we'd be left without a way to go against the Devil King, and if we were to focus our efforts on distributing the presumably correct information and raise awareness of the holy warriors' powers, that might affect the social balance to the point of collapse. Either way, it's a convenience for the Devil King. Meaning, wait, no, or is it? Is something wrong, young man? There's one more thing, that's a convenience for the Devil King. Yes, the black and white chain, isn't it, master? That's right, the forces of darkness had seeped their influence that deep into the nation, that is for sure. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 65, each to their own time. Damn that young man, he sure has gotten bold since we last met. Is it the confidence gained from his training regime and a physically fit body? Still, I would never have expected the nation to be so deeply involved. As much as I'd like to immediately inspect our internal affairs, the 6 Archmages is still under the nation's command. As long as I can't get an audience with the War Demon Emperor, I'm not able to investigate anything. If I'm going to try and slip through Ishtar's watch and do things myself, then I'll have to consider the effects on War Demon Emperor's personal life. Sir Gaston. You don't look well, is something the matter? Woken from my own sphere of thoughts, I realized that my apprentice, Fuyu, was standing in front of me, staring coldly. As young as she is a good girl with a well-ordered disposition. I was right to invite her over from the Asley agency as early as I had. A year ago, when I had first brought her here, the magic guardians doubted her ability to persist, but Fuyu's flawless handling of their routine management had changed their opinions greatly. But of course, she still has plenty of room for improvement. Then again, she's at the age to start working on that in the Magic Guardians. No, nothing at all. Is it time already, Fuyu? Yes. Everyone is waiting to receive their training. Oh, please do oversee my training afterwards as well. Humph, only if I feel like it. You ended up feeling like it every time, so please stop saying that. Humph, also unnecessarily witty, it seems. Troublesome in all the strangest aspects, just like the little flaws in an otherwise perfect crystal. She would always be waiting at the courtyard by the time the Magic Guardian's training was over, that I knew full well, but the issue was that she would wait indefinitely if I were to not go. Fuyu's personality was technically not bad, however, and the same went for the Natsu lass. If only she'd stop imitating the young man, I would have a far easier time teaching her, but alas. Rise, rise. Venom fire. I already told you that the chanting isn't necessary. But doing it like this makes it easier to draw circles and get the magic out, sir, it's like rhythmic lifting, if that can explain it. I fear to know what Ishtar would say in the face of such a casual magic invocation form by a member of the Magic Guardians, what with the group being so formal and bureaucratic. I won't deny that the spell invocation itself was smoother than average, however. That is indeed one aspect of it that I ought to respect, but then again, I mustn't be so, no, wait. Bah. Damn that young man. Ugh, I don't even know what's going on anymore. First he just came back so suddenly, and now there's a Devil King resurrection coming up. The information may be beneficial, sure, but it came damn too late. If he'd only said something 2 years ago, I could have gotten some things ready on my end, in my own way. Gah, how annoying. Humph, just when I thought he'd finally become a decent man, it turned out he was still completely the same inside. Did something good happen, Miss Irene? Hiya dash. What the, Trace? Whatever are you screaming for? You realize that it is unbefitting for a public face of the Magic University, yes? I know that. You just took me by surprise, that's all. As things stand now, the Duodcad conference is nowhere near ready for the Devil King's resurrection. I may have gotten too used to peaceful times, if I say so myself. I must admit that if the Devil King were to return now, the likes of me and Gaston wouldn't be in the shape to take him on. Not even all the 6 braves working together would change that either. For the record, there have been only 3 instances of an SS-ranked monster being defeated within this century. An Ogre King from 2 years ago. A mother that Ishtar of the Black and Lloyd of the White had defeated 7 years ago. And a Damascus Dragon, felled by the collaborative efforts of Argent Silver General, Tangalin, and Charlie more than 2 decades ago. My first combat experience against one had been nothing short of hair-raising. If we had to do that again, we ought to be ready to suffer a degree of loss in one way or another. During the bout with the Ogre King, more than 50 adventurers had lost their lives. If not for Asley taking it down with the Water Dragon, that number would have been even higher, or rather, we might have even been wiped out. Which reminds me, I think Asley said that he defeated a Chaos Lizard alongside Pochi. I wonder how much and what kind of training he had gone through to be able to fight an SS-ranked monster with just himself and his familiar. Under the guidance of Tus, the philosopher of the Far East, was that the name? I'd never expected to find myself in this troublesome situation as a lecturer. The next long break from school I get, I should, well, no, I'm still stuck with the scheduled Duodcad conference assembly, so, I know it's not the time to be worrying about that, and that makes it all the more annoying. Oh. What is it, Trace? The look on your face suggests that you would like to take some time off. Is that right? You scare me with your mind reading sometimes, you know that. How long do you wish to leave for, ma'am? No, I'll take a whole month. Understood. We are at the time in which entrance examinations are held often, but another lecturer and I will fill in as the examiners. Please keep in mind that, if you accept, you will have to oversee all examinations during the latter half of the second month. Are you sure I can go? Trace insisted that I could, by saying nothing. Oh, for the love of. I knew my junior was efficient. I already had my course of action plotted out, so I might as well strike while the iron is hot. First, I'll have to get things ready and head to Regalia. Luckily, there's already a transport spell circle to Regalia at the ready, so I can just call Hawk out after I'm there, all right. Just you wait, Asley. Curses. No matter how much I trained, that guy would always elevate to a far higher level. What is it that I lack? In which aspect of me do I need to improve? I thought I had closed the gap that had been between us 2 years ago, but as it turned out, it had widened far more than I had ever imagined. To be honest, it was as if a lightning bolt had bolted through my body when I'd heard of that incident 2 years ago. He had participated in a large-scale effort to subjugate an SS-ranked monster. Rumor had it that he'd been the one to actually defeat it, but I hadn't been able to believe it at first. No one else did, of course, but then Professor Irene's grin that one time had told the story as clearly as it could have. And then, during the friendly match, he had constricted Ballad's movements using exclusively intermediate-level spells. Not to mention his abnormally swift invocation of magic spells. The moment I had seen that one grin from Professor Irene was the moment the rumors became the truth. Then there was that other incident, concerning the colorful food district. I'd come to realize the full extent of his efforts from Haruhana's explanations. It was only a natural development of events that Sir Bruce, though that had been by default, and then Sir Blazer and Miss Betty had cooperated with him. And when that had turned into the cause of his arrest, I had learned that the one who had invented the teleportation spell was none other than him. I honestly thought for some time that, as a mage, he was unwinnable. But then I had come to realize that none of that mattered. Nothing dictated that I couldn't do all those things he had done. With that in mind, I had put myself through crazy training and studying, and raised my adventurer rank to A, the same as his. We were even now. I had thought that, even though that couldn't have possibly been the case. If I didn't stop putting myself into battles so much, I thought I would start needing replacements for my body, and even then, that would never be enough. That was why I had come this far with Mitters and Idea, and will most likely continue to do so. But then again, what was the deal with that split invocation? Hey, Hornell. You're doing all right there, man. Bah, we never got to show off today. Laid down all around us were countless newly dead bodies of murder tigers, the same monster we had much difficulty dealing with 2 years ago. I may have turned up the heat a bit too much. Sorry. I might have overdone it there. Hey, I'm not complaining or anything. It's fine to be hyped up by the return of our dear classmate, but try not to let it get in the way of an actual battle, okay? Idea, slightly exasperated, issued me a warning. I knew that. Of course, I knew that, but... Well, no, I will not make excuses for letting my emotions throw me off, lest I shall be disqualified as an adventurer. Sir Blazer had told me some time ago, too, that I ought to let a little more of my emotions show. Moreover, Idea's frequent scolding were, hey, you guys hear that? Am I supposed to be hearing something? Mitters and Idea may have thought I was just hearing the wind, but I was sure that I heard some sort of a faint, weak cry. Where is it? Hey, Hornell, man. What are you doing, searching under the murder tiger's corpse? Wait, isn't that a dash? Growling. What I uncovered from the corpse of one particular murder tiger was, a recently born murder tiger cub. It still posed a threat despite its small size, but then again, nowhere nearly as its parent had been. This little guy was weak and scared. I was at a loss on whichever way to proceed when I heard the two behind me telling me to get away. Careful, man, it's small, but it's still a rank D. Hornel, hurry and get away from. And right then, I had an idea, no clue now how I had even sparked that up, but it was some idea indeed. In the future, after reflecting on this choice, I most likely will attribute it to seeing the little guy cling so desperately to life, and in turn, thinking that it was not quite the time for me to be on equal ground with that guy yet. This little guy had met us under unforeseen circumstances. He might have become a serious threat in the future if things had gone naturally, true, but right now he hasn't done anything. Perhaps it was naive of me for thinking so, right, just like that guy. Still, just leaving him where he is may end up being dangerous in one way or another. Hey, what are you doing there? I choose him. For what? When I had first reached my third school year, Professor Irene had taught all of us junior students a certain spell. Everyone had been uneasy when it came to putting that spell into practical use, but after half a year, success with it could be seen among more and more of us. However, I had been too busy to actually try using it. Lena, on the other hand, she had done it successfully during her freshman year. This spell circle. Wait, Hornel. Are you serious about this? Professor Irene said it wouldn't be too difficult as long as it's not a baby monster, but this, ugh, of course he's not listening. All right, don't move away now, little guy. Before the spell circle in the air was the murder tiger cub. Before I knew it, his threatening attitude already subsided. Did he understand by instinct my lack of intention to kill him? Now then. I proposeth this contracteth to thee. Doth thou gauge thy loyalty as the familiar of me? The momentary silence dragged on. I hoped I hadn't messed the words up. The contract spell was already in operation. The contents of the contract were being transmitted directly into the mind of the murder tiger cub, enabling him to understand its every meaning. If he were to move away even a single step, the contracting process would be voided. And in the case that happened, what is it that I ought to do? Kill him? Or let him escape? As I pondered that over, time passed, and the silence dragged on longer. I looked at the little guy, and he looked back at me right in the eyes. I felt that it was his way of evaluating me. This was his choice that would decide his future. Upon realizing that, I ended up showing him my self-deprecating grin, then I felt a disturbance in the surrounding air. Gar! As I had taken it as a mere cub, I was surprised to hear his heavy roar, characteristic of a common murder tiger. It was strong, as I would expect from an at least B-ranked archetype of monsters. Moreover, was it just me, or when he roared, did he also sneak in a laugh? At any rate, I now knew that he acknowledged me. Here, the contract between thee and I shall be sealed with a bond of steel. May this unbreakable bond of ages past bindeth the sworn loyalty of our present and persist to our future. Here, I invoke the Lord and Retainer contract. You've gone and done it, man. Gah. I won't help you when you have trouble taking care of your familiar, you know. Thanks to Idea's remark, I remembered the one last thing I needed to do. All right, from this day on, your name is Mega. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 66, Ryan's Predicament. Asley. Check that out. That's so stupid awesome. Gotta go just a bit slower, just a bit, there. It's a green berry tree. It's rare to see one in the wild, you know. It's so beautiful. Isn't it, Asley? Isn't it? See how Lala's eyes turn into heart shapes each time she sees some rare plants, master. I already know that. Worrying about that all the time wouldn't be good for my body, would it? At any rate, it's quite impressive that she's able to keep up with us at this speed, sir. Bah, this is why I hate the concept of talent. After explaining the deal about the Devil King's resurrection to everyone back at the agency, Pochi and I had departed from Beilanea. We were headed to none other than the first town we had found more than 4 years ago after ridding ourselves of the old dungeon dweller lifestyle. The one, from which Lena and I had then departed to attend Magic University. Faltown. Yesterday, I had tried to use the telepathic call magecraft to speak with Ryan, what with me having not contacted him for quite a long time, but there hadn't been any response. At first, I'd thought he was just sleeping, but there had been any answer when I tried to call him at different times, either. I had 2 possibilities in consideration when it came to this situation. Either the destination had been under the influence of space interference magic, or Ryan had been so physically weak that the telepathic connection had been disrupted. In the former case, it was highly possible that Faltown was caught in battle. In the latter case, Faltown would soon end up in deep trouble. Without his charisma to lead things in town, all the heavy lifting would fall to Reed, the other leading figure of town. Well, no, it's deep trouble either way. I'd already planned to visit Faltown sometime once I was back to Beilanea anyway, and maybe surprise Reed with telepathy. With that in mind, I had set out with Pochi, but then Tzar just had to get his ideas running. Listen, Lala, raise your feet up to a fixed height and maintain it. The more sloppy you are, the more unnecessary burden your body will incur, and the more inconsistent your muscle growth will be. Yes, Sir Instructor. You ought to observe how our honored host Pochi runs. The sharp slide characteristic of one in tune with nature. Adaptation to uneven ground with the intuition of a beast. And eyes always on the way ahead. Like an old, battle-hardened warrior. Yes, Sir Instructor. She's stupid cute, Sir Master. At this rate, it'll soon be appropriate for me to be called Master Pochi, right? Master Pochi's eyes glittered, her tail wagging, presumably because of Tzar's words of praise from behind her. So befitting of a master indeed. Previously, Tzar had been twining around Lala's torso, positioning his ends on both sides of her head, but ever since she'd bought a rucksack in Beilanea, he had been in it, sticking his heads out of there instead. Lala had 2 responses to Tzar's speech, with the latter one making Pochi blush quite clearly. Bah, this has become quite an amusing party. Gah, 80 meters ahead, multiple solid slimes. Total, 10. Barely at the limit of split invocation, Master. Those were extraordinarily tough slimes that gave out an extremely high amount of experience points. Chances are this will be enough for my final push. They move fast too, but with my power now, I can take them. Rise. Speed down, count 10 and remote control. Ryasi. Invisible illusion. W-dash. Master. Lala's disappeared. That's impressive, she just used water manipulating magic. A composite spell that utilizes water, wind, and lightning, to be precise. Right, that would be convenient for fighting solid slimes, might as well use it, too. Invisible illusion. Oh ho, we see that you can use it as well, Sir Asley. That is wonderful indeed. They can still see you, Pochi, so herd them to our side. Awoo. Upon detecting Pochi, the solid slimes started sliding backwards with their faces still facing forward. Pochi herded them around, causing them to go from right to left and to right again. Once she got around them, the slimes were bolting right toward us, unaware of our concealment. Earth Clutch. Fire Stamp, count 5. Aha, an Earth Elemental Snare. Nice. She's got a solid foundation on her battle methodologies. All the solid slimes found themselves caught in Lala's Earth Clutch. And then my fire stamp cracked that enclosure as it descended on the solid slimes. Looks like they're finally down. As that would be confirmed immediately after, with the fanfare that I hadn't heard for such a long time now ringing in my head. Way to go. After I confirmed that there was no longer a threat, I invoked my appraisal glasses. Name, Asley. Titles, The Eternal Fool, the polarizing, hermit candidate, great mage, alchemist, staff master, 6 archmages, tentative, honored teacher, rank A, top student, no guts, SS slayer, guardian mage, tentative, the strong. LV, 100. HP, 2900. MP, 34,091. EXP, 9,999,999. Special skills. Attack magic, skilled. Support magic, skilled. Recovery magic, skilled. Purification, advanced. Fortify strength. Fortify resilience. Tempest. Alright, good. I'd finally reached level 100. Well, I suppose it would be correct to say, merely, reached 100. This wall of numbers must be crossed, but that isn't something any one of us can do now. All of us have to get as strong as we possibly can. Right, like that muscle philosopher. Damn, you're stupid strong, Asley. Well, I finished them off this time, so the next monster is for you, alright? Leave it to me. Sir Asley, please do not hesitate to have her work more. We do not mind at all. Sir Ashley, please don't hesitate to spoil me more. I don't mind at all. Who the hell are you calling Ashley? Oh, now that I think about it, how about we let Lala finish off all the monsters for a while from now on? Looks like I've just reached level 100 from that last one. Oh, we suppose congratulations are in order. You ought to do what he proposed, Lala. I hath started the hunt. Oh. And so we headed south with an incredibly fast pace, and with plenty of battles on the way. It was a tough trip, what with us having to sort through the monsters' loot, taking only the remarkable items and leaving piles and piles of the rest. That made me especially appreciate having a party that didn't have to worry about carrying limits. Iverial Town, the place we had first met Dragon of the 6 Braves and his pupil EGD, was now mere moments away. We hath arrived. Lala, do not jump on your bed. We're finally here. Damn it, stupid dog. Don't get on the bed before cleaning your paws. I hath gone to sleep. Lala, go brush your teeth if you do not want cavities in them. Good night, master. Zzzzz. Hey, not so fast. Hey. Damn it, Pochi, already fast asleep. Same here. Now, Sir Asley, since you have free time on your hands, care to have a discussion with us about that lass you are so fond of? What in blazes even led to this? Well, we ought to be up early tomorrow. If possible, I'd like to arrive at Faltown the day after tomorrow. The Lena lass is quite a well-developed character, would you not agree? What do you think of her, Sir Asley? Well. You did not think you could avoid us by feigning sleep, did you? Oh, for the love of. I can't even tell if he's a kid or an adult. Lena. Well, she's a good girl, just as you said, but I still don't have that solid of an opinion. I've just met her again after my 2 years' absence, and haven't gotten to talk with her much yet. We have heard from Miss Betty that you two have been keeping in touch and were on good terms over those 2 years though. Damn it, Betty, telling people the most unnecessary things. That's exactly why. The longer we're apart, the longer time passes, the less people will understand each other. So I'm going to dash. Distance yourself from her again. Not to get too close too quickly, was what I meant. We do understand your circumstances at least to a degree, Sir Asley. Now, do not fret. If things do not work out with Lena lass, we could send Lala your way instead. Anna, for real. LOL. I won't ask why or how you even came up with that, but it wouldn't be good to treat Lala so lightly, don't you think? Fair enough. What a blunder. Please forget we ever said anything. I'll forget it. Oh, and good night. Good night. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 67, the fallen town, Faltown. Reed, the man leaning against Faltown's inner wall, was panicking quite badly. Ryan had sustained heavy injuries, and Mana, his little sister, had cuts all over her body. The Foul Braves, which had been established sometime before Asley had left, albeit consisting almost entirely of children at the time, were also out of commission for the time being, with many being injured. Damn it, if we still had Tifa here, we'd. Nah, probably will still be bad. The town had been hit with a sudden, large-scaled monster invasion. Their individual ranks were low, but they had come in absurd numbers. It was now almost 3 years since Asley had left. Ryan and the Foul Braves had been successful in wiping out the monsters at the west and north gates. During that, Reed had gotten to witness the extent of Ryan's strength. He had already seen him in action on various occasions, of course, but this was the true extent of strength that he hadn't quite felt before. Ryan's figure as he led everyone into the fight looked as if he was a holy warrior in Reed's childhood stories. At some point, Reed had found himself assisting Ryan with various things, eventually learning the sword from him. So as to not fall behind his other sister, who was now doing her best to improve her craft in a distant land, he had trained himself up with all his might, attaining a great deal of strength and physical form. Yet, against the despairing amount of incoming monsters, he no longer felt any of that strength he had. The north gate, which they had just secured, had been taken away again, and the west gate was now up in flames. Right about now, Ryan was being nursed by Reyna at the east gate, the same gate from which Lena and Asley had been sent off. Mana and Reed had separated themselves from Ryan, heading to the north gate to struggle for its maintained integrity. Ryan's group also had to partition their numbers to secure all parts of the east gate. Darn it, brother, why is this happening? Mana's exhausted voice came from behind Reed, eventually reaching his ears. But at least it's good we sent Tifa off before this. She's gotten quite aggressive over these 2 years, but, she'll be fine, right? Reed's shoulders quivered, what with him knowing full well how faint-hearted Mana truly was. If their willpower were to die out now, what little hope they had of overcoming this threat would be no more. Don't give up hope, Mana. I'll protect you. Every one of you. You're not kids now, you're warriors. Warriors don't die with their faces on the ground. The monsters can claw us, bite us, but we sure as hell won't die without a fight. His voice echoed through the vast emptiness. However, there were indeed those who heard it. Not the monsters in front, which Reed was keeping at bay. Not the utterly exhausted Mana behind him either. The ones Reed's voice had inspired were none other than the members of his Foul Braves. The voice gave them strength. Or so the Foul Braves felt as the ones collapsed on the ground around the leading man clumsily rose to their feet. That's right. I'm a warrior. Me, too. So am I. Each of them lightened their grips on their swords. Each of their faces brightened up with a faint light of passion. The enemies were zombie lords and marine lizards, with silhouettes of goblins in the distance behind them. If one were to see the countless monsters collapsed around the vicinity, they would know just how gruesome this drawn-out battle had been. Behind Reed, behind the Foul Braves, was the inner gate that led to the town's central plaza, the place where non-combatant women, children, and the elderly had retreated to, and were now praying for everyone's safety. Adolf, get Mana out of here. Yes. The one Reed had referred to, Adolf, the one with blue hair, was a fearless young man aged closer to adulthood than the average of the Foul Braves. In accordance with Reed's command, he lifted Mana up without warning, then ran over all the way to the front of the inner gate. Hey! Adolf, what are you doing? Hey! I'm sorry, Mana. On the other side of the gate, 2 warriors at the gate's sides removed the bolt and pushed the gate open. Adolf rushed in straight to the plaza and put Mana down, getting her seated. Whether it was because of her fatigue or wounds or both, Mana immediately collapsed, but Adolf turned and ran back the way he came without looking back. The warriors were getting ready to bolt the gate again. If the frontliners were to be defeated now, surely the monster's clutches would then reach Mana and the others here. In getting Mana out of harm's way, at least for the time being, Reed had successfully inspired the warriors around him as well. It made everyone realize that the people behind them were weaker than they were. Darn it, I gotta go. Move, me, move. Wait for me, Adolf. My brothers. My brothers still dash. Pick up your swords. Ugh. Everyone answered to Reed's rallying shout. Mana's voice also reached Reed, but neither Reed nor anyone else responded to her. And so the gate was shut tight. Darn it, darn it. Her utmost worry for her brother showed in her tears as drop after drop trickled onto the ground. However, no matter how many drops the dry earth absorbed, it stayed as dry as it had always been. She could hear the voices of Reed and the others from the other side of the gate. Everyone's voices grew hoarse as they had rose from their mouths, yet they faced forward, shouting all the more intensely. In order to keep hope alive in both themselves and the others. Rise, arise, cure. Reyna made use of any means available to treat Ryan's wounds. In particular, the large cut on his left flank. Reyna was using a small stick to cast recovery magic, but most of her MP was eventually consumed, attributing to the wound being far too major. Almost at the extremes of her patience, Reyna only kept her watch on Ryan, unable to even bring herself to look away for a moment and call out to the others around her. Sir Ryan. If she were to shake Ryan to keep him awake, his wounds would also open up wider. And with that out of the question, she could only watch over him while her mind was being tormented with thoughts of fear and regret. A few days ago, Ryan and Reyna had gone for a walk near the east gate. The routine doubled as a way to observe the rebuilding progress and affirming the town outskirts' safety. That was when the vast army of monsters suddenly appeared and captured the east gate in what seemed like an instant. They had taken out the guards on the wall, climbed their way in, and then busted the gate open from inside. A normal town would not have been broken in so easily, but Faltown had issues, particularly the lack of skilled personnel. As soon as Ryan had detected the approaching monster army, he had pointed it out to Reyna. The invading monsters had proceeded to kill one townsperson after another, so Ryan had led the charge against them despite his doubts in his decisions. First, he had called an urgent assembly of the Foul Braves, forming several parties with what little manpower they had. Ryan, Reyna, and the more competent parties had engaged in close-quarters combat against the approaching force. One of the leftover parties had been assigned to take care of the few monsters that had gotten in. It had been one tough, drawn-out fight after another. Ryan had stayed all the way through the conflict, issuing his commands and fighting personally. Having seen a gap in the invading force, Ryan had pushed himself to unleash the full extent of his power, managing to force all of the monsters back away from the gate, but also sustaining heavy injuries in the process. One of the parties that had camped up near the east gate had also sustained injuries. Reyna, who was now tending to Ryan, also had countless injuries on her body, albeit none on a life-threatening extent. Guh. Situation. Ryan, with vision still blurry, upon being woken up by the noises of the monsters from the other side of the wall, asked Reyna for an update of the situation at hand. Yes, sir. The west gate has been completely overrun by monsters, and while the monsters' attack on the east gate has died down, there's no telling when they'll tear through the gate again. Reed and Mana's groups are doing their best to defend the north gate, but I'm afraid they are already at their limits. I see. And the townspeople? According to the few who have escaped to hear from the west gate, everyone else is now at the plaza. Still, the west gate has seemingly sustained heavier damages than here. I'm afraid the plaza itself is only a matter of time. It hurt Reyna to even give a report of such a bleak situation. Still, she kept it from showing on her face as she explained everything to Ryan. All right, now I have the big picture. Reyna, you gather those who can still fight and head to the north gate. But, Sir Dash. No buts. I can handle things here by myself. Just go. Ryan, usually a gentle man, now harshened his tone, causing Reyna to reluctantly do as she had been told. Ryan looked on as Reyna assembled a group of lightly wounded warriors and led them toward the northern district's gate. Then he cast his eyes over the area, and saw many young warriors collapsed on the ground from their wounds. He took a look around, and saw injured townspeople tending to the wounds of other injured townspeople. Despair. Such a word was a fitting description of the situation at hand. However, no one, not a single one, had an expression of resignation on their faces. Perhaps it was thanks to Ryan's charisma, or perhaps the people's immense trust in the Foul Braves. Ryan smiled with the edges of his mouth, for he already knew that answer for himself. Sir Asley, I do hope you remember that one thing I have told you some time ago. It is natural for humans to gather where the foundations are most stable, but the world is far too large for one to simply seek comfort in a single place. That is what I wanted the people of this town to keep in mind, to become strong and never lose sight of what makes them human. Of course, that applies to you as well, Sir Asley. It is without a doubt that everyone has grown physically over the years. However, what has pushed them so far must be a pillar of emotional support. The shouts of Reed and the Foul Braves could be heard in the distance, in the direction of the North Gate. Ryan felt as if that had been a blaze of glory, the last ounce of strength they had mustered from their souls. It seemed that, on the other side of the wall, the monsters were finally tearing down the East Gate. Judging that there would not be any monsters trying to climb their way over, Ryan steeled himself as he stood himself in front of the East Gate and unleashed a thunderous roar. With his favorite, now badly damaged sword in hand, he prepared for the monster's attack. Everyone, please, don't die. He induced one last ounce of fighting spirit in his heart, one last push of willpower onto his dying body, and then. Achoo! The mysterious voice that suddenly surfaced in his head, for whatever reason, seemed to be that of a sneeze. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.